An Inheritance of Ash and Blood, Book 1 of Heirs of War, written by Jamie Edmondson, narrated by Aaron Smith. Prologue. The Avakaba Coast, 671. Dada scratched her claws on the deck as she looked out from the starboard side of the warship. The coast of Avakaba was alien land to her, though the Caladri crew she sailed with had been plenty of times. It was a simple enough journey, usually. The Avakabi were, so she had always been told, peace-loving and eager to trade. But something had gone wrong, hence the warship. Her people had still not recovered from the desolation of their fleet by dragon fire out in the far Latinian Sea. They had built new ships since then, but not as many, and the thousands of her people who had burned or drowned could not be so easily replaced. A generation of sailors had been lost. It was only natural that the Caladri should be concerned when 4 trading vessels that sailed to Avakaba never came home. Hence Dada, a warrior who lived as far from the coast as any Caladri, found herself standing on the deck of a warship. As the captain turned his vessel to the starboard side, Dada looked out with trepidation. The oarsmen were asked to row hard for a sandy beach where they would make landfall. Looking behind, Dada watched as the 3 traders, bulkier vessels that sat low in the water, followed the warship. They were weighed down with timber, metal, and other supplies from their own lands and from other parts of Dalria. For the Sea Caladri, despite their losses, remained the masters of the Latinian Sea. While they had kept pace well enough to this point, the traders now shrank into the distance, unable to knife through the waves like the warship. "Everyone off," the captain called out. Dada looked around nervously as Caladri sailors vaulted over the side of the ship to land with a splash in the shallows. Surely he didn't mean her as well. But the other soldiers followed the order too, and she reluctantly gripped the side of the ship. With her other hand, Dada held the scabbard on her belt. She jumped over, her clawed feet sinking into the wet sand as she landed, her hose getting a soaking. Sailors threw ropes down from the deck, and she was soon gripping one of them in a team of 4. They moved towards the shore until the rope was taut. Then they pulled. All along the side of the ship, and on the other side too, teams hefted on the ropes, dragging the vessel out of the shallows and then along the dry sand of the beach, until the officers told them they could stop. Dada was pleased to leave the sailors to it, as the soldiers took up position along the beach. Who knew why those other ships had gone missing? It was more likely they were lost at sea than something had befallen them on land. But soldiers prepared for the worst. She scanned the edges of the beach, where sand gave way to long grass. Out at sea, the first of the traders made its way into the shallows and was pulled up alongside the warship. "Beware!" came a shout. Dada swung her neck around sharply to see figures emerging from the grass onto the beach. She made out men and women, carrying boxes and bags with them. Dada drew her sword from its scabbard, and the other soldiers did the same. She reckoned 20, then more came, maybe 30 now. Tall and well-built, their skin was black. The Avakabi. "It's all right," said a sailor from behind them in a voice that carried along the beach. "That's normal. They're bringing their goods to show us." Sure enough, stopping at a point still some distance away, the Avakabi unloaded their goods onto the beach. They had wooden boards to lay them on. Dada made out rolls of cloth and clothes and many smaller items, too far away for her to see. Once they were done, the Avakabi stood and waited patiently. When she glanced behind her, she could see that the Caladri merchants from the first trader were lying their goods out in the same way as the next trader was pulled onto the shore. They waited until the last trader was on the sand. "Forward!" came the order. Dada and the other soldiers marched over towards the Avakabi, weapons still drawn. The Avakabi were unperturbed by the armed Caladri approaching them. Indeed, she noticed a dead look in their eyes. They showed no interest in her or the other Caladri at all. Unsettled, she tore her gaze away from them to look at their wares. The small items she could now make out included finely worked gold jewelry. It was strange, she thought, imagining such artistry could be worked by a people who looked like they had no life in them. The captain of the warship approached with his officers. No doubt they're used to getting the pick of what's on offer, Dada supposed. "What's going on here?" the captain demanded, alarm audible in his voice. Dada looked one way, then another, searching for an enemy. She saw nothing. Turning to the captain, she saw he was pointing at the Avakabi. "Look at their eyes," he cried. "They're not supposed to look like that?" Dada had time to think. Then the first blades were drawn. The Avakabi lashed out at the surrounding soldiers. Blood flew as they struck with the element of surprise. Panic gripped Dada, but she pushed it aside. She launched herself at one assailant, moving in close. Her sword struck the woman's arm, knocking her blade from her grip. The Avakabi threw herself at Dada. Her weight bore Dada down, and she landed hard on the sand, breath leaving her chest. The Avakabi gripped Dada's sword hand, trying to take her weapon from her. Dada struggled against the larger woman. She wriggled her body around in the sand, trying to get the upper hand. As she did so, screams surrounded her. Bodies fell to the ground, dark blood wetting the sand. War cries sounded, getting closer. Dada saw feet running. Clawed feet headed back down the beach to the boats, followed by many more dark feet as the Avakabi gave chase. Finally, she could kick out with her legs. Her first kick struck the Avakabi woman in the face, claws drawing long red marks. The woman let go of Dada's sword hand. Her second kick struck her enemy's neck, a wide rent from which her lifeblood spurted out. For a moment, Dada lay on the ground, expecting an Avakabi blade to end her. She watched as her compatriots sprinted back to the boats, trying to push them into the water. "They're not going to make it," she realized. The Caladri were forced to let go of ropes, forced to turn and face the Avakabi who came for them. There were so many now. They must have been lying in wait, encouraging the Caladri to let down their guard. "They've not seen me," Dada decided. She summoned the courage to get to her feet and looked around. All the Avakabi were gone, chasing the Caladri towards the boats. Either they hadn't noticed her, or assumed she would be disposed of. But it would only take one of them to see her and call out, and she would be finished. She took a final look at the ships. The Caladri were still fighting, but it was a doomed last stand. Dada turned and ran the other way away from the boats. Heart in mouth, she expected more Avakabi to lie in wait for her. But it was clear. She ran through tall grass in a crouch, still grasping her sword, grateful that the terrain might hide her passage. As she ran, her mind raced with plans of escape. She could head north, she decided. Avoid detection. If she kept going, she would reach Magnia. She'd be safe there. "The Caladri have traded with the Avakabi for decades," she told herself. "This has never happened before. And what was up with their eyes?" She had no answers for the horror she had just witnessed, and tried to make herself focus on where she was going. Then she saw the ships. 4 Caladri traders in a row on the grass up ahead. So the Avakabi took them too. Why? Her instincts told her to run around them, avoid being seen. But she had unanswered questions too. "Don't be foolish," Dada told herself, circling around them. She glanced over. There were no Avakabi with the vessels. Then she saw him, a lone man, but not an Avakabi. White-skinned, if bronzed from the sun, he looked Magnian. Dada made her decision, running towards him. "He's my best chance," she decided, "of getting out of here. If he's working with them, I'll just strike him down." She gave her hilt a squeeze. He looked up, saw her running towards him. He beckoned her to follow him, then moved away between two of the trading vessels. Dada followed him, not believing her luck. She got to the end of the two ships and looked for him. He appeared before she could react, clattering her to the ground. His hands gripped her arms tight, and he placed his weight on her thighs. He was strong, pinning her to the ground. His face appeared above hers. Jet black hair hung down around it. "No," Dada said, fear gripping her now. Dead eyes. He was one of them, and she was dead. Those eyes bored into hers, and as he held her down, she sensed a third force enter her. "Not dead," a voice chimed in her mind. "You serve me now." Dada tried to speak. She found she couldn't. She found she didn't need to. All she needed to do was obey. "Yes, master," she told him. Part 1. Morben. Sunk. Chapter 1. Sunk. Arbiost, Duchy of Morben, 671. "4 more!" Broncat shouted at them. Sonk lowered his body, arms wobbling with the strain, but he found the strength to push back up. The boy next to him couldn't, collapsing breathlessly to the ground. "3 more!" the weapons master demanded. Sonk stared down at the muddy grass of the training field. He'd landed face first in the dirt more times than he could remember, his body failing him. "Not this time," he told himself. Down and back up. He remembered to breathe as well, something he was prone to forgetting when the pain got too much. 2 left. Come on, Sonk, you can do it." Was that encouragement from Broncat? He couldn't recall that happening before. His entire body shook with the effort now, begging him to stop and let it rest. He nearly gave up, but somehow found himself back in the starting position. Broncat didn't need to tell him he only had 1 left. He feared that as soon as he bent his arms, he would collapse. He roared with effort as he completed his final press-up, then tumbled over onto his back, sucking in air. He felt like he was going to spew up his breakfast. Still, he'd done it. That felt good. "On your feet, Sonk. Let's see you spar." Sonk didn't quite understand. Was this meant to be a reward for finally completing the press-ups challenge? He stood up, limbs protesting at the effort. Broncat handed him one of the wooden sparring swords and took one for himself. The other boys gathered around to watch. The weapons master towered over him, lean and muscular. Sonk still had the skinny physique of a boy and was a long way off from reaching his adult height. He had watched Pierre shoot up to adult size over the last few years, with a mixture of awe and trepidation. It didn't seem possible that the same thing would happen to him. "Come on then," said Broncat. He had the same reluctant tone to his voice that most people had when they spoke to Sonk. He avoided eye contact, and a grimace came to his face, the look one gets when they're about to do an unpleasant chore they've been putting off for a while. Broncat flicked his sword towards Sonk, forcing him to react. Sonk blocked with his own and stepped to the side. His shoulders protested at having to raise his arms, and he knew they'd stiffen up even worse by this evening. Broncat followed him, moving left and right, in and out, observing Sonk's footwork. He feinted in, fooling Sonk, who swiped at a weapon that was no longer there. Broncat had withdrawn his sword, redirecting it to smack at Sonk's sword arm. He tisked with disappointment. Sonk decided that attack was preferable to defense, and launched a series of strikes. He went low, high, then wide, aiming for a different target each time. Broncat avoided the assault and smacked him on the leg when he was done, but he murmured, "Not bad," which was about the highest praise Sonk could expect to get. Broncat then launched a flurry of his own, probing Sonk's defenses. He tested to see where Sonk was too slow, too eager, not strong enough. Another smack at the end of it made clear that Sonk's defenses were breached yet again. Still, Broncat was nodding to himself, as if he had seen something he liked. "You're ready for the test," he decided. "Maybe tomorrow, if Lord Russell agrees." Sonk nodded. "Thank you," he said, because some appreciation was expected. In truth, Sonk had no wish to take the test. If he passed, he would move up into the main training class with the older boys, and a longer part of the day would be taken up with exercise and training. Sonk imagined that when his brothers had been declared ready, a great cheer would have gone up, with plenty of slaps on the back and hands shaken. The boys in his group made little reaction to Sonk's success, save for some sullen-looking expressions. Not that Sonk was surprised. Broncat sent them off, his attention already turning to his work with the main class, turning young men into warriors. If Sonk had little enthusiasm for such things, he now moved with speed and purpose. His free time had begun, and he wanted to make the most of it. The training grounds were on the northwest edge of his father's estate, between the forest and the river, and so he walked across the wet grass back to the chateau. The other boys talked and laughed and carried on, returning to their homes that clung either side of Arbiost's only road, their voices growing fainter as Sonk pressed on. He had no inclination to return to his room and wash, or change out of his clothes, or any such time-wasting. Instead, he made his way to the kitchens. One advantage of being the Lord's son was the ability to grab food from the kitchen, day or night, and none of the cooks or maids could stop him. They could tell him off, however. "Sonk!" Breda remonstrated as he made his way to the pantry. The young maid looked quite put out. "You've trailed dirt all along the floor." "Sorry," he said with a smile. He wasn't sure what the fuss was about. Surely it was Breda's job to keep the floor clean. But he had enough awareness that to say so probably wouldn't go down well. In the pantry, he discovered another Lord's son. Along with his constant companion Humbert, his brother Pierre was conducting his own raid on the food supplies, shoving much more than Sonk would dream of taking into their carry-bags. "Ah," Pierre said when Sonk entered, "I suppose we better leave some for short pants here. How was early morning training?" he asked with a grin. Since he had turned 18 last month, Pierre was no longer required to attend training. He no longer seemed to be required to do anything much, and so he and Humbert rode off on mysterious expeditions most days, to the gods knew where. "Broncat says I'm to do the test," Sonk said. "Maybe tomorrow." "Good work," said Humbert with a smile, giving him the pat on the back he had missed on the training ground. "Oh, really? I think we should stay to watch that," said Pierre. Sonk groaned inwardly. Why did I feel the need to tell him? The last thing he wanted was to add to the audience tomorrow. Pierre and Humbert vacated the pantry, leaving Sonk to it. He remembered a time when they would take him on their adventures, at least sometimes. Someone had once told him that differences in age mattered much less as one got older, but Pierre had now become an adult while he remained a kid. The difference between them had grown wider than ever. He grabbed bread, cheese, and cooked ham, stuffing them unceremoniously into various pockets. He left the chateau by the same door he had entered, but rather than heading west back to the training area, he made for the forest that stretched out to the north of the estate. Arbiost had been built close to the tree line, allowing its residents to take full advantage of its resources. The forest of Morbagne was dense and ancient, and none too safe, especially at night. But it supplied the timber for their buildings, and the ham Sonk had squashed into his hose pocket. His father spent half his waking life in there, obsessed, in Sonk's opinion, with hunting game. He walked through the trees that dripped last night's rainfall onto him, the forest moist and earthy smelling. Not far in, he came to the clearing where Jesper had his hut. As he approached, he heard Rab start to bark. The pup seemed to know that Sonk was coming to visit. He pulled open the door, stepped inside, and Rab was on him, his little paws pressed on his thighs and his tongue licking. Tadita came next, an altogether more dignified approach, Rab's mother nuzzling and sniffing. Finally, Jesper looked up from his workbench where he was making arrows.
"Rab's pleased to see me,"
Sonk said.
He could smell your lunch, more like."
Sonk broke off a piece of cheese and gave it to the pup, then gave Tadita a larger portion.
"Are you all right if Tad and I get going straight away?"
Jesper asked him.
"We have traps to inspect, and your father is leading a hunt soon."
"Of course," Sonk agreed. He came here to play with Rab almost every day. It gave Jesper and Tadita some time to go out into the forest and get their jobs done. The pup was a bit of a handful, a blur of energy with no common sense. Jesper gathered his tools, and he and Tadita left the hut. Sonk spent some time with Rab inside, wrestling on the floor in between bites of lunch. Then they left and played outside, running around the clearing, in and out of trees, playing chase and fetch. Sonk could feel the stiffness in his chest and arms loosen as he threw sticks for the dog to run down. Rab pelted along, comically fast, his long muzzle and pointed ears giving him a ferocious look. As often as Sonk came to visit, he could still tell how fast the pup was growing. Tadita was long, agile and muscled, and Sonk could see that Rab was going to take after her. When Jesper returned, Rab was fast asleep after his exertions. He woke, padded over to say hello to his master and mother, before flopping back down next to Sonk on the floor of the hut. "Did you catch anything?" Sonk asked.
"A fox got caught in a wolf trap. Otherwise, nothing. I think the wolves have moved out of the area at last. Easier hunting for them elsewhere, now spring has come," said Jesper. "How are things with you?"
Sonk thought twice about telling the huntsman. He got butterflies at the thought of all the people he knew watching him, but it was probably rude not to mention it.
"Broncat says I'm to take the test. Tomorrow, if it's agreed." "Good. I have no doubt you'll pass. Broncat wouldn't have put you forward if he thought otherwise. You're not worried about it, are you?"
"Not the test itself." There wasn't much to be worried about. The test was largely to assess if he had the physical strength to cope with the more intense training that would follow. The weapons element was basic, and Sonk knew he had no problems there. He'd been around weapons since he could remember.
"If I pass, they'll make me spend more time training." "And what's wrong with that?"
Jesper asked as he stoked up his fire and readied a pot of water for cooking. Tadita came over to investigate, knowing that such activity could be a precursor to a meal appearing.
"I don't want to train anymore. I just want to stay here and play with Rab." "But you're good with weapons, Sonk. You could become a soldier one day." "I don't want to be a soldier. And anyway, I'm not that good. Not like Esterel or Peer."
"Huh? I know that feeling. I have an older brother too, remember?"
"Kettle? The one who found Rabigar?"
Sonk asked, looking at the pup, now curled into a ball. Sonk loved the stories Jesper told about the heroes of Dalria. When Jesper allowed Sonk to name the new pup, they had settled on Rab, named after the Krika hero Rabigar Din. In fact, Jesper had pulled one of those tricks adults used. He'd told Sonk he could name the dog, and then vetoed all the suggestions he didn't agree with. Still, Rab suited the little fellow so much that Sonk couldn't imagine him being called anything else now.
Aye, Kettle was older and better than me at everything."
Sonk turned his attention back to Jesper, a man he found to be so quietly confident in everything he did. He very much doubted the truth of that statement, and suspected it was said just to make him feel better. He hated it when adults did that.
"Well, anyway, I already know how to hold a sword and such. I don't want to waste any more of my time training."
Jesper raised an eyebrow, but said nothing for a while, chopping up food with his knife, then placing it into his pot.
"Maybe," he said at last, "you'll be something other than a soldier. Your father has 2 adult sons, after all. What would you choose to be instead?"
Sonk sighed.
"I know you got to choose what you did with your life, Jesper, but most people don't."
Jesper pursed his lips.
"Maybe you're right. But you're the son of a duke, Sonk. You get more choices than most. Not with these, Sonk said, pointing with 2 fingers at his eyes. When you have red eyes, everyone else decides what you are. A freak. Because I'm the son of a duke, I'm a freak allowed to live, instead of being drowned at birth. That's all I'll ever be. You might find, said Jesper, that those eyes of yours turn out to be a blessing, rather than a curse. Sonk hated it when adults did that, pretended it didn't matter, or it was wonderfully unique, as if he was still a stupid child. He got to his feet. I'm going now, he said, heading for the door. Good luck tomorrow, Jesper called after him. Quite a few people had turned up to watch Sonk's efforts in the test, commenting that it was an important rite of passage from childhood to becoming an adult. Sonk cared little for such traditions. Nonetheless, a part of him took pleasure from there being people interested enough in him to bother. Pierre and Humbert had decided to watch. Jesper was there, standing beside Lord Russell, Humbert's father. Humbert had inherited his father's red locks, while many commented that Pierre was the spit of their father, prompting the older folk of Arbiost to say looking at the 2 young men was like going back in time. Sonk knew Lord Russell's title of Marshal meant he had some sort of responsibility for military affairs, even if he was vague on the details. His father's friend seemed to have a hand in most everything that occurred in the duchy. On the opposite side of the roped-off field, Sonk's sister, Louise, stood with her maid, Sibylla. Louise grinned over at him, seemingly oblivious of all the boys gawping at her. Duke Bastien, their father, was absent, though Sonk was hardly surprised at that. Broncat had him run a circuit of the entire training grounds. He climbed to the top of the rope wall. He threw the hammer, far enough to pass muster, though he heard Pierre's voice ribbing him about the lack of distance. Finally, it was time to demonstrate some weapon prowess. Broncat had chosen spear and shield. It was hardly Sonk's favorite. He always felt clumsy holding a spear one-handed. Broncat selected one of the older boys for Sonk to fight. He wasn't expected to win, simply give a good account of himself against his superior opponent. At the end of the contest, those gathered about would decide if he had done enough and won promotion to the next class up. His opponent was Robert. He had a good 3 years on Sonk and was much bigger. He had arrived at Arbiost from Giverny a year ago, sent here by his powerful father to be trained as a warrior. Despite the fact he lived in the chateau and was treated like another of the Duke's sons, they'd never had much to do with each other. He looked at Sonk the same as most people did, with a mix of fear and disgust. The 2 boys got to it. Confident, Robert came for Sonk, using his spear to go on the attack. Sonk moved his feet, something Broncat had drilled into him so much that it had become second nature. He caught Robert's thrusts on his shield, the impact going all the way up his arm. He struggled, however, to do much with his own spear, concentrating as he was on defense. He would have to show that he could attack as well as defend if he was to impress his audience. No doubt he telegraphed the effort, forcing himself to lunge forwards, because Robert had gone by the time his blunt spear had reached its target, now empty air. What was more, his opponent had swept his own spear along the ground. Not expecting it, Sonk tripped over the spear and his own feet, landing on the ground rather heavily. He did his best to roll away, but when he got back to his feet, Robert was there. He shoved Sonk with his shield. Still not balanced properly, Sonk fell backwards, landing on his backside. "Got you," Robert called out, rather unnecessarily. Sonk heard more than a few titters of laughter. Not rushing, he moved to get up. Robert offered his spear and Sonk grabbed the shaft, his opponent pulling him back to his feet. Applause greeted this show of chivalry. "Come on, you little red-eyed monster," Robert said quietly, so only Sonk could hear him. "Everyone's turned out to see a show. Play your part a little. I want your sister to notice me." Sonk took his time getting his shield and spear ready. How glorious it would be if I could send the cocky bastard into the mud, he thought. It's a shame I have neither the strength nor skill to make it happen."
They closed together again. Song decided he would try to get some confidence back before he tried another attack. He feinted one way, then quickly moved another, misdirecting his opponent. Robert's spear jabbed into empty space this time. What exactly happened next, Song couldn't say for sure. He imagined his opponent stumbling over and falling into the dirt. Not possible, of course, but that's what happened. It was as if a gust of wind came from nowhere and flattened him. Song moved to stand over him. He smacked the butt of his spear into his arse. "Got you," he shouted. He looked about the training ground nervously. Maybe it was silly, but for some reason, he felt guilty about Robert's predicament. No one else seemed to harbor such thoughts, however. Their audience was mainly laughing about it.
"Check to see if there's an arrow sticking out of him, Song," Pierre called out. "Only a Caladri archer could have felled someone like that."
More laughter. Not quite the show Robert had wanted. Song offered his hand, and the red-faced boy had no choice but to accept the gesture. Broncat was one of the few who found nothing amusing. With a shake of the head, he declared the contest was over and that Song had passed his tests. Song wasn't gloating, however. He mainly felt relief. That the test was over, of course, but more so that whatever had happened to Robert had gone unnoticed. Then he met eyes with Jesper and Lord Russell, and realized that he was sorely mistaken. They were both looking at him as a falcon looks at its prey. Chapter 2. Song. Ariost, Duchy of Morbagne, 671. During the weeks that followed the test, Song adjusted to the longer and tougher sessions on the training grounds. There were a score of boys in the group, from Song's age up to 17, and therefore a range of abilities for Broncat to manage. Song wasn't surprised to find himself the smallest and weakest of the group. Neither was he surprised that he remained friendless. But he was the Duke's son, and his new classmates stopped short of direct insults. Even Robert, who clearly hadn't forgiven him for whatever happened at the end of their fight, restricted himself to the occasional look of cold fury. The work of the estate followed its familiar cycle. Barley reaping time came. It was usual for Song's father to have left the estate by this time of year and begin his tour of the duchy, visiting the places and people he hadn't seen since before winter. It was Louise who told Song why their father had not yet departed. Duke Bastien had agreed to welcome an ambassador from Kelland in the Empire. Song knew all about Kelland from the stories Jesper told him. Home of the great city of Essenberg, it had been the duchy of the previous emperor, Baldwin, who had fought and died defending Brisingia from the Isherite invasion. If the embassy wasn't of interest in itself, Louise told him that their oldest sibling, Esterel, had been recalled to Ariost to coincide with the arrival of the Brisingians. It was more excitement than Song and Louise were used to, but it became clear their father didn't share their feelings. He chafed at the delay to his routines and became short-tempered. Song, who stayed out of the man's way as a matter of course, spent his spare time at Jesper's hut, playing with Rab. Neither the forester nor Lord Russell, for that matter, had spoken to him about Robert's strange fall at the end of their contest. But Song did sometimes catch Jesper glancing at him sideways, a look of scrutiny on his face. Song hesitated, therefore, when one day after training, he heard voices from the hut as he approached the door. Jesper and Russell were talking within. Song was not under the general impression that people in Ariost talked much about him, but in these circumstances he thought it quite possible. He couldn't decide between knocking and letting them know he was there, and scurrying off back the way he had come. Caught between the two options, he somehow found himself taking a third, keeping quiet and listening in to the conversation.
Essenberg is a nest of vipers, Jesper was saying, sounding as passionate as Sunk had ever heard him. Don't trust anyone from Kelland. You don't need to learn the hard way like we did. I've had dealings with Lord Cass in the past, said Russell mildly. He was always a trustworthy and reasonable man. It's not like Salvinus is coming to pay us a visit. That was when Baldwin was Duke. Many years have passed since then. A lifetime ago, believe me. You expect Cass to have avoided corruption in all that time? I know Bastian doesn't listen to me, but he listens to you. Russell sighed. Don't overestimate the influence I have these days. But I will speak with him. Warn him of the dangers. It's too late to stop them from coming now. We'll just have to manage the situation as best we can. It sounded like the conversation was coming to an end, and Sonk tiptoed away. A visit that had seemed exciting a few moments before suddenly seemed full of menace. Jesper, a man who hunted wolves and who had fought against drobacks and dogmen in his younger days, had sounded spooked. Sonk got the distinct impression there was a story from the forester's past that he hadn't shared. Sonk was worried that his sister was a bit too worked up. The return of Esterel, someone universally adored by all who met him, never mind by his little sister, combined with the imminent arrival of a foreign embassy, would have been enough incitement on their own. But when Sonk had confided in her that a sinister plot may, possibly, also be present, it had tipped her a little too far over the edge. She had various plans about how she would spy on the Kellish, how she would excuse herself from the feast hall and keep Sonk up to date with the goings-on. For, as usual, Sonk would not be in the hall when his father feasted his guests. It was a decision that had been made years ago, when he was a child, and had since become an unquestioned part of life at Arbiost. Sonk did not attend feasts. He had a vague memory of being told that it would spare him visitors' graceless questions if he didn't attend. He wasn't sure now if that was something that had really been said, or was a false memory. In general, he didn't mind about missing out on boring feasts. Dragging dinner out for longer than was necessary made no sense to him when he could be doing other things. On this occasion, though, he was disappointed. He had wanted to see the Kellish for himself. Also, Louise getting to do all the espionage work by herself felt a little unfair. To make up for this, Sonk resolved to catch sight of the Kellish delegation when they arrived. When the day came, he forewent his usual visit to Jesper's hut. Instead, he took a position in the stables where the guests' horses would be kept. He arrived in plenty of time, slipping inside when no one was looking, and found a suitable spot in the hayloft. A small gap in the timber panels allowed him a perfect view of the yard outside. All that remained was to wait. His lunch occupied him for a brief spell. Afterwards, he had to admit that spying wasn't as exciting as he had imagined. During training, he daydreamed about lounging amongst the hay. Doing nothing was more difficult than he had imagined. Sonk knew he had dozed off. He just wasn't sure for how long. Voices outside encouraged him to use his peephole. They were here. The arrival of the Kellish must have woken him. 6 of them, all on horseback, steam coming off their mounts. Lord Russell appeared, ready to greet them as they dismounted. One of their number approached to the marshal, and they embraced briefly. Sonk heard the man's voice echo around the yard, though he couldn't make out the words. He assumed this must be the leader of the embassy, whom Jesper had named Lord Cass. He had a distinctive look, a great moustache dominating his face. Otherwise, Sonk thought he looked old, large and pale. As the stable hands brought the Kellish horses in for food, drink, and rub-down, the noise carrying up to his hiding place, Sonk studied Cass's companions. They all looked to be of a similar type, younger and leaner than their leader. Dressed in leather armor, they carried weapons and had the look of warriors.
One of them caught his attention. He had a wolfish demeanor and was looking about beyond the yard, as if taking in as much information as he could about Arbiost.
"Don't trust anyone from Kelland,"
Jesper had said. Sonk didn't like the look of that man. Still, he knew what it was like to be judged on appearance. Also, would a spy look about in such an obvious fashion?
"It's often the one you least expect,"
Sonk reminded himself. Russell led Lord Cass out of the yard until they were out of sight. The chateau was only a short walk away, and Louise had informed him that the ambassador would be given a room upstairs. Sonk watched the Kellish warriors follow behind. The wolf-faced man leaned into another, as if whispering something. Then they were gone too. Louise told Sonk he should hide in her room. That way, when she excused herself from the feast, she could come up and tell him everything that was going on. Although she was his sister, Sonk understood why nearly all the boys at Arbiost were infatuated with her. She was very pretty. All the older folk said she got her looks from their mother. Sonk supposed that must be true because she truly looked nothing like their father. When they said such things, it filled him with loss and guilt. He wished he had a memory of what his mother had looked like. But at least he could imagine Louise grown up. It wasn't only his sister's beauty, however. She had impeccable manners, was very kind, and had a sunny disposition. In short, she behaved in all the ways a young lady was supposed to. He knew it baffled people why she spent any time at all with him. What they didn't realize was that having a younger brother allowed Louise to act like a total fool from time to time. The chief obstacle to her plan's success was Sibelia. Decorum would insist that she accompany Louise to the room and back to the hall, never letting the girl leave her sight.
"Hide under the bed,"
Sonk's sister instructed him.
"I will tell Sibelia that I have the squits, and she must leave the room or pass out from the stench."
Sonk laughed. That was the side of Louise that only he got to see. Once more, Sonk found himself stuck, bored out of his mind. It dawned on him that this spying adventure was a lot more fun for Louise than it was for him. As time dragged by, with the sounds of music and conversation coming from downstairs, he was increasingly tempted to leave and spend the rest of the evening in Jesper's hut.
"Louise won't mind," he told himself. "Besides, Rab is probably missing me."
But then he heard footsteps. He positioned himself right under the center of the bed, then kept still. Louise entered, along with Sibelia. There followed a protracted argument, as Louise encouraged her maid to leave. Sibelia was older than the usual lady's maid. She had been maid to their mother, and it had been decided that she should continue the role with Louise. The upshot of which was, as Sonk now witnessed, Louise's maid was wrapped around her little finger. His sister won a victory, and Sibelia left. Louise crouched down by the bed and Sonk shifted towards her.
"I'll have to be quick," she whispered. "I've learned the reason why both Lord Cass and Esterel are here. The Kellish are sounding father out about a marriage between Esterel and Duke Leopold's sister, Liesel."
Sonk made a face.
"Poor Esterel, summoned home to be ambushed with a marriage proposal."
Louise frowned at him.
"Don't be so childish. Liesel sounds absolutely lovely and beautiful." "Well, Cass would say that, wouldn't he? He's not going to come all the way here to tell Father and Esterel how uniquely ugly and horrible she is he? Is this all the information you have?"
Louise looked offended.
"That wasn't easy to get, you know. I was a considerable distance away from that conversation. I've had to use lip-reading and many other stratagems to get it."
Sonk sighed. I'm sorry. He knew such news was important to her.
"But I am interested in the things Jesper said to Russell. About how Cass may be corrupt. What about the men who came here with him? You remember I had suspicions about the one with the wolfish countenance? How am I supposed to track their movements? They're out in the hall somewhere, not sat at the top table."
Sonk deflated at this comment. This plan of theirs simply hadn't worked. While Cass was spinning everyone along with his talk of a marriage alliance, his agents were roaming about, up to who knew what. There was a knock at the door.
"Are you done, child?"
Sibelia asked.
"Just wiping,"
Louise called back. Sonk slapped a hand over his mouth to stop himself from laughing. The door swung open. "Good," came a man's voice. That wasn't Jesper, was it? "Because Broncat here is waiting to escort you back to the hall." Sonk poked his head out from under the bed. Sure enough, Broncat was waiting, a respectful distance from the door.
"Oh,"
said Louise, taken aback. She stood and moved demurely to stand with her maid, who had a pleased little smirk on her face. "And if there happens to be anyone else in the room," Jesper added, with heavy sarcasm, "I suggest they remain where they are for the rest of the evening." The door to the room closed, and Sonk heard the disappearing steps of Louise and her escort. "All right," he thought. "I feel a little stupid now. But I wasn't wrong about Cass's men. Why else would Jesper be looking out for us?" Lord Cass left Arbiost the next day. No diabolical atrocity had been committed. Quite the reverse. According to Louise, some tentative sounding out about a marriage alliance appeared to have been the sole reason for the visit. Sonk might well have been tempted to forget about the warning he overheard Jesper giving Lord Russell in his hut. Except for the fact that Jesper, along with Broncat, had stationed themselves outside Louise's room while the Kellish were here. Why? He wanted to ask Jesper where his fear of the Kellish had come from, but that would inevitably involve admitting to his eavesdropping, and he never quite found the moment or courage to ask. Meanwhile, daily life returned. His father prepared for his tour of the duchy. Lord Russell and a band of warriors would accompany him. Esterel would return to Cheuverne. That meant Peer would be in charge in Arbiost. "The gods help us," Sonk prayed. On the day before Esterel was due to leave, he came to watch Sonk at the training grounds. Sonk had never tried harder to impress than with his brother watching. Esterel shouted advice to Sonk, then to the other boys, and before long, Broncat had invited him to help with the session. Their master told them to listen carefully to what Esterel had to say. He needn't have bothered. Esterel's status as a swordsman was legendary in Arbiost. He'd been gone 2 years, but reference was still made to his skill with a blade, or indeed with any weapon. It was known that he could best Broncat before he'd reached adulthood. Once Esterel had a weapon in hand, Sonk saw him transform. A smile lit his features and never left, and Esterel's smile dazzled, for, just like Louise, it was acknowledged he had inherited his mother's looks. He was tall, blonde-haired and athletic. Nothing at all like his father, whose hair was jet black where it wasn't grey, and was heavily built and muscular. Peer was a copy of their father. A great fighter in his own right, Peer could outlast his opponents with his physicality, or batter them into submission. But Esterel, he did things with a weapon that no one else could, that no one else would think of doing. He proved it. In each hand he held one of the clumsy wooden swords they used in training, so that no one got accidentally sliced. And he took on all 20 of the boys, Sonk included. All at once. They charged him, surrounded him. Some of the boys, desperate to get at least a hit in, threw things before Broncat told them to desist. Through it all, Esterel smiled and laughed. He blocked, pivoted, danced around so that the boys hit one another instead of him, threw one sword up into the air, leapt like a cat and caught it, all while deflecting spear and sword thrusts with the other. And then he began to teach. He corrected posture and grip, offered tactical advice to his young opponents. Young, maybe, though some were only 3 years younger than he was, but he was simply in another league. Through it all, Sonk knew no one else could have got away with what Esterel did. Anyone else would have been called arrogant, flash, patronizing. But the boys who fought him loved it, loved him. And when it was done, Esterel walked off with Sonk by his side. Sonk swelled with pride. He knew nothing else would serve to alter his classmates' perception of him as associating so closely with Esterel. Maybe it still wouldn't change much in the end, but if not, then nothing would. "You're getting good," he told Sonk with a surprised tone. "I'm the worst of the lot." "You're the youngest, aren't you?" "Were you the worst when you were the youngest?" "Of course I bloody wasn't, Sonk. Did you not just see me in there?" He laughed, and Sonk couldn't help but laugh with him. "What's it like in Velen?" Esterel raised an eyebrow and seemed to think about it. "Very different to Arbiost, of course, as Yvain is different to Morbain. So many more people for a start, which makes everything more complicated. It's hard to please everyone in Velen. Hard to be yourself, maybe I should say." Sonk thought about that. "Why did Father send you exactly?" Esterel had been gone 2 years. Sonk had been 10 when he left. He hadn't fully understood why, and no one really told him anything. He just knew that he was living at their uncle's court now. "Nicholas is childless, yes?" Esterel said. "So, when he dies," Sonk offered, "you will be his heir?" "Well, Father is next in line, then me. But Father grew up in Yvain, already knows all about it. If I'm destined to be king one day, I need to understand the place. But more than that, I need to spend time with the people there. Make them think I'm one of them. Maybe that's not the best way to put it, but you know what I mean." "You need them to think you would be a good king?" "Yes, that's better. People tend to not like folks they don't know, and like folks they do know, whatever the actual merits of the individual. As unfair as that seems." Sonk nodded. He thought Esterel would make an excellent king one day. All 3 of Esterel's siblings got up to see him off. He had travelled to Morbain with 3 of his new friends from Yvain, and they were all mounted and ready to set off, yawning at one another. It was very early, and no one was really awake enough for words, but Sonk could tell that it meant something to Esterel that they had made the effort. There was an emotion on his face he was struggling with. No doubt a part of him didn't want to leave Arbiost. But he smiled, said a farewell, and led his friends north. Sonk, Louis, and Pierre stood watching them disappear for a while. "How lucky I am to have siblings such as these," Sonk mused. "It could be so different." "Well, I, for one, am getting back into bed," Pierre declared at last. Sonk and Louis grunted their agreement with the sentiment. Later the same day, their father left Arbiost. Sonk wondered whether Pierre and Louis stood together to see him off. Did Duke Bastien have a tear in his eye at having to say goodbye? Moments of his family's life he would never see or know. Duke Bastien and his eldest son had left Arbiost, but Broncat hadn't. The man was as keen as ever to work his charges, building fitness, reactions, strength, and skill. What a chore! As Sonk left the training grounds behind and headed to the chateau to grab something to eat, he thought the man must dream about exercising. Maybe he did squats in his sleep. He made his way to the pantry. No trail of dirt on the floor this time. The grass was dry after a week of fine weather. He had taken to bringing a bag with him, like Pierre and Humbert did, and he put more food in there than he had done a few weeks ago. Broncat's workouts were increasing his appetite. He left the chateau for Jesper's hut, looking forward to seeing Rab. Jesper was busy these days. It was birthing season for the deer that lived in the forest. Also, with Sonk's father gone, the daily hunts had stopped. Jesper had to patrol the forest, most of the time with only Tadita for company. After a few words, a grateful Jesper left Sonk with Rab and headed off with Tadita into the trees. Rab knew that when Sonk arrived it was playtime, and he bounded around, found a stick and delivered it to him expectantly. The pup never seemed to tire of fetch. Sonk didn't mind, since they had such a beautiful place to play in. The forest was green with spring. There were patches of bluebells around the clearing. Jesper had warned Sonk that Rab wasn't allowed to eat them, though getting the puppy to do as he was told wasn't the easiest task. Suddenly, the game stopped. Rab was stock still, staring into the trees, snarling. Sonk had never seen him behave like that before. He was such a friendly pup, and he felt instantly on edge. He peered into the trees. Movement. The large bulk of a man, his form partially hidden behind a trunk. Perhaps seeing he'd been spotted, he revealed himself and walked towards them. He looked vaguely familiar. Rab began to bark. Sonk stepped away, into the center of the clearing. He'd learned enough from Broncat to suspect an ambush. Sure enough, there was a second man, positioned a few yards away from the first. He revealed himself and approached. "Rab, come back here," Sonk instructed. But the dog continued to snarl and bark, as if he was enough to intimidate two grown men. Something, a crawling sensation on the back of his neck, caused Sonk to spin around. A third man was entering the clearing. The wolf-faced man who had come to Arbios with Lord Cass. He'd left with him too, but had evidently returned, along with two others. Wolf-face held up one hand. "It's all right, lad. We're no threat. We just got ourselves a bit lost in the woods. I'm not stupid enough to fall for that." Even if he hadn't overheard Jesper's warnings about the Kellish, Sonk was sure he would have realized something was deeply wrong with this situation. But what to do? His mind jumped from one option to the next. When Esterel had been surrounded on the training ground, he had fought his way out. But he wasn't Esterel, and he didn't even have a weapon. He could run for it, but could he outrun 3 grown men? Not likely. Also, he was loath to leave Rab. "Quiet that dog, will you, Yue?" Wolfface said, tension in his voice. One of the other men moved towards Rab. "Leave him be," Sonk shouted. He felt his hands go clammy. His body went stiff and trembled. A pressure was building inside his head. The second man came too, and Sonk saw a hand go to a knife at his belt. Sonk unleashed. What he unleashed and how, he didn't know. But he found both arms outstretched, palms forward, and 2 bolts of energy left his body and slammed into the 2 men, knocking them to the ground. He turned to look at Wolfface, a wide-eyed stare on the face of the Kellishman. Sonk felt a wave of exhaustion. His body was shutting down, telling him to lie down and sleep. He staggered. It was all he could do to stay on his feet. Wolfface saw his weakness and allowed himself a little smile. "Nothing personal, lad," he commiserated, and took a knife from his belt. As the man approached, Sonk tried to react, but his limbs refused to respond, his mind foggy. A black blur entered the clearing. Wolfface was suddenly met with a growling hound, and a full-grown one this time. Tadita. She bared her teeth and barked, a sound so loud it battered Sonk's ears and echoed around the clearing. Wolfface made a snarl of his own and lashed out at her with his blade. "No!" Sonk uttered, a frail-sounding cry. But Tadita was clever. She hadn't gone charging in, and now skipped out of the way of the man's swipe, as if she had been expecting it. She moved around him, in and out, deliberately trying to pin him to the spot. Then Sonk saw Jesper arrive, a bow held close to his body. He was running as fast as he could, no doubt trying to keep up with his hound. He seemed to take in the scene in an instant, fitting an arrow to the string of his weapon, drawing it and aiming at the Kellishman. "All right," said Wolfface, raising his arms. But it was a bluff. He feinted to go in one direction, then went the other, landing a kick on Tadita. Then he was running at full speed, straight for Sonk, a murderous look on his face. This is it, Sonk thought, too spent for anything more. Jesper's arrow hit its target. The impact, combined with the man's forward momentum, caused him to spin around and crash to the ground, mere feet from Sonk. The relief that flooded his body finished Sonk off. He was aware of his legs trembling, a falling sensation. Then nothing. When Sonk woke, he was in his bedroom in the chateau. Luis and Sibelia sat in chairs by his bed. He groaned, his head fuzzy. Excited, Sibelia left the room to fetch someone. Luis took a strange delight in explaining that he had been asleep for 2 days, while everyone had taken turns caring for him. Piece by piece, his mind recalled that he had been in the clearing outside Jesper's hut when the 3 Kellishmen had come for him. He pictured the savage expression of the wolf-faced man, intent on killing him. Why? Because he was his father's son? His stomach lurched at that thought. Is Pear safe? Luis raised an eyebrow and frowned, as if unsure whether he was lucid. What's Pear got to do with it? She asked. You took a fall in the forest and banged your head. Took a fall? He said, his mouth so dry it hurt to speak. He reached out for a cup of water from the table by the bed. Luis insisted he sit up first before she was willing to hand him the cup. He drank thirstily. Took a fall? Well, maybe he did fall at the end, but that was hardly the full story. The door opened and Jesper entered. He gave Sonk a nervous grin that spoke of relief that he was finally awake. Thank you, Mistress Luis, he said. Would you mind if I had a moment with Sonk alone? Of course, she agreed, getting to her feet, though I'm not sure he's quite clear-headed yet. The forester took the empty chair. You're feeling all right? I think so, Sonk answered. He looked at Jesper, troubled by his memories of the encounter. Do you remember what happened? The forester asked. You shot that man, just in time. Jesper nodded. We can thank Tadita for that. She must have heard Rab's barking. I've never seen her move so fast. He looked at Sonk. Do you remember anything else? Did Jesper know, or at least suspect, what he had done to those men? Some dark force had come out of him. He trusted Jesper, to an extent. He had saved his life, after all. But could he trust anyone with such knowledge? Would he be cast out, or worse, if people found out about it? Jesper gave him a sympathetic look, as if he guessed at his thoughts. You used magic in the clearing, to defend yourself. Magic? Sonk thought about it. Magic? It couldn't have been. Like the sorcerers in Jesper's stories? The Isharites and the Caladri? A few humans had wielded such powers as well, but it was an incredibly rare thing. No, he insisted. I don't have magic. People in Morbagne saw sorcerers as evildoers, in league with demons and such. That wasn't him. I've suspected that you do for a while now. When I saw Robert go flying into the dirt the other day, it all but confirmed it in my mind. Sonk recalled the fight, how one moment Robert was lording it over him, the next he was flat on the ground. Sonk hadn't touched him. Afterwards, he'd seen Jesper and Russell staring at him. Did that mean Lord Russell also suspected him? Did his father? That was an unpleasant thought. Sonk tried to think. Was what happened in that fight so different from what he had done to the 2 men in the clearing? He had felt so tired afterwards, as if the power he had used was sucked out of him. He swallowed as thoughts and questions threatened to drown him. I don't know what to do, Jesper. I don't know anything about magic. Am I going to be in trouble? Jesper grimaced. I know nothing of magic either, but I know someone who does. I will ask him to come see you. I am wary of saying more, in case it is the wrong thing to say.
Sonk, I need you to do your best to forget about what happened. Try to carry on as normal.
Carry on as normal? Was he for real?
But the Kellishmen who came here with Lord Cass, they returned to kill me. Because of my magic? I don't understand. Where are they now? Have you asked them why they were sent to kill me?
Jesper looked away.
They're dead.
Dead? His magic had killed them. Did that make him a murderer? Sonk studied Jesper's expression. Or had the forester done it?
Even the wolf-faced one, who you hit with the arrow?
Sonk, Jesper said, his voice firm.
They're dead. I buried them out in the forest. You must tell no one what really happened. You fell and banged your head.
He returned his gaze to Sonk, deadly serious.
Do you understand?
Chapter 3. Sonk. Arbiost, Duchy of Morbagne, 672. Sonk told no one about the 3 Kellishmen who had attacked him. That didn't mean they left his thoughts for long. During the day, his mind repeated the event over and over. Somewhere out in the forest were the graves of 3 men. He couldn't escape the guilt that he had killed again, with sorcery. That he had been defending himself didn't change that fact. Each night, his dreams served up a slightly different version of the encounter. Always, though, the nameless, wolf-faced man appeared, closing in on him, intent on murder. He would wake hot and sweaty, sometimes vaguely aware he had been talking in his sleep. It was just as well he had his little room to himself. For everyone else at Arbiost, except Jesper, of course, nothing had happened. Daily life continued. For Sonk, that meant training with Broncat. The weapons master was pleased to note that Sonk applied himself to his training with more dedication, even if he had no idea why. Sonk's father and his entourage were away from Arbiost for months, touring each region of Morbagne. It wasn't until the middle of summer that they returned. Not long afterwards, Jesper left for the south, taking Tadita with him. Sonk knew it must be to do with him. Jesper had spoken of asking an acquaintance to come to Arbiost to help Sonk. But Jesper shared nothing else with him. Sonk suspected Jesper had informed other people about what had happened. Lord Russell, very likely. Maybe his father. Surely if the Kellish was sending assassins into Morbagne, his father needed to know. But no one spoke with him about it. They wouldn't want to share their thoughts with a red-eyed child who could harness dark magic. One reason for his suspicions was that his brother Pierre, along with his friend Humbert, started spending more time with him. They helped him look after Rab, who had been left behind by Jesper. The pup slept with Sonk in his room, but during training someone else had to look after him, and often this was Pierre. Sometimes Pierre and Humbert took Sonk horse riding with them, after Broncat had mentioned that riding a horse was a skill expected of a duke's son. At other times, they would happen to bump into him, as if by coincidence, at odd times and places. Sonk knew full well that Pierre would have done none of these things unless someone had told him to. It wasn't until the end of gathering time that Jesper returned. He was alone. He told Sonk that he had left a message for his acquaintance, but that he couldn't be sure when or even if he would come. It made no sense, the forester maintained, to say more than that. As the weeks went by, no one came to Arbiost, and nothing induced Sonk to call on his powers again. He began, finally, to put the episode to the back of his mind. A new year began, and Sonk turned 13 in the dead of winter. Louise presented him with a scarf. She had knitted it herself, and she and Sibelia were very proud of it. Jesper told him that Rab was used to sleeping with him, and that it could become a permanent arrangement, if he wanted. That was such good news that Sonk didn't expect anything more. But that evening, as he was readying himself for bed, There was a knock on his bedroom door. He opened it to find his father standing there. Being in the presence of his father always made Sonk nervous, but that feeling doubled when it was just the two of them. Duke Bastien looked tired, bleary-eyed, the grey hairs on his head and in his beard winning the contest with the black. Sonk could smell the drink on his breath. He tried to imagine his father as a young man, a few years older than Pierre, happily married.
"You're becoming a man now," Bastien said, "leaving childhood behind."
With an iron will, Song's father made himself look his son in the eye. It was the look he'd always given him. A look of horror, even if it was dulled by the drink and the 13 years that had passed. He held out a knife, bone-handled in a leather sheath.
"You can wear this on your person now, so that people know you are a man."
So many words competed in Song's mind. Things he wanted to say. Most of all, he wanted to say sorry. "Sorry I killed Mummy. Believe me, no one is sorrier than I am." "Thank you, sir," he said, taking the gift. Bastien nodded, his lips parted. Were there words he wished to say to Song? Words that he'd been unable to utter until now?
"You're welcome,"
said Song's father. He turned away, uttering a ragged sigh of relief as he left. The first signs of spring showed, though the training grounds remained as sodden as ever. Song wasn't the youngest or the smallest of his group anymore, and he had to admit he found the sessions a bit more bearable than he used to. Not enjoyable, though. That would be going too far. Having collected his lunch, he marched through the drizzle towards Jesper's hut. Surely the forester would have his fire going to ward off this pervasive damp. Eating his food by the fire sounded like heaven right now. When he entered the hut, he was surprised to find a stranger there, who had already taken a spot by the fire. The man stood as Sonk entered, while Rab bounded over to greet him with his usual enthusiasm.
"Play will have to wait a while today, Rab," said Jesper good-naturedly. "Sonk, this is Ramon, the friend I have mentioned to you. Come, we'll all sit by the fire and talk while we eat."
"Oh, well," Sonk thought, "at least I'll get dry." Still, he was nervous of this man. Nervous about the reason he was here. He had allowed himself to put the topic of magic to the back of his mind. For it to reappear without warning was uncomfortable. Jesper moved to Dieter from the fire and put a chair down for Sonk. He took a seat, glancing at the man Jesper had named Ramon. He was tall and slim, flame-haired, solemn-looking, with chestnut-brown eyes that had a pensive intelligence to them. He looked older than Jesper, closer to his father's age. He held out a hand, long, thin fingers, and Sonk shook it. "It is a pleasure to meet you, Sonk." He had an accent Sonk had never heard before. "I have hoped for this day to come, but I understand full well that you are not celebrating. You'd rather not have to deal with it. Trust me, I felt exactly the same once." "You're a sorcerer?" Sonk asked. Ramon looked at Jesper quizzically.
"I've told him very little about magic. Haven't mentioned you at all. I thought it was best that way."
Ramon nodded. "I don't disagree. I've just never known you to be so discreet, Jesper."
"Older and wiser,"
Jesper replied with a grin. The exchange between the two men told Sonk they had a shared history. The gentle banter of old friends. It made him relax a little, and his curiosity got the better of his caution. "You were in the wars against Ishirai, like Jesper."
"Oh, he knows all about the war," Jesper said. "Doesn't stop asking about it."
Ramon gave a smile that turned into a grimace. "I am Hasken-born, Sonk. You know which side Hasken he was on?" Sonk knew all right. Ariok became king of Haskony and the Haskens. He paused for a breath, worried that saying it out loud might be taken as an insult.
fought for Ishirai.
Quite so. My part in those wars was quite different from the usual fireside stories of heroes and villains. As a Haskin, I was recruited to serve Ariok. Then I fought against him in the army of his wife, Queen Shira. I was there when she died at the Battle of Simalak. When that rebellion failed, I begged for forgiveness and served Siavash, the new lord of Isharai. Assigned to the host of a Magnian by the name of Herin, we betrayed Siavash and fought with the knights of Galinth at Galios. Ramon paused, studying Song's reaction. A tale of self-preservation and divided loyalties that contrasts nicely with the usual songs, wouldn't you say? Song nodded, realized his mouth was open like a bass fish, and closed it. He had to admit, he loved the stories of the heroes of the Isharite Wars, fighting impossible odds such as at the Siege of Kalios in Kalinth, or Burkhard Castle in the Empire. He'd never given a thought to the people caught in the middle. When the Haskins were mentioned in the stories, they were the craven tools of the lords of Isharai. Now he could see such accounts for the simplistic and dismissive treatment they were.
You fought with magic?
He asked. Yes, it was my magic that saved me. When the other Haskin rebels were getting strung up, I was forgiven, deemed useful enough to be given a second chance. Our powers aren't always a curse, Song. That's your first lesson, he said with a smile.
Talking of which, said Jesper, Ramon has agreed to teach you. It will mean spending less time with that dog. Come here after your martial training, as you do anyway, and you will study with Ramon.
Song didn't like the sound of that.
No offense, and thank you for coming all this way, he said. But I don't want to be a sorcerer. Can't I just not use magic? I haven't used it since those Kellishmen were here.
Unfortunately, it doesn't work like that, said Ramon. If you don't learn how to control your power, you will release it at times of stress and danger anyway.
Like that time you sent Robert flying to the ground,
Jesper added, as if Song hadn't already made that link. However much you choose to use your magic as an adult, I can guarantee you there will be times you will be glad of it. Let's recreate the last situation you found yourself in, Ramon suggested. You managed to defend yourself from 3 armed men, so I've been told, with a little help from Jesper and Tadita. But imagine one of them had a hold of Rab, or even worse, let's say they had your sister. An indiscriminate blast of magic like you used would have hurt her as well. I can teach you to use your magic with precision, to protect others as well as yourself. There wasn't much Song could say to argue with that.
All right,
he relented. The next day, Ramon told Song they would head into the forest, away from prying eyes. He let Song lead the way, to a glade where they would have some space. Song assumed his father must know that Ramon was now living in Arbiost. Whether he knew who, what Ramon was, he had no idea. Every teacher I know of begins the same way, Ramon told him. Defense. If you can defend against a magical strike, or a weapon strike for that matter, you are infinitely safer, even if you learn nothing else. Now, don't worry, we don't start with magic. We start with a few of these, he said, picking up a stick from the forest floor and snapping it into 2 smaller pieces. You are drawing on the same power you used against the men who attacked you. At first, you're probably going to use too much. That's one of the things we're learning here. How to draw the exact amount of power we want. Ramon and Song stood facing each other, the Haskin ready to stick.
Wait,
Song said suddenly.
How do I call the magic?
He held up one hand, palm faced outward.
Like this?
Ramon gave a smile, as if he had been expecting the question. Everyone is different. Many people find that using their hands helps them to channel and direct their magic. Others don't use their hands at all. You'll find what works for you.
I think I'll use my hands,
Song said, finding the idea of using no gesture at all alien. With no further warning, Ramon threw a stick. Song tried to summon his magic to deflect it. Nothing happened, and as the stick reached him, he caught it instead. Song looked at his new teacher sheepishly.
I tried.
I'd have been surprised if it worked first time. For most people, their magic emerges when it's needed, when they're in danger, or when they're unable to defend themselves by any other means. Song thought back to the Kellish attackers in the clearing. He'd known that he was outnumbered by stronger men. It made sense that his magic came to the rescue in that situation. We're trying to take your magic to the next level, to deploy it in a much more conscious way. We want you to call on it whenever you wish to, not only when you're under duress. It's not easy. Your mind sees no threat from the stick. It knows very well that you can knock it aside or catch it as you did. Therefore, the magic is not released. This time, it may help you to think about a time when you were scared or felt threatened. Song thought of the wolf-faced man running straight for him. That memory had haunted his dreams as well as his waking thoughts.
All right, I have one,
he said. Ramon threw the stick. Song told himself it wasn't a harmless twig, but the wolf-faced man, come to kill him. He thrust his arm forwards, intending to hurl it far away. Instead of sending the stick spinning away, he obliterated it. While still in midair, it shattered into fragments of wood that fell to the forest floor a few feet from where he stood. Excellent, said Ramon, more enthusiastic than Song expected. We just need to decrease the power somewhat. Over the next few days, Song worked with Ramon on his defense. When Song had mastered one aspect, Ramon progressed things, from sticks to stones, thrown with increasing ferocity. Song's teacher asked him to do more with the flying objects, drop them to the ground, send them off to the left or right, hold the object in midair, then send it back from whence it came. Song could feel that this strange power within him was, step by step, coming more firmly under his control. He could decide, with increasing accuracy, exactly how much power was required for what he needed. The experience was exhausting. Tired out physically from weapons training, he then had to concentrate on his magic. Every time he drew on his power, he could feel it draining energy from him. Ramon was careful not to push too hard, constantly checking how he felt and stopping the lessons if there was any doubt. Even so, every night Song went to his bed feeling depleted, going to sleep as soon as his head hit the pillow. Elsewhere in Arbiost, Song's father remained on the estate, delaying his departure south for the second year in a row. Song had little idea why. He knew a messenger had come from Javerne. Since then, there had been a tension among his father's small group of advisers. Noblemen from Morbagne came to the chateau and left again, tight-lipped and serious-looking. Something was going on, but everyone knew that Duke Bastien was a cautious man, and they would find out only when he decided to let them know. It was Pierre and Humbert who told Song. After morning church, they took him for a ride out east of Arbiost, past the shepherds' huts, out into the empty and wild country that rolled on for miles until the next settlement. They dismounted on the top of a hillock with a fine view, and Pierre laid out a small feast he had gathered from the kitchen, while Humbert saw to their horses.
"There's going to be a war,"
said his brother, the drama of the statement a little diluted with his mouth full of cheese. Still, the idea of war sent a shiver of excitement down Song's back. He loved Jesper's stories, terrible as they were. There was a part of him that resented the quiet and peaceful part of the world where he lived. Morbagne was one of the few places in Dalria that had escaped the horrors of the Isherite Wars. He knew it was odd, and that he should be grateful for it. Still, How could one have adventures without a bit of danger? "Tell me everything," he told his brother. Peer grinned. "Father told me the order has come from Uncle Nicholas. He wants an invasion of the Midderstep. The plan is for a royal army from Javern to strike from the north, while Father leads a force to meet them. They meet and carve out a piece of territory that will link Javern and Morbagne more closely. Right now, one has to travel through the forest or the steppe to get from one to the other." An invasion of the steppe? Sonk knew a bit about the place, occupied by tribes who travelled about the grassland with their herds. But why attack the tribesmen? Have they done something wrong? "Exactly," said Humbert, joining them. "My pa says Nicholas has some made-up excuses for an invasion, but it isn't a just war." Pierre frowned. "It's not like we're taking all their land. They'll still have plenty left. Anyway, I'm more than ready to get my first taste of military action. And Sonk, you're not going to believe this. You're coming as well." Pierre was right. That came as a surprise. "Really?" "Father told me to tell you. Orders of the king. Says he wants to meet us both." That made sense. Sonk wouldn't have believed it was their father's decision. "I wonder why." "I expect it's because Esterel has been talking about us," said Pierre. "And anyway, shouldn't an uncle want to meet his nephews? A king his heirs? It's more than a little strange that we've not met him before this. Father has a strange relationship with his brother. That's not hard to see. Maybe this will bring them closer." He paused, glancing at Humbert. "What is it?" "Nothing," said his friend. "Well, it's just that my pa has talked a bit before." "Out with it, you bastard. What do you know about our father that we don't?" "You swear you won't tell anyone I told you?" "I swear I'll smash your face in if you don't spit it out right now." Humbert looked a little dissatisfied with this oath, but evidently decided to proceed anyway. "My pa said King Nicholas and Duke Bastien were both equally in love with your ma, and that she chose your father over his brother." Sonk looked away. He always felt acutely self-conscious when his mother was mentioned in conversation. Pierre let out a whistle. "That would explain a lot. And she chose our dad over becoming Queen of Javern. He must have been a buck when he was younger." Sonk and Humbert looked at Pierre with the same shocked expressions, before all three of them fell about laughing. Later, in Jesper's hut, the mood was more somber. "I can't believe it," Ramon said to Jesper. They too had learned of the impending military campaign. Sonk had not known the sorcerer long, but he had certainly never seen him angry before. "All the work I've been doing, and they decide to fritter away their resource on this nonsense?" "In fairness," said Jesper, "I don't think Duke Bastien is thrilled about it either. But he can't refuse a direct order from his king, not without causing even more harm." "I understand that," Ramon replied. "I just can't get over the sheer stupidity of it. And now he is going to war," he added, jabbing in Sonk's direction with a thumb. A bit rude, Sonk thought. "I don't see a choice but to step up his training in the time we have left," Ramon added. "It's not like they're going to stick him in the front row of the shield wall," said Jesper. Ramon gave his old friend a stare. "Well, haven't we grown complacent in the last few years? Have you forgotten what can happen when you give an idiot a weapon and an excuse to use it?" Jesper shrugged. "Do what you think is right." Ramon looked balefully between Jesper and Sonk. "I've been thinking about a test involving both of you. Well, no time like the present. Come on, Jesper. You'll need your bow and arrows." The sorcerer strode outside purposefully. Sonk and Jesper shared a look. A wordless agreement that this wasn't likely to be good, before they followed him out. Tadita and Rab came too, the latter with the optimistic expectation that it was playtime. Ramon led them to the glade where they practiced magic. He instructed Sonk to stand at one end and Jesper at the other. Sonk saw where this was going. "It's about time you witnessed Sonk's progress," Ramon told Jesper. "Hit him with an arrow." "Have you gone mad?
First you complain the lad is being sent to war, then you want me to shoot him?
He's going to war, so he needs to be able to defend himself. You're happy, Sonk? Sonk knew he could do it. It had been days since he'd failed to control a stone exactly how he wanted.
Yes. You're sure?
Jesper asked.
Ready,
Sonk confirmed calmly. Jesper shook his head, but went ahead and strung his bow, then nocked an arrow. He aimed high so that the flight of the arrow would be a fuller arc. It would reduce the force and speed of the missile somewhat, giving Sonk more time to work with. Sonk focused, knowing that this new threat would require his full attention. The arrow came through the air, almost lazily compared to the stones Ramon had flung at him. Sonk held one palm out towards the missile, a motion that helped him focus on what he needed to do. The arrow climbed to the apex of its trajectory, then fell towards Sonk with gathering speed. Jesper, Sonk noted, had decided to be deadly accurate. As it fell towards him, Sonk altered its course. Not with too much power, like he had the very first time when he had exploded Ramon's stick. With the correct amount for what he wanted to do. The arrow bent, its new path making it curve around in midair and return in the direction it had come from. Jesper ducked instinctively as his arrow passed safely over his head.
You cheeky urchin,
Jesper shouted. Tadita barked in agreement, and Sonk laughed.
Fetch my arrow,
Jesper instructed his dog. He turned to Ramon.
How did he get that good so quickly?
You know, I have my theories on that, said Ramon. Jesper turned thoughtful as he and Ramon strode over to Sonk's position.
You're going to have to be very careful, Sonk,
Jesper told him, serious now.
There is nothing more important than the work you are doing with Ramon. It would be very tempting for a boy of your age to use this magic you have, to show off, or make your life easier, or whatever reason.
Sonk was a little offended by that. Since when had he been a show-off? He was anything but.
But we can't let people find out what you can do. Such news would spread quickly, to the wrong people. You'll have to restrain yourself.
I will, Sonk promised. Jesper patted him on the shoulder.
Good lad, because that was incredible.
Am I really so good at this? Sonk asked himself, as faithful Tadita returned with the arrow in her mouth. It was difficult to tell. In weapons training, he could compare himself with the other boys. He knew he was nothing special. But with magic, there was only Ramon, who, of course, was infinitely more experienced. But both men had implied he was a fast learner. Imagine, a few weeks ago, he told himself, if you had been told you could stop an arrow in mid-flight and send it where you wished, all with the power of your mind. I am becoming a sorcerer. It was thrilling, disconcerting, and terrifying, all at once. Chapter 4. Sonk, Arbiost, Duchy of Morbagne, 672. As the days passed, the impending invasion of the Middersteppe began to dominate life in Arbiost. Warriors and wagons of supplies arrived at the settlement. Tents appeared either side of the road as the population swelled. It was all people would talk about. Everyone's jobs were subsumed into the war effort. Breda and the rest of the kitchen staff were red-faced and short-tempered, having to feed so many new people. Jesper was out in the forest every day, leading a team tasked with logging timber. For Sonk, it wasn't so bad. Weapons training was suspended, since the training field was full of the warriors who would fight under his father. Many of these men were strangers to one another. When Sonk passed by, there was usually a lot of shouting and jeering and posturing going on as they observed one another's skills, strength, or temperament. Per was more than often in the center of things, his voice one of the loudest and most excitable. It wasn't Sonk's scene, so he hadn't minded one bit when Broncat told the members of his class they were forbidden from mixing with the adult warriors. Sometimes he'd see Broncat there, trying to do something more productive. He'd line them up in ranks and get them to practice forming the shield wall, pointing out the gaps or weaknesses. Even then, there was constant chatter and laughter. Sonk realized he knew nothing of war, but what he'd seen so far hadn't been what he'd expected. Of course, Sonk didn't get to keep all the time he'd saved from weapons training. Ramon claimed a good portion of it for his lessons in magic, while still being careful not to tire his charge out too much. Expending too much energy at once can have serious consequences, even death. Wizards have lost their powers permanently, lost consciousness for days or weeks. That's one reason you're learning how to portion out your power, to use the smallest amount necessary, so that you always have an emergency well to draw on. Happy with Sonk's defense against missiles, Ramon had progressed to melee combat. Again, it was sticks at first, but then he used spear, sword, and hammer. He slashed and thrust at Sonk, came from the side, high or low, feinted with the spear blade, then jabbed somewhere else with the butt, came in close with the hammer, using the blunt end and the spike. It was genuinely scary, even though Sonk wasn't particularly impressed with Ramon's moves. I suppose if you're a sorcerer, you don't need to learn to fight, which makes it a little unfair that I have to do both. Whatever Ramon did, Sonk was up to it. For Ramon had taught him an even stronger defense. Encased in a sphere of magic, it didn't matter where Ramon's strike hit. Sonk's magic deflected it. The issue with such powerful magic was the amount of energy it took to keep it going. But the more Sonk practiced, the easier it got to hold the sphere in place. They also had a bit more time to talk as well. It was natural for Ramon to refer to his teachers, the last of whom was Pentas. He was one of the prominent figures from the Isherite Wars. Servant of Madria, he had fooled the Isherites into thinking he worked for them, so much so they had appointed him onto the Council of Seven. Siavash had got his revenge for the sorcerer's betrayal when he had killed Pentas at the battle on the Pineos in Calinth. So, every sorcerer learns the same magic? Sonk asked his teacher. Sort of. We all must learn the basics, but each mage has their own specialities, either powers that come naturally to them, or that they choose to pursue. What do you mean, come naturally? Well, said Ramon, take the Magnians, Soren and Belwyn. They could talk to one another in their heads. Telepathy. I have been told it was something that developed between them as children. And the powers people pursue? Pentas worked hard on his powers of teleportation. It was important to him that he could travel about Delria at speed. That was how he and Belwyn got to Samir Durg and killed Lord Erkendrix. Quite so. What about you, Master? Sonk asked. Ramon made a face. Combat magic for the first part of my life. In recent years, you could say I've been working on something similar to teleportation. But you don't want to tell me what it is? Sonk asked, knowing he was being cheeky. Ramon smiled. You're a sharp one. I very much want to tell you, when the time is right. At last, the tension that had been building for days found some release. Sonk's father ordered his force out of Arbiost. They took the road south, men and women on foot, on horseback, in pulled wagons. They had a few hundred warriors, along with others whose services the Duke had decided he needed along the way, or in the steppe. Among this force was Sonk himself, riding a horse next to his brother Pierre. He was coming at the request of the king, and despite the sour looks he received, not a single man in this company, not even his father, was going to question a royal order. Close by were Jesper and Ramon. Sonk had been a little surprised to hear they were coming as well, but then there couldn't be many in his father's force more experienced or more useful in war than the forester and the sorcerer. He still didn't know whether anyone but the three of them knew about Ramon's abilities. If his father or Lord Russell knew, they were keeping it to themselves. Perhaps to protect me? Those left behind waved them off, a range of emotions on display. Louise looked tearful. She was to stay behind, left in charge of Arbiost despite her tender age. Breda beamed with delight at seeing the back of so many stomachs that would no longer need filling.
"You're probably wondering why our force is currently so small,"
Peer said to him, loud enough for those around them to hear as well. Sonk hadn't been. Now that Peer mentioned it, 300 or 400 warriors didn't seem so many. But he had no real idea what an appropriate number was. Peer loved to discuss the details of army management, whereas Sonk found all that rather dull. He liked Jesper's stories, where individual heroes did something brave or spectacular. Jesper didn't dwell so much on food supply chains.
"Father has ordered units to be raised all across Morbagne," Peer explained. "Only now have they been told to move to the border. If we had massed on the border, we would have given the enemy warning of our intentions, you see?"
Sonk responded with what he hoped was the right amount of interest. Not too little to seem rude, but not so much as to encourage his brother to elaborate. Another aspect of their journey Sonk wasn't prepared for was the slow progress. When he went riding with Peer and Humbert, they would give their horses their head and speed across the countryside. There were only a handful of horsemen who now rode at a good rate, the scouts. They would investigate the territory ahead, regularly reporting back to Broncat. If the weapons master was told anything of import, he would pass it on to Lord Russell. But as far as everyone else was concerned, they travelled at the pace of the slowest. The men who marched on foot and the wagons laden down with timber or other supplies. Put simply, war seemed to be a lot more boring than Sonk had imagined, or Jesper and the storytellers had led him to believe. They pushed on until evening, when they stopped at a spot with rolling plains around it. A second company of Morbagne, led by a pair of noblemen, had arrived just before them, nearly doubling their numbers. Armed men milled about, greeting their compatriots. Broncat used his training ground voice to good effect, trying to get the camp organized.
"Come on,"
he bellowed, looking about for anyone who might be dawdling, so that he could shout at them.
"This is good practice. We'll need to be faster than this in the steppe."
Peer and Sonk weren't spared his exhortations, lending their strength to the preparations. Lengths of timber were unloaded from wagons and driven into the ground, marking out the boundary of their camp and providing some basic defense, even if the wind and rain were to be the only enemies this night. After this was done, the brothers were informed they were on lookout duty. Humbert joined them at their post, and the three of them looked out from the barricade at the countryside around their camp, as the sun set and cast long shadows across the unknown terrain. So used to the familiarity of Arbiost, nestled in the forest, this new vista made Sonk feel both apprehensive and excited, even though he knew they were still in his father's duchy.
"Imagine if the Midians of the steppe came out of the darkness and attacked our camp,"
he whispered, his mind's eye displaying the enemy warriors creeping through the long grass, dressed in animal skins and holding deadly-looking spears.
"I would defend the walls," said Peer dismissively, "then lead a counterattack to discover the location of their hideout."
Humbert rolled his eyes behind Peer's back, and Sonk suppressed a grin.
"I'm wondering about dinner,"
said Peer, evidently done with the game of imagination.
"I'm used to getting what I want from the kitchens, but that's not going to happen on campaign."
"The hardships of war," Humbert suggested.
"Indeed, Humbert, indeed," Peer agreed. "I just hope they haven't forgotten about us."
They were up early the next morning, returning the timber of their portable camp to the wagons, and then heading east. Peer's analysis was proved correct. More companies of warriors joined theirs until their army had swollen to a few thousand. To Sonk, the grassy plains of eastern Morbagne looked much the same as the grassy plains of the steppe. Nonetheless, there was a border between the two states, and here they stopped for lunch. When they moved on, Bastien left a portion of his force behind with some of the wagons. to begin construction on a wooden fort. Everyone else crossed into the middle steppe. Song had imagined that invading the steppe would have involved a mighty battle on the border, but there was nothing of the sort. Men loosened the weapons in their belts and looked about them a bit more warily, though in this open land surely it would be easy to see the enemy coming. Broncat's scouts still went back and forth. Jesper and Ramon now rode either side of Sonk and Peer, an unspoken admission that things had become more dangerous. But otherwise, the Morbonnais continued marching at the same pace and in the same direction as before. After a while, the activity of the scouts became more frenetic. Rumors of Midian activity were passed down from the front of the line. Jesper pointed to the right, where Sonk could just make out the outline of a couple of riders before they turned away. Lord Russell rode down from the front, Humbert and half a dozen other warriors with him. He shouted out a stern warning that the Duke's orders were not to attack the Midians, and that anyone who disobeyed was to be strung up. They continued on, giving the same warning to the men and women who marched on foot, and to those who guarded the lumbering wagons.
"What are we here for, if not to attack the Midians?"
Peer demanded, frustrated. He muttered to himself a while longer before riding ahead to interrogate their father.
"Why does my father want to avoid fighting?"
Sonk asked.
"We're going to have to fight them at some point, aren't we?"
"I believe Duke Bastian wishes to avoid unnecessary bloodshed," said Ramon. "I wholeheartedly agree. Perhaps he can even fulfill his objectives without fighting."
"How can you invade somewhere without a fight?"
Sonk asked, confused. Why had his father raised all these warriors, if not to attack the enemy?
"It's safe to say your father wasn't in support of this campaign,"
said Jesper, keeping his voice quiet so that no one else could overhear.
"He's here because he has to be. He has no real quarrel with the Midians." "Then why didn't he argue against it?"
Sonk asked, making sure to keep his voice quiet as well.
"I expect he did, but such arguments are best done in private, don't you think?"
Sonk nodded. He understood. It wouldn't do any good to have people know about a disagreement between his father and the king. He felt a little sorry for his father, having to go through with it against his better judgment. He felt a sense of relief that all that burden of politics would fall on the shoulders of Esterel, and not him. He thought about what Jesper said some more.
"But the Midians will attack us in the end anyway, won't they? We're taking their lands after all."
"I'm sure your father," Ramon said, "is hoping to have such a superiority that the Midians won't attack. Remember, your uncle is bringing a force at least this size from the north."
"But surely the Midians will fight anyway,"
Sonk demanded.
"To not fight us would be cowardice." "To avoid battle with a superior force isn't cowardice, it's wisdom," said Jesper. "What will getting themselves killed do for their families? They may resort to other tactics. Harass us, attack our supplies, look for allies, bide their time. If they have leaders who use their brains instead of their emotions, that's what will happen."
"But what about the siege of Kalios?"
Sonk asked.
"You were both there. You fought against far superior numbers."
"That was different," said Ramon. "A last stand. We had no alternatives left, other than to concede dominion of Dalria to the Isherites. Whatever this is," he said, gesturing to the Morbonnais army, "it's not the end of the world. I hope the Midians decide to live and fight another day."
A halt was called. A nervous energy spread through the army as warriors waited for the order to form into battle lines. But time dragged on, and no such orders came. Jesper told Sonk to dismount and see to his horse while they waited. They took Ramon's and led the three animals over to a juicy patch of grass where puddles of water had collected. Sonk sighed.
"What is it, boy?"
Jesper demanded as he picked at the horse's hooves.
"I hadn't thought there would be quite so many boring bits to a war as there seem to be. Your stories aren't like this,"
he added, trying to keep an accusatory tone from his voice. Jesper smiled.
I shall make sure to include more of the boring parts from now on.
His smile disappeared as he became more serious.
It's true. Most of any war, just like any part of life, is uneventful routine and hard work. Then, occasionally, you get the thrill or terror of combat. Most people, when they've experienced that, decide that uneventful routine isn't so bad after all.
The orders to resume the march came, and Sonk returned to his position in the column. The Morbenay carried on, in the same direction and at the same pace. Pierre came down the line and returned to his position next to Sonk.
"Only 50 of them at most," he said. "Came to complain and argue and demand we leave. No sign of them putting up a fight. Looks like we have a wait on our hands before we actually see some action."
Sonk's father called an early halt to his army's progress. A huge area was staked out for their camp, so it was no surprise when Sonk, Pierre, and Humbert were called upon once more to take their turn at guard duty. Jesper and Ramon were with them this time, confirming Sonk's suspicions that their father had given the pair the job of ensuring no harm befell his sons. Sonk couldn't understand why such a large area had been claimed, until he realized what was happening in the center of the camp. The foundations for a second fort were being set in place. The carpenters and other craftsmen worked hard until the light faded. It felt suddenly eerie, knowing that the Midians were out there somewhere.
"I wonder if they'll attack," said Humbert.
"It's possible," said Jesper. "If just to make our lives a little uncomfortable. Risky on the first night, though, when we're all sharp-eyed and ready for it."
"I wish they would," Pierre declared. "It's all very well, father building forts and defending our progress, but we need a proper battle, at least to demonstrate that we're the superior force. Hiding behind walls encourages them to think otherwise."
"Maybe your father would rather see as many men as possible back home safe to their families," said Ramon, "than giving their lives to demonstrate how superior they are."
Pierre looked Ramon up and down.
"Who are you again?"
On the next day, they left behind around 500 men to complete work on this second fort. More than sufficient, Sonk assumed, to see off the threat from the local inhabitants. His father continued his methodical invasion, turning north now for the rendezvous with the Giverny. Not long into the afternoon, they stopped and construction began on yet another camp. This, they learned, was the location where the royal army would meet them. First up was a large tent where Bastien would greet his brother. If the invasion hadn't provided the excitement Sonk had been expecting, at least his thoughts could now turn to meeting the king of Giverny. Meeting your monarch for the first time was surely a special occasion. That it was his uncle, of course, made it even more so. He did wonder why Nicholas had asked to see him. Pierre thought it was only natural, but Pierre was Pierre, and Sonk was Sonk. Few people chose to see him, but he supposed Nicholas was a king, with all the wisdom and sense of justice that came with such authority. They were still hauling timber off the wagons when they heard the shouts. The royal army was approaching. He climbed atop a wagon to look. He could see the front ranks quite clearly, and behind them a long column of warriors stretching to the horizon. No surprise, he supposed, that the king had more soldiers under his command than his father did. The front ranks stopped, and Sonk watched as they broke up and made their own camp. About half a mile away from the Morbenay, a small detachment of riders emerged from the frenetic activity and approached. Trumpets blew as they neared, signaling the royal approach.
"Finished already, Sonk?" Broncat called up.
"No,
Then let's get on with it. You can go up in your own time."
There was quite a wait, but eventually Sonk and Pierre were called for their meeting with the king. They looked at one another as they approached the open entrance to the tent, guarded by half a dozen warriors, sharing in the anticipation. Upon entering, Sonk was relieved to see it was a small gathering. From Morbagne, there was only his father and Lord Russell. From Giverny, 4 men. One of them was Esterel, his chainmail hauberk framed by a deep red cloak that caught the eye. He came over with a grin, first clasping Peer in greeting, then Song. "Your Majesty, my brothers, Peer and Song." Peer got down on one knee before one of the men, and Song quickly followed. When he looked up, he felt a little stupid. Since Nicholas looked so much like their father, he should have known it was the king. An older version, to be sure, but the same dark hair turning grey. The heavy-set build that, in the king's case, had turned more to fat. His face was jowly, his eyes tired-looking. The king gestured that they should stand. Song waited for Peer to get to his feet first, just in case. "Welcome," said Nicholas, his voice deep-toned and gravelly. He looked them over. "Neither of them take after your mother, Esterel, as you do." Esterel gave a smile at the odd comment. He's always been good at smiling, Song thought. He glanced at Bastian, who had a face like thunder. "Father, not so much." "This is Domar, Duke of Matras," Esterel said, introducing the older of the other two men, who nodded at Peer and Song with good humour. "And Aubrey, Duke of Famian." The second man was younger, about the same age as Esterel. But where Esterel was all long hair and flamboyance, Aubrey had his hair cropped to his scalp and wore a simple soldier's garb. He was staring at Song, a frown on his face, as if he couldn't quite believe what he was seeing. Song was used to that and ignored it. "This one has the family look," Nicholas continued relentlessly, gesturing at Peer. Then it was Song's turn. The king of Javerne looked into his eyes without fear, unlike most people. "So, this is the creature that killed my Alienor," he said, a longing, faraway tone to his voice. "You promised to protect her," he said to Song's father, using a matter-of-fact tone that contrasted with the accusatory words. Bastian's face went red with anger. He started forward, Russell gripping his arm to keep him in place. Peer looked shocked, Esterel mortified. Domar looked away. Even Aubrey tore his gaze from Song's eyes and looked elsewhere, uncomfortable. The king's lips curved slightly, taking pleasure in the reactions. Song rarely got angry when people said such things to him, but he felt it now. For his family more than for himself. Nicholas is a king. That had made him expect better of him. He was disappointed to find that he was just a man, with weakness and flaws for all to see. If my own uncle and king talks to me in such a way, what hope is there for me in this world? Shortly after Song and Peer escaped the tent, Esterel found them. "I'm sorry about that," he said. "I didn't see it coming." "It's all right," said Song, embarrassed. "It's not your fault." "He's a lonely, bitter man," said Esterel. "He's not all bad, but he has a terrible relationship with father. That's who he was trying to hurt back there. There's a history between them." "We know," said Peer. Esterel looked at him quizzically. "Humbert told us about him and mother." "I see." Song felt most sorry for Esterel now, having to spend his time in the royal court trying to please that man. "I swear," said Peer, holding up finger and thumb, "I was this close to knocking his block off." "Well," said Esterel, allowing himself a smile, "that would probably have made things worse." Song couldn't help but laugh. "Imagine," he said, suddenly finding the idea of it hysterical. Even Peer was smiling now. Esterel patted Song on the shoulder. "That's the spirit. If it's any consolation, the invasion has gone remarkably well. We encountered some brief opposition, but otherwise our progress has been almost as smooth as yours. There's not an awful lot the Midians can do about it, at least right now. We hope they'll respond to the suggestion of a treaty." "They're just going to give up their land?" Peer asked, incredulous. "Nicholas is ready to offer them a reasonable deal. The danger for them is if they don't come to terms now, we take more. As for whether they stick to any agreement, that's less likely.
No doubt they'll try to persuade the other tribes of the steppe to support them, but that's not going to happen anytime soon. Anyhow, you'll be all right?
I'm fine, Sonk answered. I will go for a walk by myself for a little and clear my head.
Good. Well, I'd better get back.
Esterel returned to the tent to serve the king while Sonk went for his walk. He needed some time to himself, time he was used to getting back home at Arbiost. On campaign, it felt like everyone was in each other's space all the time. He walked over towards the far end of camp, interested in inspecting the Giverny camp that was being established next to theirs. The royal army required a larger space to accommodate all their people, but there was no attempt to build anything permanent over there, whereas his father had enough spare materials to begin the construction of yet another fort. Sonk was so involved in his observations that he didn't notice the 4 boys approach until they were on him.
"This is him,"
said a familiar voice, Robert. The 3 boys he was with all looked to be a similar age to Robert, at least 2 or 3 years older than Sonk. They wore high-quality clothes and armor, identifying them as the sons of high-ranking noblemen.
"He looks like a sorcerer,"
one of them said, as if confirming a recent conversation. Sonk could feel the disgust coming off them as they stared into his eyes. He could sense the violence in the air, but he didn't know what to say to stop it. He had the feeling nothing he could say would help.
"That's how he beat me in combat," Robert said. "I couldn't take my revenge in Morbagne, living with his father, but I'm free now."
"We don't tolerate demon talkers in Giverny," said his friend.
"Come on." 2 of the boys came for him. Sonk felt his magic stir as they approached. It was only natural to want to defend himself, and he had to concentrate on controlling his powers to allow them to grab his arms without reacting. He knew he couldn't use magic against these boys. They would run and tell their fathers. Even being a duke's son wouldn't be enough to save him. Robert's fist slammed into his solar plexus. Sonk gasped like a fish, suddenly unable to breathe. He would have collapsed to the ground, but the boys held him up by the arms. His magic screamed to be released, to shoot out at the boys restraining him, to punish Robert. He kept telling himself not to lose control. He felt a blow to the mouth that rocked his head backwards. He tasted blood. He heard a shout, and then he was released, sagging to the ground. Groggy, he sat up. Robert was on the ground, blood spurting from his nose. Standing over him was Pierre, eyes blazing with fury. His brother looked about him, mouthing as if trying to speak, but too furious to get any words out. Behind him, Humbert had a hold of the 4th boy and pushed him away from the encounter. The 2 boys who had been holding Sonk backed away from Pierre. He looked more than ready to hit someone else. One of them glanced at Robert.
"What have you done?" he cried. "Is he dead?"
Sonk looked at Robert, his vision slowly focusing. Apart from the blood dribbling from his nose, he looked like he had fallen asleep.
"Oh no," Sonk said to himself. "Please don't be dead."
To find himself back before his king so soon was hardly what Sonk would have wished for. In these circumstances, it was excruciating.
"At least Robert is alive,"
Sonk told himself. He sat on the floor with a cold cloth to his face, looking totally miserable and embarrassed about what was going on around him. Nicholas had been asked to give justice. It was the fathers of the boys from Giverny who were pressing the matter, complaining to the king about what Pierre had done. The 4 noblemen glared at Sonk, even though it was clear as day that he had simply been a victim in the encounter. Duke Bastien glared at Robert, a boy who had lived with him for so long and who he'd treated like one of his sons. Pierre glared at the other 3 boys, as if he still had some punching to do. King Nicholas glared at the 4 noblemen, making their protestations. For all the king's faults, Sonk detected a distaste on his uncle's part at making such a meal over a punch-up that had got out of hand. But there was politics going on here. That was obvious to Sonk, even if he was mostly ignorant about who these men were, or why they wanted to make trouble for his family. When the noblemen were done, King Nicholas turned to his brother with an air of reluctance. "What do you say to the charges, Duke Bastien?" Sonk's father looked at his brother, stone-faced. "I admit to my son's part in them," he said, with a look at Pierre. He looked at Russell, who nodded at him. "As punishment, I banish both Pierre and Humbert from Morbagne. They will leave tomorrow, if your Majesty agrees to it." Pierre's jaw dropped open. Nicholas was wide-eyed with shock. "Well, that is ample punishment in my book. I trust my lords feel the same," he added, with a look to his noblemen that suggested they'd be wise to agree. Taken aback themselves, Robert's father and his friends had to agree. Everyone was suddenly keen to vacate the tent. Duke Bastien strode for the exit, signaling for his family to come with him. As a group, they strode away some distance before Bastien stopped, ready to speak. "Let me make it clear," he said. "I find no fault in what you did today, Pierre and Humbert. The decision I took in there was purely to help Esterel with his task in Verlaine. Let them think they've bested us. That may not be such a bad thing. I've had it in mind for a while that it is time for you to leave Arbiost, Pierre. Lord Russell will take you to Colderberg, where you will serve Duke Walter. He is a good man, and it will do you good to experience a new environment. Do you understand?"
Yes, father.
Humbert, I would be very grateful if you would accompany my son. I know it's asking a lot. I'm happy to go, Your Grace. Good lads. Do me proud in Borussia. We'll see you again when the time is right." Duke Bastien looked at Sonk. Does he blame me for what happened? But as usual, his father walked away with nothing to say, Lord Russell following him. Pierre, Humbert, and Sonk watched them go. "Well," said Pierre at last, "what a bloody day." He glanced at Sonk. Sonk wondered if he was being paranoid, but was there something in that look? He thought back to when Robert and his friends attacked him. He had been so busy trying not to use magic. Maybe Pierre felt he should have done more to fight them off. Had he dishonored his family? Sonk wished he could tell his brother about his magic, but that would be foolish. "Thanks for getting them off me," he said, thinking it sounded lame and childish as soon as he'd said it. "I have to go." He walked off. He'd not gone far when Jesper and Ramon came marching over. "Duke Bastien's just given me a dirty look," said Jesper, looking at Sonk with a wary expression. "Have we missed something?" "I don't want to talk about it." The remainder of the campaign was a miserable few days for Sonk. Lord Russell left the next morning for the east, taking his 2 charges with him. Sonk couldn't help but feel responsible for Pierre and Humbert's banishment. Jesper and Ramon now stuck to him like glue, as if they were at fault for not protecting him. That made him feel even worse. The day after Pierre left, the leaders of the local Midian tribes came to the camp to discuss terms with the king. As Esterel had suggested, they were ready to accept some loss of land, given the presence of an army thousands strong, and the construction of forts that allowed the invaders to keep what they had won. For the king's part, he was keen for the campaign to be over quickly, at minimal expense. Some warriors were required to stay, to garrison the new forts. These, in turn, would encourage settlers to take a chance in the steppe, with free land and a new start. Esterel came to say goodbye before he left, back to Jouverne. Sonk began the return journey to Arbiost with his father's army. Jesper and Ramon rode with him. Even so, Sonk couldn't shake off the feeling of loneliness that settled on him like a shroud. Part 2. Brisingia. Pierre Liesel. Chapter 5. Pierre. Colderberg, Duchy of Borussia, 672. The barman deposited another tray of drinks onto the table. Pierre grabbed a pint of beer, taking it to his lips for a swig, before he thought better of it.
"Cheers,"
he said, holding the mug up. "Cheers," cried his companions, slamming their drinks together.
"There is no doubt,"
Pierre told himself, as he took a few gulps of foamy goodness,
"that life in Calderberg agrees with me. I didn't know what I was missing."
The castle, the shops, so many people from all walks of life. City life was so busy and exciting, compared with the painfully slow world of Arbiost he had left behind.
I could almost weep for all the lost time.
The bars, full of cheap beer and friendly girls, and in many of the bars, such as his current haunt, the Boot and Saddle, the girls loved foreigners. So you see, one day, Humbert was explaining to two new acquaintances, Pierre's brother will be king of Giverny.
"Oh,"
gasped the brunette.
"I think you should be the king,"
said the blonde, giving Pierre a look.
"Don't be stupid,"
said Pierre.
"Esterel will be king."
But Pierre will become Duke of Morbihan, said Humbert, trying to rescue his boasting.
"Duke of Morbihan,"
repeated the brunette.
"with everyone bowing to you and calling you your grace?"
She giggled.
"Is Morbihan a large duchy?"
asked the blonde, as if she was inspecting the size of a steak in the market.
"Of course it is,"
said Pierre irritably.
"At least the size of Borussia."
How could these people not know such basic facts about the outside world? If these two girls weren't quite so attractive, he would have moved on by now. And I will be Lord Chief Advisor to the Duke, said Humbert.
"Lord Chief Advisor,"
repeated the brunette, batting her eyelids at Humbert. Pierre woke in his bed in his room in Calderberg Castle. His head was pounding, and he gradually recalled the events of the night before.
"Too much drink. Feel like I'm going to be sick."
He looked over to the other side of the bed, where a sprawl of blonde hair covered the pillow next to his.
"Oh, it's all coming back to me."
He carefully lifted the blankets to reveal the curve of a back, the peachy roundness of buttocks. He gently replaced the covers.
"Actually, feeling a lot better now."
He thought about waking his bedmate, but something stopped him.
"Damn it. Humbert's the one who always remembers names."
He shifted around in his bed and peered to the other side of the room. Beside the fire, under a pile of blankets, he could make out the red hair of his friend, not much shorter than the brown hair of the girl lying next to him. Pierre was caught in two minds. He really didn't want to leave the comfort of his bed. With a little sigh, he made himself climb out from his covers into the chill of the room.
"The things I do for love."
He tiptoed towards Humbert, then leaned over to wake him. A knock at the door. Humbert and his girlfriend both turned at the noise, then both gave little screams when they saw Pierre bending over them. He quickly put a hand over his bits.
"Sorry,"
he said, turning towards the door.
"Ew."
He put his other hand over his backside.
"Gods. What, you've never seen an arsehole before?"
"I've seen you plenty of times," said Humbert, making his friend giggle. Pierre crossed back towards his bed, muttering darkly.
"What have I told him about making witticisms at my expense?"
As he grabbed his pillow, his bedmate emerged, propping herself up on one elbow.
"Good morning, Pierre,"
she purred.
"Shit, she knows my name." "Hi,"
he said grumpily, placing the pillow over his bits. He skirted around the bed to the door as a second knock sounded.
"I'm coming,"
he complained, yanking the door open.
"Oh no. Hello, Your Grace."
Duke Walter of Borussia looked Pierre up and down, peered past him into the room, and returned a steely gaze that managed to express both disappointment and disdain. "I told Farage you wouldn't have forgotten that we were leaving today." Pierre's mind raced.
"Wait, it's last day? I thought that was tomorrow."
"When we agreed that you had forgotten, I said I would come fetch you myself, because it would hardly be fair to ask a servant to do it, would it?"
"No, I'm sorry."
since every single one of them has already been up for 3 hours getting everything ready for our departure.
Pierre sighed. No excuses, Your Grace. I'm really sorry.
Pierre felt a presence by his side.
Oh, bloody hellfire, no. Sorry for intruding, said the girl. But when I heard it was you, Your Grace, I just had to meet you. I'm such an admirer.
An admirer, said Duke Walter. With polished manners, he took the girl's hand and gave it a kiss.
Gods, please let her be wearing something,
Pierre prayed. There was an awkward silence. Pierre became increasingly concerned that it was because of him.
Well, Pierre,
asked the girl,
aren't you going to introduce me?
There were only a dozen in the ducal party that set off from Colderberg. Humbert hadn't made the cut. It was the first time Pierre had been separated from his friend since Lord Russell had taken them to Beryssia.
Not such a bad thing,
Pierre decided. Settling in his new home would have been a lot harder without Humbert. That said, it would be nice not to see his ugly mug for a while. The road to Essenberg was wide, well-maintained and busy.
And this isn't even the great road I've heard about. More evidence of just how secluded my life has been.
Pierre resolved to remain silent, unless spoken to on the journey from Colderberg to Essenberg. It wasn't just the debacle with the departure, or the fact that all his hosts knew of him was that he had been banished by his own father. It was that he was in the presence of two men whose legends made him feel like a foolish child. Pierre's father was a stern man who demanded respect, but he hadn't done half of what Walter and Farad had done. Walter was of an age with Pierre's father. Iron grey hair had long replaced any colour, while a well-maintained moustache marked him as a Brisingian. Everything about the way he conducted himself said he was a soldier. As Marshal of the Empire, under his brother, the Emperor Baldwin, he had masterminded the defence of Burkhard Castle against the hordes of Drobaks, who had invaded the Empire. Even when the great fortress fell, unable to withstand the assault from a dragon, it led the survivors to Colderberg and outlasted the Isherite attack. Farad, originally from Magnia, had a past that was, if anything, more intimidating. He was a few years younger, with the brown skin and long black hair of a Midian, tied up in a ponytail. Farad had also fought at Burkhard Castle. He'd been at Essenberg when it had fallen. He had also travelled to other strange places, visited with the Sea Caladri, even crossed the Latinian Sea to Halvia.
I'd settle for half the life these two have led, Pierre told himself, and I'd rather they didn't think me a total ass.
So, Pierre listened as Duke Walter reminded him who was who in the Brisingian Empire. Many of them were Walter's relatives, the family of his brother, Baldwin, the previous emperor. Baldwin had been killed in the invasion of the Empire 14 years ago, but he had ensured his family survived, his wife, Hannelore, and their 3 children. It was the death of Hannelore's father, Arn, Duke of Luderia, that explained the journey they were making today. Her son, Leopold, had inherited Luderia from his grandfather, just as he had inherited Kelland from his father. Of all the things Pierre knew about Leopold, one stood out for him. He was Pierre's age, born within a few months of one another. He was interested in getting his measure. Katrina, the oldest sister, is now married to Duke Jeremias of Rotelagen, Walter was reminding him. They'll both be there.
And the younger sister may marry Esterel, Pierre said. All right, I told myself to be silent, but no one can remain completely silent, can they?
What's that? Walter asked. He looked quizzically at Farad, who shrugged, giving the impression he cared little about who might marry whom.
The other sister, Pierre began.
Liesel?
Yes, that's the one. The Kalish sent someone to Arbios to discuss a marriage with Esterel. This was last year, so perhaps nothing came of it. It's not like Father tells us anything.
Sent who? Walter asked, more interested in Pierre's information than he had expected.
I don't recall. Huge mustache.
Cass?
Yes, that's the one. Visited last spring. Esterel came over from Giverny specially.
Walter pursed his lips. Clearly, no one had told him of such a plan. I would ask that you don't share this story with anyone else.
Of course, said Pierre.
Pierre had assumed they would stop in one of the villages that regularly appeared along the route, and was surprised when they simply left the road and began making a simple, makeshift camp. He was sent off to fetch wood for the fire. When he returned, he found Walter and Farid just as busy with the chores as the Duke's followers. They seemed to take pleasure in such simple tasks, and he liked the fact they had no airs and graces. More opulent surroundings tomorrow night, Walter commented as they sat by the fire and ate supper, a little apart from his retainers. I presume the Duke of Kelland will find room for his uncle at Essenberg Castle?
I'm excited to see Essenberg, Pierre admitted, though I like this as well.
Walter nodded with a smile. Just remember, you're entering the world of politics tomorrow. Not everyone in the Empire is as trustworthy as I am.
Huh, said Pierre. Maybe you'd better warn me about who I should be wary of.
Farid grinned at that. He's a sharp one. When he wants to be, Walter admitted. He seemed to consider what to say. Leopold's inheritance of Luderia reframes imperial politics. One man has never held two duchies before. It has implications for the future, too. Pierre thought about it. He knew the Empire had a strange mechanism whereby the 7 rulers of the duchies elected the successor to the Emperor.
You mean he gets 2 votes when the next election is held?
Walter nodded. You are sharp. It puts him not so far away from the number he would need to become the next emperor.
Would he not make a good emperor?
Pierre asked. Walter grimaced. It's hard to say. He's a young man now, just entered adulthood.
He's the same age as I am.
Right. Do you think you would make a good emperor, Pierre? Pierre thought about it. He recalled Walter having to fetch him from his room this morning because he had forgotten they were leaving.
Maybe when I'm older,
he admitted. Exactly, said Walter. And very honest of you to say so. Of course, there are people around Leopold who want him to claim his father's title as soon as possible. More power for Leopold means more power for them. Now, it's not as if Emperor Cohen is an old man, but imperial politics is always about who will be next. It didn't take much reading between the lines for Pierre to speculate that Duke Walter wasn't necessarily in favor of his nephew becoming emperor. It was an interesting admission.
Can't you speak to Duke Leopold, then? He asked. Everyone in the Empire respects you.
Ah, said Walter with a little smile. If only that were true. I made a decision, after the Isherite Wars, to live my own life a little, he said, glancing at Farid. I don't interfere in the Empire very much, and do not see Leopold very often. It's not as if I'm retired. Rebuilding Borussia has been a full-time job, and it was natural, I suppose, after the trauma of that time, for the peoples of Brisingia to focus on their own problems. Emperor Cohen did a good job in the early years, helping to restore the North. I did my best to support him, but after a while, each duchy became keen to make its own decisions. The Kalish are a proud people, not so keen to take advice from a Thessian emperor, or even, he said, putting a hand to his chest, the son, brother, and uncle of the last 3 dukes. I'm a Borissian now, he added, giving another little smile, though Pierre could see the bitterness behind the humour. They broke camp early and resumed their journey, soon passing from Walter's Duchy of Borussia to his nephew's Duchy of Kelland. Pierre saw yet more villages, surrounded by cleared land full of crop-yielding fields. He was beginning to understand just how populous this region of Dalria was, something the maps he had studied back home hadn't taught him. The morning was gone when Pierre got first sight of Essenberg. The city walls blocked his view of the settlement itself, but there was plenty else to take in. If he had thought the road they used was fancy, it looked like a country lane compared to the great road that stretched straight and true to the north and south. Caravans of wagons queued for entrance, while others left Essenberg's gates to transport wares elsewhere in Dalria. The Cousel, the river that cut through Giverny from the Kryka Mountains, also passed through Essenberg on its way to the south coast. Barges came and went, adding to the volume of goods and people drawn to Essenberg. For someone who had thought Kolderberg magnificent in scale, Pierre found it all a bit hard to take in. Their group approached the west walls of the city, to an entrance that Walter named the Kolderberg Gate. 2 of his men rode ahead and arranged a speedy entrance for the Duke's party. Some of the guards shouted out a greeting to Walter, who held up a hand in acknowledgement. For all the Duke's talk of being classed as a Barisian, it was clear to Pierre that he still had his admirers in the city he had once called home. As Walter took to the front of their group, Farad fell in beside Pierre and gave him a commentary concise enough to give him a grip on the key locations. Essenberg has 4 districts. This side, he said, indicating left, is the market quarter.
Makes sense,
said Pierre, observing row upon row of stalls selling goods. That side, Farad pointed right now, is the army quarter. Here the road they used merged with the Great Road and descended to the river. They had to ride in single file across a great bridge that took them to the other side of the city. The citizens of Essenberg crossed both ways, alone, in pairs and groups, men, women, and children, in a hurry or a stroll, while traders sold trinkets, jewelry, and other small items laid out on white cloth.
There are so many people here, it is dizzying,
Pierre said to himself.
One might live a lifetime in this one place and never get to know half the people who live with you.
Once over the bridge, Farad pointed out the cathedral quarter to the right and finally named their destination, the castle quarter. This eastern side of the city seemed a little quieter, the houses bigger. They came to a great square, and before them was the castle in question. Much nicer to look at than Kolderberg Castle, Pierre judged, but not half so strong. On the roof, fluttering above the evenly spaced crenellations, was a flag depicting the Eagle of Kelland. They dismounted at the tidiest-looking stables Pierre had ever seen, and a steward arrived to see to their needs. When Walter explained Pierre's station, the steward agreed he would do his best to find him a suitable room for the night. He then led them to the main hall of the castle, which Pierre presumed would be where the Duke's retainers would have to find a spot to sleep.
"Please wait here," said the official. "His Grace wanted to be informed of your arrival."
Pierre looked about the place as they waited. It was a grand space, as befit the hall where emperors had often held court. 4 pillars rose to support the high roof. Stylized tapestries hung on the walls. Pierre's eyes were drawn to the largest of them all. It depicted a crowned figure standing with his followers atop a mighty fortress. Surrounding them, on the ground below, was a horde of grey-skinned, grotesque monsters.
"Burkhard Castle,"
Pierre muttered. Walter looked up. "Aye. Each tapestry depicts a Brazingian emperor. They record how they are remembered." The image instilled in Pierre a deeper understanding of his hosts. He had heard the storytellers who came to the chateau in Arbios to tell their tales of the Isherite wars. Good stories, full of drama and sacrifice. But they had remained stories to Pierre, remote in time and place. But not to these people. Walter and Farad had stood atop that fortress as the Drobaks attacked. As a child, Leopold must have come to this hall every day and seen that tapestry, and known that the heroic figure was his father. Pierre's musings were interrupted by the arrival of the ducal family. It was no surprise Leopold had the look of a younger Walter. Pierre judged him to be slightly taller than himself, but not as wide. Brown, wavy hair stopped at his shoulders. A handsome enough chap, though Pierre was unconvinced by the wispy moustache. Leopold was accompanied by 3 women. The older had to be his mother, the Empress, former Empress, Pierre supposed, Hannelore. She looked like an empress, tall yet curvy, and glamorous. That had to mean the youngest woman was Liesel, her daughter. Soft, honey-colored hair, hazel eyes, and delicate features. She had to be the most attractive woman he had ever seen.
"How typical," No doubt that lucky bastard Esterel will end up marrying her.
That left the woman who stood to one side of the family. She looked quite different. Thin, blonde, average height. Her features were childlike. She stood demurely, hands behind her back. It nearly prevented Pierre from working out who she was, but when he did, his stomach churned over. Inga, the witch. Another figure from the stories. Everyone who had spoken her name had warned Pierre to be on his guard around her. It was the first time he had been in the presence of someone with magic. Her innocent looks somehow made her seem even more terrifying. "Hannelore," Walter said warmly, and greeted his sister-in-law with a kiss on the cheek. "Duke Leopold," he said with mock seriousness.
"Duke Walter,"
Leopold replied equally dryly, and they shook hands. "Lady Liesel."
"Oh, stop it, uncle,"
said Liesel, hugging him with affection. "Inga," said Farid.
"Farid,"
said Inga. Pierre pretended he hadn't noticed that loaded interaction. "This is Pierre, son of Duke Bastien of Morbagne," Walter said, introducing him. "He is staying with me for a while."
"Hello,"
he said. Hannelore and Liesel greeted him with friendly smiles.
"Welcome. I know about your family," said Leopold. "Your older brother is Esterel. They say he is a very good swordsman."
Pierre was a little taken aback, not quite able to read the Duke. His delivery was deadpan, though presumably he was hoping to impress with such knowledge.
"He's all right,"
Pierre said grudgingly. He was relieved when Leopold laughed.
"Uncle,"
Leopold asked,
"you will want to rest after your journey."
"Of course," said Walter, "because I'm such an old man."
"Good,"
said Leopold, ignoring or oblivious to the irony.
"I thought I could show Pierre Essenberg."
Pierre felt a smile creeping over his face.
"I would like to see the city,"
he admitted. Walter made a face. "You two loose on the town?"
"It's the middle of the afternoon, uncle,"
said Leopold, as if taking offense.
"What trouble could we possibly get ourselves into?"
"I'm not sure it's a good idea,"
said Hannelore, sounding worried.
"There are all kinds of criminals out there."
"Perhaps if we sent a bodyguard with the Duke," Inga suggested.
"At the very least,"
said Hannelore. "I'll send one of my men, too," said Walter.
"There you go, mother,"
said Leopold.
"and look at Pierre's sword,"
he said, gesturing at the weapon in its scabbard.
"It's not like we can't handle ourselves, is it, Pierre?"
"True," said Pierre.
"Then it's settled,"
said Leopold.
"Oh, darling,"
said Inga, looking at Liesel.
"Did you wish to go with them?"
All eyes turned to Liesel. She looked embarrassed.
"Maybe I have it wrong, but she looks almost frightened,"
Pierre thought, seeing no reason for it.
"No, I did not,"
she said.
"Damn it, Inga,"
said Leopold.
"Of course she doesn't want to come."
"Apologies, Your Grace,"
said the witch demurely, but she was soon smiling.
"Is that a smirk on the woman's face?"
Pierre asked himself. He felt lost in the conversation now, with so many undercurrents at play that he didn't understand. He was glad when Leopold wasted no more time in leading him away. The two bodyguards kept a respectful distance behind Leopold and Pierre as they passed through the elegant streets about the castle.
"It is very grand here,"
Pierre commented. Leopold wrinkled his nose.
"I suppose so. I prefer the other side of the city, where the commoners live. I feel freer there, do you understand?"
Pierre thought back to the tapestries in the hall of Essenberg Castle, the great dukes of the past remembered only as heroes.
"Yes, I can see how that could be."
"I knew you would," said Leopold.
"There's no one here who understands what my life is like."
"Well," said Pierre,
"I didn't grow up anywhere like this."
He gestured. They had reached the great road that passed through the city. Here it connected onto the great bridge that crossed the castle.
"That's not what I mean,"
said Leopold.
"The expectation on one's shoulders, the constantly being watched, measured, judged. I know you're only the second son, Pierre, but you must have some experience of what I'm talking about."
"My father is very stern,"
Pierre ventured, looking down at the river swirling beneath them. He wasn't at all sure that he shared the same pressures as Leopold. but he was keen to find some common ground between them.
He banished me to Brisingia for fighting.
There you go, said Leopold. I lost my father, as you know, and since that day I was expected to fill his shoes. Can you imagine what that is like?
Difficult, I'm sure.
It seemed to Pierre that Leopold was lonely, keen to share his burdens with a stranger. He needed a friend, and Pierre was flattered that he had seen such potential in him. They continued along the great road for a while, into the part of the city that Farad had named the army quarter. Leopold took them off the road, navigating through side streets that became narrower, smellier, and more run down the farther they walked. Pierre had never seen anything like it. So many people squashed into such a small space. Some houses weren't houses at all, really, just timber panels crudely lashed together.
We call these streets the Rookery,
Leopold told him. Two men standing on the other side of the street stared balefully at him, and Pierre looked behind to check that their two bodyguards were still with them. Why Leopold had taken him here, he couldn't fathom. Leopold stopped outside the grottiest-looking drinking hole Pierre had ever seen, the kind of place he avoided in Kolderberg. With a grin, Leopold led them inside. The place was dark, dank, and stank to high heaven. Unsurprisingly, there were only a few customers inside at this hour. They went to the bar and Leopold ordered 2 drinks, dropping some coins down. The woman serving opened the tap on a barrel and poured a dark ale into their cups.
Dark, so you can't see what's in it,
Pierre assumed. They got themselves seated at a small table, while the 2 bodyguards took up position at the bar, neither electing to order a drink for themselves. Pierre sipped at the ale, bitter as it went down, with a horrible aftertaste. He looked about.
What's the attraction?
He had to ask.
A few coins can get you all sorts here,
said Leopold. He nodded at a couple of women sat against the far wall, looking their way.
Like them,
he said with a leer.
Interested?
No, Pierre said quickly.
You're the Duke of Kelland,
he said to Leopold.
Not as nice looking as me, of course, but better than most.
That got a grin from Leopold.
Surely you could have countless girls in this city, nice-looking ones, who you don't have to pay or catch something from.
Ha, of course, Leopold agreed. But that's the point. Out there, I'm Leopold, Duke of Kelland. I must behave like him. In here, I can be me. Pierre raised an eyebrow.
I guess I should count myself fortunate that there's only one of me.
Come now, Pierre. I assume you like girls, not boys. Pierre frowned.
Of course.
You know the reason I ask?
No, I don't,
said Pierre, confused by the sudden turn in the conversation. Leopold stared at him. You haven't worked out my Uncle Walter yet? Not married?
Ah, said Pierre. It hadn't crossed my mind. He and Farad loved nothing more than playing with each other's cocks.
Disgusting, eh? Pierre wasn't about to badmouth 2 men he admired to one who'd yet to do anything of note.
That's their business,
he said, starting to feel irritated with his new acquaintance. Leopold studied him. He hadn't got the answer he had wanted. He shrugged it off. Anyway, my uncle's predilections are good for me.
How's that?
I'm his heir, of course. Pierre took a drink, forcing himself not to shudder as it went down. He wasn't acquiring the taste, that was for sure.
I see. So you've inherited Luderia. When Walter dies, you get Berisia as well.
Exactly. 3 duchies under my personal control. You know how the Empire works, Pierre?
Aye, you need 4 votes to become Emperor.
Exactly, said Leopold, looking pleased. But it's not just the title I stand to gain. Look at Cohen, or even my father's reign. My father had the title, but what power did it bring him? He was still only 1 duke among 7. He still had to cajole and beg the others to fight for him. But I will have the title and 3 of the duchies, and that will be just the beginning. I'll have the power to rule Brisingia for real. The first man in the Empire's history to truly have authority in every corner of Brisingia. Leopold's eyes shone with the thought of it. Pierre wondered where this vision had come from. Was it this young man's dream, or a desire that someone else had planted within him? For, to Peer, it seemed like an ambition all about attaining power for its own sake, rather than benefiting the world he would rule over. Peer's thoughts turned to Inga, the strangeness of her, a witch openly welcomed at the ducal court.
"You will be the most powerful man in all of Dalria,"
said Peer, a comment that brought a contented smile to Leopold's face. "And you will be my friend," said Leopold. "And your brother? Why not? Who says Brisingia and Javern have to be rivals? That is tired old thinking." Talk of relations between Brisingia and Javern made Peer feel uneasy. These were issues Peer hadn't ever bothered to think about, but Leopold clearly had. How far did his ambitions run?
"When you are so powerful," said Peer, "will you still need that witch Inga at court?"
He regretted it as soon as he said it. It was clumsy and unnecessary. Leopold looked at him, but he seemed more disappointed than hostile. He shook his head. Maybe in Morbagne, sheltered from the Isherite wars, it is still possible to think like that. But if you'd seen the things I've seen, you'd think differently. You've heard the stories of the siege of Bucard Castle, surely?"
"Of course,"
said Peer, suddenly feeling like he was being lectured to like a child. "My father had a powerful sorcerer in his service, Gustav the Hawk. He couldn't stop the loss of Burkhard. Inga was in Essenberg with my family when I was a child. She couldn't stop the loss of the city. We barely got out alive. There are creatures out there far more powerful than you and I can comprehend, Peer. If I could, I'd have 1,000 witches and sorcerers at my court. As it is, all I have is that bitch Inga. Not much, but infinitely better than nothing. And it helps me sleep a little better at night knowing she's around." Chapter 6. Peer. Essenberg, Duchy of Kelland, 672. That evening, Duke Leopold feasted his guests. The hall was busy with servants carrying food, while a 5-piece band played music, creating a lively atmosphere. Peer was honored to find himself seated at the top table. He was relieved to see that the witch, Inga, didn't have a seat amongst the family. Indeed, she was nowhere to be seen. Leopold's oldest sister, Katrina, and brother-in-law, Jeremias, had arrived from their duchy of Rotelegen. Peer realized he was observing the members of the most powerful alliance in the empire. Between them, they held 4 of the 7 duchies of Brisingia. As Leopold had been keen to tell him, the future of the empire was in their hands.
"Why did father send me here?"
Peer asked himself for the first time. It wasn't a haphazard decision, that was for sure. That wasn't how Bastion operated. Peer didn't know what the rules might be for seating arrangements, but there was clearly a protocol at work. The 3 dukes and Leopold's mother had central seats. Peer found himself at one end of the table. Next to him was former Empress Hannelore, and opposite her was Walter. Opposite Peer was Liesel. She was so exquisite to look at, he had to stop himself from staring at her. Her luscious hair was plaited and hung over one shoulder. Her eyes were flecked with so many colors that they were almost asking to be inspected. The safest thing would be to look elsewhere. But Hannelore and the dukes on the other side of him were busy with their own conversation about the problems of government. He wasn't invited, and had nothing to contribute.
"So I must persevere with Liesel,"
Peer told himself,
even though she is far more reticent than her brother. "Essenberg is a wonderful city," he ventured.
Liesel shrugged.
"I suppose so. Do you have many cities in Morbagne?" "None. I am an utter country bumpkin, I have to admit. You can ride for miles in every direction from Arbiost and not come across another soul. I was bowled over by Kolderberg. But this city is something else."
"Did Leopold show you the sights?" she asked him archly. Pierre wasn't about to pretend when she obviously knew very well that he hadn't.
No, he took me to a horrible dive. My stomach's still protesting after I made myself down my drink.
Liesel allowed herself a smile at this. It seemed she admired honesty rather than polite chit-chat. Pierre found that he really wanted to make this young lady smile.
I've known very little except city life, she admitted. Arbiost would be as interesting to me as Essenberg is to you, I'm sure.
Pierre very much doubted that.
Perhaps you will come to Morbagne soon,
he suggested, remembering the visit of the Kellish to Arbiost and the talk of a marriage with Esterel. Liesel frowned, confused.
Why would I be going to Morbagne?
Pierre felt his face drop. Duke Walter had specifically asked him not to mention the story to anyone. And here he was, close to spilling it to Liesel, when it looked, very much, like she had no idea about it.
Oh, you never know. You might do.
This was going terribly. Liesel's eyes narrowed with suspicion.
I'm here in Kelland, after all, when I never expected to be,
he added weakly.
Pierre,
Liesel said lightly.
Give me your hand.
Hearing his name on her lips gave Pierre far more pleasure than he would have thought possible. He offered his hand, eager for her touch. Liesel took his hand, her sharp nails dug in.
You are a terrible liar,
she hissed at him.
That's a good thing, isn't it?
He said. He tried to pull his hand away, but she held on tight.
Ow!
Liesel laughed loudly over his complaint.
Oh, Pierre, you are funny.
She waited for her mother and Duke Walter to look away before leaning over.
Tell me the truth,
she demanded.
All right, it's just that there was a delegation from Kelland to Arbiost. Lord Cass was the man in charge, sounding out my father about a marriage between you and my brother.
Liesel let go of his hand. Pierre felt both relief and regret. She frowned.
Doesn't make sense,
she said, as much to herself as to Pierre, it seemed.
They don't let me out of their sight for a moment, and then talk about sending me to Javerne.
She looked at Pierre, suspicion and curiosity warring on her features.
What was said? Nothing that I was privy to, Pierre admitted. Who knows what my father or Esterel said in private? Who doesn't let you out of their sight?
Liesel studied him.
As if I would trust you. Why wouldn't you? Pierre asked. Haven't I demonstrated my complete inability to deceive you? Yes,
Liesel conceded.
But also your inability to keep your mouth shut. I swear any secrets are safe with me, Pierre said seriously.
Liesel seemed to believe him. She leaned towards him, and he leaned in closer. He could smell her perfume.
Pierre, he told himself, you really must concentrate right now. It's got worse since my sister was married,
she whispered to him, glancing to the far end of the table where Katrina was talking with Farad.
Inga and Salvinus rule in Essenberg. My mother and brother do what they tell them. There's no one to look after me anymore.
Liesel suddenly looked scared and tearful. Pierre wanted nothing more than to help her.
Who's Salvinus?
He asked. Liesel gave him an incredulous look, then shook her head. She leaned in close, and Pierre was quick to do the same. Liesel got even closer. He could feel her breath on his ear.
My mother's lover, she whispered. He's in Whitmar now, preparing for Leopold's ascension. He's a vile debaucher. Inga thinks it's amusing when he says things to me, and my mother always defends him.
Liesel leaned back in her chair. Pierre stared back at her, suddenly furious.
Well, aren't you two getting on?
Hannelore said to Pierre with a knowing smile. Pierre glanced at Walter, who was looking at him with a stony expression.
Well, I suppose we are the same age, Pierre said in response. We have a lot in common. We are not, Liesel said coldly. I am 2 years older than you. Oh, Liesel, Hannelore chided. Be nice. She doesn't mean anything by it, Pierre.
Hannelore and Walter returned to their conversation. Pierre waited, making sure that he wouldn't be overheard. He leaned towards Liesel.
Why don't you tell Walter about it?
She shook her head.
He would intervene, she whispered. Surely you understand. Inga is a witch. She would turn her powers on him. Promise me you won't say anything to him."
Pierre nodded.
"I promise."
Liesel smiled.
"Thank you. And, Pierre," she said, looking earnest, "this is Essenberg, not Arbiost. From now on, you must be careful what you say, and who you say it to."
He nodded.
"I understand."
After the feasting was over, Pierre retired to the small room that had been found for him during his stay in the castle. He found it impossible to stop thinking about Liesel. He put a finger to his hand, rolling it over the impressions left where she had dug her nails in.
2 years older than me. So what?
About 100 people, all told, left the Whitmar gate of Essenberg. Pierre rode with Walter and his small entourage, while that of Heremias was a similar size. Then, it seemed, anyone who was anyone in Kelland had managed to get an invitation to Leopold's inauguration as Duke of Luderia.
"Will Emperor Cohen be attending?"
Pierre asked. "Not invited," said Walter. "Neither is Emmett of Gottbeck or Gavin of Atrabia." He looked at Pierre and sighed. "I don't agree with it. Unnecessary, short-sighted. Call it what you want. But Leopold and his advisers are determined to turn the screws and let Brzezingia know they're in the ascendancy."
"Which advisers?"
Pierre asked him. "Inga and Salvinus. They're the ones that count. The rest have learned to agree with whatever they say." Pierre tried to make sense of Walter's attitude. He had admitted he had taken a step back from imperial politics for his own personal reasons. But by doing so, had he not stored up problems for the future? Then there was Liesel's warning about Inga. She didn't want her uncle ensnared in a conflict with the witch. Pierre had promised her he wouldn't tell Walter about her problems, agreed that he needed to run his mouth off a little less. He resolved to stay quiet. After all, this was Brzezingia, not Giverne. It wasn't his business what happened here. The numbers involved seemed to make progress slow, reminding Pierre of the sluggish pace of the army of Morbagne during the invasion of the steppe. They left the road to Whitmar for the last part of the day's journey, coming to a country estate owned by the ducal family. It must have had the comfort required by the Dowager Duchess, for it was quite a detour from the direct route. Duke Walter was offered a room inside the house, but he was content to set up a camp in the grounds. He did accept an invitation inside for supper, however, bringing Pierre with him. The place reminded Pierre of his family's chateau back in Arbiost, for the first time making him feel a little homesick. There was a friendly, relaxed atmosphere inside, different from the formalities of the court in Essenberg. The servants had laid out food on tables in the kitchen, and everyone helped themselves. Hannah-Law had a large barrel of wine opened and insisted it had to be finished.
"To my father," she toasted, and everyone drank, even Pierre, who had very little idea what kind of man Duke Arn had been.
Pierre looked about for Liesel. Instead, he saw Inga, standing alone with her cup of wine, watching me.
No, that's paranoia.
Nonetheless, he decided not to go looking for Liesel. Instead, Leopold found him. The Duke was all smiles, playing the role of the gracious host, introducing a series of Brzezingians to Pierre.
"If Leopold is able to play the part of Leopold, Duke of Kelland, then I can play the part of Pierre, second son of Duke of Bastion. He's a pleasant, if rather dull chap, with absolutely no interest in Leopold's beautiful sister."
He shared some words with Heremias, Duke of Rotelegen. If he was a little vague on the life of Arn of Luderia, then Heremias' story had stayed with him. Father and brothers slain by the Haskins. He'd inherited the Duchy of Rotelegen at a tender age, facing the worst crisis imaginable. He'd been much younger than Pierre when he'd personally led his troops in the defense of Burkhard Castle, fighting the Drobacks.
What a story he could share,
Pierre thought. Instead, they exchanged tedious pleasantries.
He is playing the role of Heremias, Duke of Rotelegen,
Pierre realized. Hannah-Law joined them, cheeks flushed and speaking loudly. At one point, she reached out and played with Leopold's hair, before remembering where she was. Pierre found such a display of affection touching. Witnessing such moments always made him wish he could have shared more time with his own mother. The truth was, he couldn't remember her, though he felt sure she had loved him during the brief time they had together.
"I think you will like Whitmar, boys," she told them. "What is the city like?"
Pierre asked her.
"Oh, much smaller than Essenberg. The people are friendlier, more contented with life. It has been such a long time since I returned home. I do wonder if I would be happier staying in Whitmar."
Leopold rolled his eyes. "That wouldn't have anything to do with my plans to have Salvinus govern Luderia for me, would it, Mother?" Hannelore slapped him on the arm.
"Of course not, Leopold,"
she said, her eyes twinkling.
"Salvinus will govern Luderia?"
Pierre asked. "Someone has to rule when I am absent," said Leopold. "And for all Mother makes Whitmar sound absolutely lovely, I'll be returning to Essenberg." The next morning they rejoined the Whitmar road and resumed their journey northeast. It wasn't long before they had crossed into Luderia. Almost immediately, Pierre noticed how different the duchy was to Kelland and Borussia. Vast swaths of forest lay on either side of the road, and the settlements they passed were smaller, their wood buildings blending into the landscape rather than transforming it, as the Kellish had done with their huge farms.
"It reminds me of Morbagne,"
Pierre commented. Walter nodded. "Luderia is a sleeping giant. So much more could be done with it, but Arn was content to leave things be."
"That's likely to change,"
said Pierre. Walter raised an eyebrow.
"Leopold told me that Salvinus will govern the duchy for him."
Walter shared a grim look with Farid. "Leopold is free to appoint whoever he wishes," Walter said at last. They rode on in silence. It was a long day of riding, and everyone seemed saddle-sore and tired by the time Whitmar came into view. The late afternoon sun highlighted parts of the capital and cast others in shadow. Built on a rise overlooking the road, Whitmar occupied a large site. Its walls were wooden and flimsy-looking compared to Essenberg or Kolderberg. Stony-faced guards wearing the duchy's emblem, the green tree, waved them through. The streets they rode through were surprisingly quiet. Some citizens came out to get their first look at their new duke. But there was no friendly welcome for Leopold or delight at the return of his mother, Hannelore. "Rather somber," said Walter, frowning. "Remember, Salvinus has been here a while," said Farid sharply, as if no more needed to be said. They came upon the castle, which occupied a central position. Pierre could see a stone keep in the center, but everything else was constructed of wood, with huge split logs used to make the external walls. Here, the guards on the walls wore the eagle of Kelland. There were many of them, and their presence had the feel of an occupying force. There were gasps ahead of them, and when it was the turn of Walter's entourage to ride through the castle gate, they saw why. 4 heads had been placed on spikes that extended over the wall. Pierre looked at them with fascinated horror. They had been pecked at by birds, the eyes missing. "Salvinus," Farid muttered. Once inside the walls, the horses were stabled and the party escorted into the large stone-built keep. The castle staff was soon busy identifying the guests and taking them to the rooms allocated for them. Pierre didn't have one, but he was quick to assure an official that he was happy sleeping in the hall. The man gave him a grateful smile and moved on to one of the many people raising their voices and demanding attention. Pierre looked about the place, wandering through the ground-floor rooms. The smell of food lured him to the heart of the keep, where the kitchens were located next to the Duke's hall.
"It's a shame I can't help myself, like back home."
Raised voices in the hall grabbed his attention, and he wandered in. He spotted Leopold and Hannelore with their bodyguards. Beside Hannelore was a man he hadn't seen before. He was a middle-aged, soldierly type, with a scar from ear to chin and a sneer on his face. That has to be Salvinus. Facing Duke Leopold stood a group of 4 men. Again, Pierre hadn't seen these individuals before. It didn't take too much working out. Once one took in their fine clothes and decorated scabbards, to decide these must be Ludarian noblemen.
Lord Salvinus has abused us and our people, one of the men was telling Leopold. Used gratuitous threats and violence. We ask that you dismiss this minister and give your rule here a fresh start.
Good luck with that,
Peer thought.
Whiners who have obstructed my duties here, Salvinus said dismissively.
He jabbed a finger at the man who had spoken.
I have made every effort to use patience the last few days. You should see what happens when I lose my temper. There'll be violence then, that's for sure.
Lord Salvinus has my full confidence, said Leopold to the men. Peer had thought as much.
Is Leopold really so blind to what Salvinus is? Or does he simply not care?
I know my grandfather ruled here for a long time, and change is hard to get used to, Leopold added, in a voice that suggested his words were meant to mollify. But I am Arn's lawful heir, and it is your duty to ensure that Ludaria respects that.
Of course, my liege, said another man, making a little bow. We are all delighted about your ascension.
He looked at Hannelore as if pleading for her to intervene.
But there are certain laws and liberties in Ludaria.
And Lord Salvinus has been invested with my authority, Leopold interrupted, to act as my representative in Ludaria. When he speaks to you, it is as if I am speaking to you. Is that understood? What else could they do but agree, Peer wondered, as the four men bobbed their heads in submission. What they said in private, however, would no doubt be another thing. Leopold and Salvinus seemed determined to assert their authority on a people who already respected it. Where would that end, he wondered? But Leopold had made it clear in that drinking hole in Essenberg that he intended to rule Brisingia as it had never been ruled before. That ruthless approach seemed to have begun here in Whitmar. Such unpleasantness appeared to be forgotten at the evening's feast in honor of Leopold's arrival. The hall was full to bursting as Ludarians and Kellish ate, drank, and were entertained. It seemed like the feast had been planned by Salvinus days in advance, and Peer, a late arrival to the guest list, hadn't been part of the planning. He didn't mind, however, to find himself some distance from the top table, where Leopold's family and his key advisers dined. Seated next to Farid, with the Barisian soldiers around them, it was possible to relax and enjoy the occasion. Not to mention, from here he could observe all of them, Leopold, Liesel, Salvinus, Inga, and the rest, without them noticing. There was another face in the hall Peer recognized. He had been placed on a table full of Kellish aristocracy. Peer was sure, however, that he hadn't travelled with them from Essenberg. He would have recognized that great wiggly mustache anywhere. Lord Cass had led the delegation to Arbiost with talk of a marriage between Liesel and Esterel. Talk that neither Liesel nor Walter knew anything about. If he hadn't come to Essenberg with Leopold, he must have come earlier, probably with Salvinus. As Peer studied him, the diplomat seemed to catch his eye for a moment, then quickly looked away.
He knows who I am, Peer decided, and doesn't want to attract my attention.
Peer's focus returned to the goings-on at the top table when he saw Liesel excuse herself. He watched her leave the hall, presumably to visit the garderobe. It suddenly struck him as odd that she didn't have a lady attendant with her. He knew that his sister, Louise, never seemed to go anywhere without Sibelia at her side.
You like her?
Farid asked him quietly. Peer felt himself turning red at being caught out watching her.
She's very easy on the eye,
he admitted.
Oh, sure,
Farid agreed.
But you like her.
Then something caused the blood to drain from Peer's face.
Excuse me, Farid. I have to go.
Good luck, Farid offered as Peer got to his feet and left their table. But Farid had misread the situation. Peer had seen Salvinus follow Liesel moments after she left. After what she had told him about the man, ignoring it wasn't an option. He followed them through an exit from the hall finding himself in a gallery. He looked one way, then the next, seeing no one.
Damn it, I have no idea where I am.
He walked one way, then stopped, walking back the other.
Stop panicking.
He listened. Voices.
This way,
he told himself, marching to one end of the gallery. Down a short set of stairs, he came to a corner of the castle where a few rooms nestled against the outer wall. Moving quietly now, he could hear Salvinus's voice. Peering around a wall, he saw them both. The man had his arm on Liesel's shoulder, and she was pressed against the wall. Pierre took a few steps back so that he was out of view.
When your brother leaves, I will have total control of Luderia. Take whatever I want. It's about time you started being nice to me, Liesel.
That isn't going to happen.
Oh, but it is. Leopold and your mother have already agreed that you should stay here with me. They do what they're told, you see. You're going to start doing the same.
There was a fumbling sound.
Get off,
Liesel said. Anger ran through Pierre's body. He shook with it.
Control yourself, he demanded, and think. You can deal with this without getting yourself killed.
Chapter 7. Liesel. Whitmar, Duchy of Luderia, 672. Salvinus pushed her against the wall. He leaned in close so she could smell his foul breath.
When your brother leaves, I will have total control of Luderia. Take whatever I want. It's about time you start being nice to me, Liesel.
How she hated this man and what he had done to her family. She wished she had magic like Inga and could obliterate him on the spot. But she didn't, and she couldn't.
That isn't going to happen,
she said, trying to sound confident, trying not to sound scared.
Oh, but it is. Leopold and your mother have already agreed that you should stay here with me. They do what they're told, you see. You're gonna start doing the same.
That was the trouble. He was right about her brother and mother. She was alone, and it was hard at times not to despair. With one hand, he kept her shoulder pinned to the wall. The other went to her hip, pulled at her dress. Liesel grabbed his wrist.
Get off!
Salvinus moved his lips to her ear.
Maybe you can join me and your mother in bed, he whispered. We'll teach you a few things.
Gods, he repulsed her. He knew it too, derived a sick pleasure from her reaction. That was one reason she tried, desperately, not to react. The sound of clumsy footsteps came from the gallery. Salvinus pulled away from her. A figure came tottering towards them. Pierre, the boy from Morbain.
What's he doing here? Praise Alexia he is. The gong's this way, right?
He slurred, as if he was the worse for drink. Liesel fought to repress a smile. She knew it was a pretense. He must have heard what was happening and decided on this ruse. Clever. Pierre staggered straight for Salvinus, who grabbed the front of his shirt in a fist. Salvinus was far from amused.
Hey,
Pierre protested.
All I'm after is a piss. Actually, I'm not sure this Brasintian wine agrees with me. I feel like I may have to spew. Just a little. Are you going to direct me to the gong or not?
You insolent cur,
Salvinus growled. He pushed Pierre backwards, crashing him against the same wall where he had caught Liesel.
Do you know who you are speaking to?
Pierre's eyes went wide.
I don't give a fig who you are, sir, he replied loudly. You are currently manhandling the son of Duke Bastian of Morbain. Is this how noble guests are treated in Luderia?
Pierre's volume had risen to a crescendo now. Salvinus looked towards the gallery with a frown. Then he looked at Liesel. She nodded.
This is Peer, son of Duke Bastian. He accompanied us from Essenberg.
Liesel watched as Salvinus calculated on the spot. She could tell he would have preferred to give Peer a good beating. But the more he thought about the consequences of that, the less likely it was he would go through with it. Then he was laughing. Good humour suddenly turned on like a tap.
Oh, my Lord Peer, what a comical misunderstanding. I was sure you were some thug disrespecting Duke Leopold's sister. You'll understand, I'm sure, why I felt the need to defend her honour.
Of course I do apologize, Lady Liesel, said Peer. But listen, old man, I really do need to find the pisser.
Naturally,
said Salvinus.
This way.
They walked off, arms around each other's shoulder like they were best of friends.
Thank you,
Liesel mouthed to the departing pair, and wasted no time in returning to the hall. Liesel spent the night in the company of her sister. Here in the rooms allocated to Duke Heremias, she had some security. In the morning, they spoke while they embroidered, an old habit from childhood. Katrina had given Liesel a cushion cover, something even she couldn't mess up. Her sister, meanwhile, was in the middle of some grand project for the cathedral in Guslar. Liesel couldn't help but envy Katrina her sense of purpose. She and her husband were full of plans to restore the battered duchy of Rotalagen to glory. Liesel, meanwhile, lived in limbo, powerless while she waited for others to decide her fate. She waited patiently as Katrina shared all her plans and complained about her dragon of a mother-in-law. Then it was her turn. She told her sister about Peer and his strange news that Lord Cass had offered her to his brother. Katrina raised her eyebrows at this.
I suppose it makes some kind of sense. Nicholas of Giverny has no children. There's every chance that Esterel will become king one day. Imagine that, Liesel. You would be queen.
Liesel nodded, not knowing what to think of that. When she thought of such things, there was a numbness inside her that stopped her from feeling anything much.
What is it? Katrina asked. What's happened?
Liesel kept her eyes on her work.
It's getting worse. Salvinus.
She found it hard to say more.
I'm sorry,
Katrina said. She took Liesel's chin in her hand and raised her face until their eyes met.
He's not. No, but it's only a matter of time,
said Liesel, feeling herself shaking.
He's persuaded Leopold and Mother that I should stay here.
She watched Katrina search for the right words to say. But her sister wasn't going to pretend everything would be all right, and there were no easy answers.
Maybe I could persuade them to let you visit me,
she said at last.
Maybe,
said Liesel. It was an idea, something to cling to. Leopold's inauguration took place in Whitmar Cathedral. The building was smaller than Essenberg's and allowed a surprising amount of intimacy to the service. The Bishop of Whitmar seemed to know her grandfather well and spoke of many small acts of kindness from his life, as well as addressing the larger story that Liesel knew all too well. The marriage of his daughter Hannelore to Baldwin of Kelland, a union that had defined the empire. Arne's support of Baldwin at a key moment, leading his troops to Bucard Castle in defense of Brisingia. Then, the next year, he had sent his only son, Tobias, in his stead. Tobias had died in the slaughter at Bucard, burned alive along with his men by dragonfire. As the bishop reminded them of the painful episode, Liesel's mother and grandmother burst into sobs to her right, gripping each other in their shared grief. Liesel couldn't help but wonder how Arne had lived with that decision in the years that followed. Surely he must have regretted it every day. Fateful in other ways too, for the death of Liesel's uncle meant that Leopold now inherited the duchy instead. But the service had shown Liesel that there were other parts to her grandfather's life, things to be celebrated, and for that she was grateful. Then it was time for Leopold to be confirmed a duke for the second time in his short life. Her brother was seated on a high-backed, beautifully decorated wooden chair. The ceremony was simple, and to the point, an approach to life that seemed to be a feature of Ludarian life. Leopold agreed to respect the rights of Ludarians and fulfill his duties as Duke. Liesel knew, as she watched him, that, to her brother, these were nothing more than words that needed to be said. Then the assembled congregation left their seats and got to their knees. The bishop asked the gods for their blessings, and the Ludarians agreed to faithfully serve their new duke. Afterwards, everyone emptied into the cathedral gardens. A crowd surrounded her brother, tripping over one another to congratulate him. All Liesel could hear was Salvinus's brash voice. All she could see were Inga's knowing looks. She retreated, following a path that wound its way through flower beds. Footsteps behind made her turn. She was relieved to see Pierre. He walked beside her for a while.
"Thank you for yesterday,"
she said at last. He shrugged. Liesel wasn't sure how to respond to that. It was rude not to acknowledge someone's gratitude.
"Are you all right?"
Pierre asked at last.
"He hasn't. I slept in my sister's room last night." "Oh, good. I didn't sleep a wink. We really need to do something about that bastard."
Liesel smiled. It was nice to have someone on her side. And it was hard not to like him. There was an edge, a confidence to him, but also a decency that few people around her had.
"I've warned you, Pierre,"
she reminded him, making a show of looking behind them. No one there.
"You need to take care. But,"
she paused, looking into his eyes,
"I thank you for your concern and your friendship."
Some unreadable emotion crossed his face for a moment. Then it was gone.
"What he said,"
Pierre persisted,
"about you staying here in Whitmar. We can't let that happen. I was thinking, what if I spoke to Leopold about it? He's your brother, after all. Even if he keeps Salvinus on, for whatever reason, I'm sure he'll agree to you returning to Essenberg with him."
He made it sound so reasonable, which no doubt it would be, in a normal family.
"There's something you need to understand about Leopold,"
Liesel said, resuming her walk through the garden as Pierre walked alongside her.
"He was 5 years old when he lost his father. The Drobaks stormed Essenberg. They were everywhere, swarming through the city. Salvinus only just got my family out in time. Leopold was terrified. Had no idea why his world had suddenly turned upside down. At least Katrina and I were old enough to understand what was happening. But Leopold, for all his boasting and titles and visits to the rookery, inside he's still that terrified 5-year-old boy. Mother was just as scared as he was. They've both relied on Salvinus and Inga ever since. Inga is odd, distant, but Salvinus has become father, husband, big brother, advisor, protector. He's taken away their fear because he does everything for them. Standing up to him, saying no to him. It all comes back again. They can't do it."
"I see," said Pierre. "Not you or your sister, though."
"I remember my father,"
Liesel said.
"Salvinus is nothing like him."
Their path opened onto a paved meeting area. Standing there, as if she had been expecting them, was Inga.
"Two little lovebirds," she said in a silly voice. "How adorable."
Liesel was used to the witch's barbs, but she felt Pierre bristle with anger beside her.
"Do you think you're funny?"
he demanded.
"Please, Pierre, don't antagonize her."
"I remember my first love,"
Inga continued, ignoring him.
"It was your father, Liesel. I was only your age, and he was a lot older. But who's going to say no to an emperor when he wants you in his bed?"
"That's a lie,"
said Liesel, the words leaving her mouth before she'd decided she wanted to say them. Her father wouldn't have shared his bed with a witch. Inga looked nothing like her mother. Inga had the gall to look offended.
"I don't know why you think I would lie about such a thing. I don't claim he loved me more than your mother. I don't pretend he loved me at all. It was all about the sex with him."
"Stop it,"
Pierre shouted.
"We don't want to hear about your sordid fantasies."
Inga looked at him coldly.
"Oh,
she asked. Her voice was deathly quiet, her impish manner gone.
Pierre,
Liesel warned him, putting a hand to his arm.
or I'll teach you a lesson.
Inga's hand shot out. She yelled an indecipherable noise. Liesel felt the force hit Pierre. One moment she had a hold of his arm, the next he was lying flat on the ground. She crouched down, panicking. She put a hand to his neck, trying to find a pulse. Inga joined her.
Here,
she said, taking Liesel's hand, putting her fingers to the right place.
he'll live.
She stood. Reassured somewhat, Liesel got to her feet.
He's just a boy.
Be careful then, Liesel, because this boy will return to Javern one day, and we don't want his stories to be full of how terrible the rulers of Brisingia are. Better he never return. Do you understand?
I get it.
Good,
said Inga. She got closer, her face mere inches away.
You've lived a charmed life so far, Liesel. Beautiful daughter of an emperor. Never wanted for anything. But such a life has left you soft and spoiled.
Suddenly the witch's hand was at her chest, her finger and thumb squeezing Liesel's nipple. Liesel felt her mouth open like a fish, so shocked she had nothing to say.
But it's time you learned to use your body and your pretty face. That's how you will get what you want from life. Otherwise, you'll forever be a victim.
Her hand slid away.
And Liesel, darling, victims are such bores.
Chapter 8. Pear. Whitmar, Duchy of Luderia, 672. Pear awoke in a bed in an unfamiliar room. As he stirred, still groggy, his memories returned. Inga in the cathedral gardens, her lewd comments about Liesel's father. He'd wanted nothing more than to shut her up. Then her outstretched arms. She used magic on me, he realized, not quite believing it. He put a hand to his face, his body, checking everything was still there. Who knows what curses a witch might use? But he detected nothing untoward. He got up and looked around the small castle room. There were enough objects in there he recognized for him to work out where he was. Duke Walter's room. He'd obviously been taken there after Inga had cast her spell on him. At least he hadn't been put in some dungeon cell, but he had to find out if Liesel was all right. Pierre exited the room into a corridor. It took him a while to get his bearings, and then he had to ask a servant for directions. He made for the location he hoped Liesel would be, her sister's rooms. The servant who opened the door asked him to wait. It wasn't long before Heremias, Liesel's brother-in-law, appeared. "Can I see Liesel?" Pierre asked him. "Your manner suggests you won't take no for an answer," Heremias observed. "I apologize," said Pierre. "I just need to know she's safe." "I understand. Come on, Pierre," he said. Heremias had a suite of rooms for his entourage. He led him into his private room. "I've told my wife you were here. Take a seat," he said, gesturing to a chair. The Duke fixed them each a drink. "Ever had arak before?" "No," said Pierre, taking the offered cup and giving the amber liquid a sniff. It was strong. "It'll calm your nerves after what happened," Heremias recommended. Pierre sipped at it. It pickled his tongue, went down smoothly, then spread warmth to his chest. "Nice. You know what happened?" "Well, I helped carry you to Walter's room." Katrina and Liesel entered the room. Both wore wary expressions. "At least she's safe," Pierre told himself. He looked at them all. "Do they know what happened to me?" he asked Liesel. "Yes," she said. "You fainted. Maybe the cathedral was too airless for you." She looked at him, chin in the air as if challenging him to say differently. Pierre gritted his teeth. "So that's how she's going to play it. Seems like Inga can do anything she likes and get away with it." Katrina and Heremias looked uncomfortable.
So they should.
I know it's not what you want to hear, Heremias ventured into the silence, but you need to take care of yourself, Pierre. Pierre got to his feet. The blood rushed to his head and he swayed a little, whether from his fainting or the arak, he wasn't sure.
Thanks for the drink,
he said on the way out. Pierre stalked about Whitmar Castle. He'd never been so angry. He realized he missed Humbert too. His friend had always been someone to talk to. Now he was alone, with no one to confide in, and he was at a loss about what he should do. Liesel was in danger from Salvinus, too scared to tell people. Those few who did know, like him, were threatened by Inga. Liesel had asked him not to tell her Uncle Walter, for fear of what Inga might do. No doubt after what had just happened in the cathedral gardens, she now feared for Pierre as well. Pierre's limited options swirled around his mind, each one discounted for one reason or another, then returned to again. The one he knew he wouldn't take was doing nothing. At last, he made a decision. He would find Leopold and confront him. He found the new Duke of Luderia in the main hall of the castle. He had expected him to be surrounded by hangers-on, but there were only 3 others. One he knew, Gervais Salvinus, the man who would govern the duchy for him. The other 2, both young men, Pierre hadn't seen before. "Ah, just the man I wanted to see," Leopold called out as Pierre approached. He offered his hand and Pierre took it. "These gentlemen are Albrecht and Heinke." Pierre nodded at the pair, and they nodded back, a little wary perhaps. "They're going to show me the sights of Whitmar. I assume you're coming, Pierre."
Why not?
This could be my chance, he realized, to talk with Leopold on his own.
Though perhaps keep young Pierre away from the wine,
Salvinus suggested dryly. Pierre forced himself to grin at the comment.
Better for this man to think me a fool.
"He kept down a pint of ale from the rookery," said Leopold. "If he can do that, I'll wager he'll have no trouble in Whitmar." Once it was just the 4 of them, Albrecht and Heinke relaxed a little, keen to show off their knowledge of the taprooms of Whitmar. Sons of Luderian nobility, they had the income and leisure to have built up some experience. Albrecht had a drinker's belly, while Heinke was short and stocky, putting his drinks away like his insides were hollow. Pierre found he liked the city. Smaller than Kolderberg and not nearly so big as Essenberg, it was easy to get his bearings, even after they had visited several establishments. By the time they reached the Black Wheel, they were in high spirits. Leopold introduced himself to the other patrons as their new duke, and, to much cheering, offered them all a drink on the house. When the owner dared to ask him how he was paying for it, Leopold made some vague comment about bringing him the money tomorrow. Pierre couldn't help but find the owner's expression amusing, even if there was a part of him that knew it was wrong. Even deeper into their cups, Leopold called the man over and pointed out a barmaid they had been admiring. "She's gorgeous. I want you to set me up with her in one of your rooms." "That's my daughter," said the man. Pierre could see the man struggling to contain his anger and felt ashamed to be a part of it. Not Albrecht or Heinke, though. They didn't hide their amusement. Albrecht sniggering, Heinke guffawing. "So?" asked Leopold, an edge to his voice. "I'm the Duke of Luderia, man. If you want my patronage, you'll set it up."
"Leopold, stop it,"
Pierre demanded.
"It's disrespectful."
"Nonsense," said Leopold. "A mistress of a duke is an honorable position. Never mind mistress of the next emperor." The fact that Leopold was behaving just like Salvinus served to remind Pierre why he had come along in the first place.
"I need to talk with you. In private."
Leopold gave him a cold look. "The only person I want to see in private is that girl."
"It involves your sister,"
Pierre told him. A part of his mind warned Pierre that this was a mistake. It wasn't the right circumstances, but another part pushed him on. Things needed to be said, and if he waited for the perfect opportunity, they never would be. Leopold looked at him incredulous. "You want to speak about my sister?"
"Yes, Liesel."
Pierre was aware of the reactions of those around him. Albrecht and Heinke had cooled towards him again. He waited while the owner of the inn slunk away, now forgotten by the other three. "Say your piece here," Leopold said, giving him a dangerous look.
"First," said Pierre, "did you authorize Lord Cass to negotiate with my father about a marriage between Liesel and my brother?"
Leopold's eyes narrowed with suspicion. "That's a lie."
"Hardly. I was there. There were plenty of witnesses. Second,"
he paused, struggling with the weight of what he had to say next, struggling with how to phrase it.
"Salvinus. He leches after her, tries to bed her. I witnessed that myself as well."
Leopold shrugged. "Liesel is very attractive. I'd try to bed her myself if I wasn't her brother. Wouldn't you?" he asked his two friends, who nodded along. He seemed to think about it. "Maybe it shouldn't stop me." Heinke guffawed with laughter. "Too much," he said. Pierre stared at Leopold.
"So this is who you are?" he thought. "I can't claim that I wasn't warned to keep my mouth shut."
But standing there, looking at Leopold's arrogant face, with Heinke's braying laughter echoing around him, he was in no mood to shrug and walk away.
"So you're too scared of Salvinus to keep him in check?"
It was only there for a moment. Then Leopold regained his composure. But Pierre had seen that his barb had hit home. "Teach this fucker a lesson," the Duke said. Heinke was only too keen, stepping into Pierre, fist heading for his midriff. But Pierre had seen it coming. He blocked, then sent his own punch crashing into Heinke's jaw, sending him to the floor of the inn. Pain shot through his hand and wrist, and he wondered whether he'd broken something. Neither Leopold nor Albrecht looked like they fancied a turn. But then the Duke was bellowing, "Arrest this man!" Enough Ludarians were ready to obey their Duke's orders. Enough for Pierre to know it was pointless trying to resist. He was manhandled and forced to his knees, whereupon Heinke delivered the blow to the guts he had been after. The wind was knocked from Pierre's body, and he was coughing and spluttering, desperately trying to suck in air. When he was finally able to breathe and lift his head, Leopold was in front of him, with a knife. The inn had gone deathly quiet, a nervous quality to the atmosphere. "You decided to lecture me on how to rule?" Leopold asked him. "Who do you think you are?" A smile came to Leopold's face then, as if a great idea had come to him. Pierre didn't like the look of it. "Since you're so obsessed with Salvinus, maybe I should give you a scar just the same as his." He put the tip of the blade just below Pierre's ear. Pierre was in little doubt that Leopold would do it.
"I wouldn't," Pierre stammered. "My father wouldn't be pleased," he warned, hating that he was resorting to using his status to stop the bastard from going through with it.
Leopold laughed. "Am I supposed to fear what the Duke of Morbagne might do?" He studied Pierre, thinking, "Or maybe it isn't Salvinus you're obsessed with. Maybe it's my sister." "Yes, that would make more sense. So keen to put your dick in her, you're worried Salvinus might get in there first." He withdrew his knife, only to return it to an even more unpleasant location. "Maybe I should cut your cock off instead. Protect my sister's virtue." Pierre had run out of things to say now. He looked at Leopold, hoping he'd be spared. "No," said the Duke. "I like the scar idea best. That way you'll still want to nug all the girls, but none of them will want to." Pierre's face burned with agony as Leopold slit his face from ear to chin. Then they let him go, and Pierre staggered out of the Black Wheel, only vaguely aware of what he was doing. He felt the cool night air on his wound. It was dripping blood, and he put one hand over it in an attempt to close the wound. He realized he was shaking. A part of him had been sure Leopold wouldn't go through with it, that it was all bluff. That part of him still struggled to believe what had just happened. But another part of him had been sobered up by the assault. That part led him back to Whitmar Castle with purpose. Walter stood in shock when Pierre burst into his room. "What happened to you?" the Duke asked, peering at Pierre's face, still leaking blood.
"Never mind that," said Pierre. "There's something I need to tell you."
"We will have to mind it," Walter said. "But if there is something more important, then of course you must tell me." At last, Pierre told Walter about what Liesel had confided to him. He carefully relayed the details of Salvinus's assault on her in the castle hall, and how he had intervened. Only then did he explain his wound, how he had confronted Leopold about Salvinus.
"I'm sorry I didn't come to you before,"
Pierre told Walter when he was done. "I won't pretend I wish you hadn't spoken to me sooner than this," Walter said when he was done. "But at least you've seen sense and done it now. I need to think carefully about how we proceed with this matter. In the meantime, we need to get you cleaned and stitched up." Walter dropped Pierre off with the physician of the castle. They'd had to wake him up first. Since the man now worked for Leopold, it was somewhat ironic that he was fixing the damage meted out by the Duke. Not that Pierre or Walter told him the truth about how he received the wound.
"I'm learning,"
Pierre told himself.
"Finally."
When he returned to Walter's room, it was the middle of the night. He found himself in somewhat surprising company. Liesel's sister, Katrina, was seated on her uncle's bed. On a chair sat Lord Cass, the diplomat who had come to Arbiost. Standing over him was Farid, hand not so subtly on the hilt of his sword. Cass looked distinctly uneasy. "Come in, Pierre," Walter said tersely. He exuded authority over proceedings, and Pierre found himself wondering why exactly he had taken so long to put such a serious matter into Walter's hands.
"It is surprising," he marveled, "how one can be so damned stupid and only realize it afterwards."
Walter pointed a thick finger at Cass. "We're getting somewhere. No surprise to learn that Cass was sent into Morbagne on the orders of Salvinus and Inga. More of a surprise is who went with him. 3 of Salvinus's killers. I don't know if there was ever any intention of the marriage taking place. It has all the signs of a covert operation. A ruse for these men to gain access to your father's court. Because once Cass set off back for the Empire, the 3 individuals stayed in Morbagne. Can you think of any reason, Pierre, what they might have been up to? Anything stolen, or worse?" Pierre racked his brain. Nothing was dislodged. He knew nothing of these men Walter talked about, and nothing bad had happened after Cass's visit. Nothing he was privy to, anyway. He shook his head.
"Sorry, nothing."
Cass sighed with relief. Walter looked at Pierre.
"I'm not sure he believes me," Pierre realized. "But I suppose I can't complain if he doesn't fully trust me anymore."
Walter shrugged, reluctantly moving on. He stared at Cass. "What brought you to agree to such a reckless course of action? I can't understand."
"I'm sorry," Cass got out, sounding genuine. "It's not what I wanted. But things have changed in Essenberg. It's not possible to say no to Salvinus any longer. Not if you don't want to end up at the bottom of the council."
"You could have warned me," Walter said. "Got word out somehow."
"I know. I'm sorry and ashamed. If I could make it up, I would."
"You can," Walter said. "For a start, this conversation never happened. And from now on, you're my eyes and ears in Essenberg."
"Of course,"
Cass agreed. "And if I get the faintest whiff of a double-cross, you will end up in the council. I have killers who work for me, Cass, and they're better than the oafs on Salvinus's payroll."
"You have my word."
Walter sighed. "Get out." Cass wasted no time in exiting the room. "I think we can trust him," Walter said, as if trying to convince himself. "At least for a while. But either way, we need to act fast now. News of what happened to Pierre will spread around the castle shortly. It gives us an excuse to leave. Katrina, your role in this will be crucial."
She's my sister, Katrina said. I would do anything to see her safe.
I know. Walter moved to the bed and Katrina got to her feet. They embraced. It was hard for Pierre to see Katrina's tears. I should have done more to look after you both, Walter said. But there's no point in dwelling on the past. We will all do what's right now. What we do for Liesel will make all our lives more difficult, but it is the right thing to do. Walter gave his niece a last pat on the back, and they separated. Katrina headed for the door, stopping as she reached Pierre.
Thank you for what you've done, she told him, and I apologize for what my brother did. He got lost somewhere in all of this.
When Katrina left, Walter took a long look at Farid, then turned to Pierre. Right, young man. You are so upset about what happened last night that I have decided to return to Colderberg immediately. That means that if anyone should stop and ask, you will be distraught, understood?
We're leaving, Pierre asked him. With Liesel.
Walter exchanged a glance with Farid. Not quite. Walter's entourage left Whitmar when it was still dark. Pierre was grateful when the first rays of sunlight lightened the sky. He'd come close to falling asleep while riding in the darkness. He was exhausted, and the ale he'd quaffed last night had left him with a thumping headache. The daylight, combined with the exercise of riding, gradually improved his condition. His hand constantly strayed to his face, touching the puckered skin.
It could be worse, he tried telling himself. Leopold threatened to cut my cock off.
At times, alone with his thoughts, he contemplated the various ways he might take revenge on Leopold. But more often, he thought about Liesel, hoping she was safe. They crossed into Kelland before stopping for the night, Walter organizing a hasty camp not far from the road. Pierre was asleep moments after lying down. He had to be woken the next morning. Soon they had rejoined the Whitmar road, heading for Essenberg. But they hadn't gone far when a figure on the road ahead of them caused them to pull up. Inga stood alone. There was no horse or other form of transport nearby, causing Pierre to wonder how she had got ahead of them. He didn't like to think about such things.
"Where is she?"
the witch demanded. Pierre shuddered. It was as if she had poked into his mind, looking for an answer to her question. But Pierre didn't know where Liesel was. "She?" Walter asked innocently.
"Don't mess with me, Walter,"
Inga fumed.
"I know you're behind it."
She glared at Pierre, who glanced away. He had never seen Inga come close to losing her temper. Hadn't thought it possible. Internally, he reveled in it, but he forced himself to keep a straight face, sensing that a grin might provoke a dangerous reaction. "Yet you have no proof," Walter said, "just as I have no proof that you've been interfering in other countries." He glanced in Pierre's direction. Inga appeared to acknowledge that, and she calmed down.
"In truth, I thought I would find her with you. You've played it well, making me think she was with Katrina all this time. But what you think you stand to achieve by interfering like this, I can't understand. You've made a very big mistake, Walter."
She looked about their group for a moment. Her eyes narrowed.
"Wait. Where is Farid?"
"I sent him ahead to Colderberg. He has things to do." Inga smiled her mocking smile. Suddenly she seemed to be feeling better.
"Then I might go to Colderberg myself. If I find that Farid has abducted Liesel, I'll kill him."
She gave a careless shrug.
"Duke Leopold's orders."
Walter gave a shrug of his own. "If you find him." Chapter 9. Liesel. Whitmar, Duchy of Luderia, 672. "Katrina," Heremias called. "Farid is here." Liesel looked at Katrina. Her sister had a nervous expression on her face. She approached Liesel and took her hand, pulling her to her feet.
"Come."
"Why?"
Liesel asked, suspicious.
What's going on? You need to escape Whitmar. Liesel, come on.
Liesel shook her head.
No.
If Farid was here, it meant Walter was a part of this. And the last thing she wanted was her uncle and sister brought into a confrontation with Salvinus and Inga. There would only be one winner in that contest. Katrina squeezed her hand until it hurt.
I'm telling you to go. If Father was here, he would say the same.
Katrina's words caught Liesel off guard, hitting her with emotion.
If Father was here, this wouldn't be happening.
But she allowed her sister to lead her into the adjoining room. Jeremias and Farid were murmuring quietly to one another. Liesel knew very well that both men had fought at Burkhardt Castle with her father, distinguished themselves in their own way. It gave her a sliver of confidence that whatever they had planned might work. She looked at the three of them.
I suppose Pierre is responsible for this,
she said.
Yes, said Katrina, and he did exactly the right thing. Now, let Farid explain things.
Katrina and Jeremias will act as if you are still here, Farid told her. Walter will head west, back to Borussia. By the time Salvinus and Inga realize you're not with either of them, you and I will be long gone. Liesel hesitated. Cold fear clutched at her insides, but she was sick of that feeling.
All right,
she agreed. I brought clothes for you to change into, said Farid. They had to wait until morning, when the north gate of Whitmar was opened. They left on horseback. Don't worry, Farid said to her. You make a good man. He dressed her in warrior gear, a huge cloak covering everything and a hood pulled over her face. Liesel wasn't so sure about the disguise. It didn't look right, and it would only take one observant individual to say something when Salvinus asked questions. Farid took them north. Liesel glanced across at him, riding his horse like he was born in the saddle. She'd been a little intimidated by Farid as a girl. He didn't talk much, feeling no inclination to put people at ease. His looks had been alien to her. The dark coloring of the Midians, with long hair tied back in a ponytail, had made him seem like a strange savage. Even if she had outgrown such childish judgments, there were other things she had continued to hold against him. Walter's relocation to Kolderberg, in the years after she had lost her father, had been a bitter blow to take. It had been far easier to blame this man than her beloved uncle. Here he was, though, not thinking twice about helping her out of this mess. She knew he was risking his life doing it. Are you all right? He asked, catching her looking at him.
I'm fine.
You ride well, he offered.
I loved my riding lessons, she told him. Being outside, I used to complain when Leopold got to go to martial training, and I wasn't allowed, even though he was younger.
It's not too late to learn, he said. You're still young.
I suppose I am, compared to you, she thought. Do you intend to go to Rotelegen? She asked him.
That was the obvious destination if they were heading north. In her opinion, a little too obvious, since any pursuers might expect them to head to the duchy of her brother-in-law. The alternative was to the lands of the mysterious Caladri. That was unlikely, though she wouldn't put it past her companion. Farid turned in his saddle, looking behind them towards Whitmar. Once I am sure we are out of sight of the city, we will change course to the east.
Ah, Liesel thought. I should have expected another ruse.
East, she repeated, unable to work out where their final destination might be. East was, well, nowhere. To Atrabia, Farid said.
Atrabia?
The duchy her grandfather had conquered and added to the empire by force. The Atrabians thought her entire family were devils. Why, by the gods, would they go to Atrabia? Farid studied her reaction. Was that a smirk on his face? No one will expect that, he said. Farid set a grueling pace, but Liesel was hardly going to complain. The faster they rode, the sooner they would leave Luderia, and the less likely they would be caught. She wondered whether her absence had yet been noticed.
Were they being hunted already? Salvinus with a pack of his mercenaries? More terrifying was the thought of Inga, furious at being defied. Liesel knew it was the witch who should be truly feared. A line of hills marked the border with Atrabia. Farad led them through a pass that wound between two mounds of rock, forcing them to ride single file. He peered upwards. "Don't be alarmed," he said, "but I think we're being trailed."
"We've only just left Luderia,"
Liesel complained. It confirmed everything that was said about the Atrabians in Essenberg. Incorporated into Brisingia by Emperor Bernard, yet they still acted as if they were an independent kingdom. Most damning of all, when her father had called on the Atrabians for aid against the Drobak's horde that had invaded the Empire, they hadn't come. The longer they travelled, the closer Liesel came to concluding that Atrabia was simply a wasteland. It made her wonder why her grandfather had put so much effort into subduing the territory in the first place. Everywhere she looked, there were hills and mountains from where the Atrabians could spy on an enemy force. Even the lowlands were covered in woodland and gorse, from where the Atrabians might launch an ambush. She understood enough about war to realize this place would have been hell to take by force. Liesel let out a sigh of relief when Farad stopped to make camp. The romantic notions she had previously held of adventuring and war had taken a knock after a relentless day of exhausting travel. She was stiff and sore, desiring nothing more than a wash and a hot meal and her bed. She would get none of that. Farad seemed disinterested in providing any sort of comfort for them, tending instead to their horses. He caught her looking over. "You can rest for a while," he said.
"Can I not help?" she asked. "After sitting all day, I'd rather stretch my legs."
"Of course." He pointed towards a copse of trees. "Any dry wood will help with our evening fire. You can do your business in there too if you wish." Liesel was both shocked and grateful for his plain speaking.
"What about the people following us?"
she asked, looking about as if she might spot them. The last thing she wanted was some Atrabian soldier catching her in the middle of her business. "I'm pretty sure they won't bother us tonight," Farad assured her. When Liesel collected fuel, Farad built their camp, 2 places to sleep and a fire. He prepared their meal. As night fell, they could clearly see a second fire on the rise not far away. So Farad had been right about being followed. She didn't know why, but something about that fire made her feel more reassured than threatened, as if whoever was up there was looking out for them.
"Thank you for doing this,"
she said to Farad, realizing she hadn't said a word of gratitude yet. She hated the idea that people might think her a spoiled brat. But she'd grown up with people doing things for her on a daily basis. Gratitude didn't come as naturally as it should. "You're welcome," Farad said. "You know, Walter and I would have acted sooner, if we'd realized how bad things were." The Magnian stared into the flames, a brooding expression on his face. "We got preoccupied with our work in Borussia. The last 10 years have flown by, and we didn't take enough notice of the world outside. Didn't want to, I suppose, is the truth of it."
"No one asked you for help until last night,"
Liesel said, feeling sorry for him. Why shouldn't Farad and Walter have been allowed to live their lives? They'd given plenty for the Empire already. Farad wasn't even a Brisingian. He didn't owe her anything, much less have to risk his life for her benefit.
"I didn't want you to get involved,"
she explained. "I'm grateful you did. Grateful that Peyer told us." He looked at her. "I feel like I've been woken from a long sleep," he grimaced. "But it's not too late to make amends." They woke early and were soon riding eastwards again. Liesel detected a slight softening in the land about them. The path they took became a mud track, the first piece of evidence that there was any civilization in Atrabia. Hoofbeats caused them to turn around. 3 riders cantered behind them, keeping to the pace Farad set, but making no attempt to catch up. "Our friends from last night," Farad commented, unconcerned. Later they passed through a settlement. A fast-moving stream to the north provided the people with water, and Liesel could see sheep grazing nearby. She reckoned there were about 20 wooden houses in all. She met eyes with a dark-featured Atrabian woman. The woman's look wasn't so much suspicious as it was observant. Farad didn't stop, and their honor guard passed through the settlement too, still keeping the same distance behind. As midday approached, they came upon a second settlement, large enough to be called a town. It lay either side of a stream, presumably the same one Liesel had noticed earlier. Rough wooden walls encircled it, defending the crossing point. Farad called a halt. Looking ahead, Liesel could see the track they followed led to an open gate in the town's wall. "Best to get permission to enter," Farad said. He looked behind them at the 3 riders who had been following them, who finally approached. 2 men and a woman, all about Liesel's age, with the same dark eyes and hair of the woman from the previous settlement. All 3 wore long woolen cloaks, and each had a linen bag hanging from their saddle, the length of a short bow. Their mounts were small and nimble-looking. "We've come looking for Prince Gavin," Farad said to them. "He's been told of your arrival," one of the men answered in a lilting accent. "We'll take you into Treglan," he said, nodding at the town ahead of them. "The prince may be there already. If not, you can wait for him." Unlike Essenberg, there were no guards employed at the gate or town walls. Instead, all the folk of Treglan stopped their business to examine the new arrivals as they rode past. Once they realized who the first 3 riders were, they called out a friendly greeting. Farad and Liesel were treated to a more neutral, silent appraisal. In a land where everyone knew one another, strangers stood out. Prince Gavin had a house in the center of the town where Farad and Liesel were taken. Literally, Liesel was amazed to see a house. No hall or castle or any such grandeur. Their horses were stabled, and they were taken inside. A fire burned brightly in the main room, but no one was there. Liesel and Farad were offered comfy chairs to sit in, and then the 3 Atrabians left them alone. Liesel looked around. It was beautiful inside, with blackened wooden frames and whitewashed walls, like the country cottages in Kelland. But it was so small she still found it hard to believe the Prince of Atrabia would choose it as a residence. Gavin didn't make them wait long. He entered the room alone, wearing simple woolen clothing. He looked relaxed. Liesel reckoned he was the same age as Farad. He had the same warrior's physique, a strong-jawed face with a trimmed beard and brown eyes that had a sparkle to them. Farad and Liesel went on one knee. "Please, that is not necessary," he said quickly, directing them back to their chairs. "Lady Liesel, be assured I am at your service. You have had some hard travel from what I am told."
"It was decided we had to leave in a hurry,"
Liesel admitted, glancing at Farad. "Decided by—" "Duke Walter gave the order for me to take the lady here," Farad said. "You can blame him that we've landed on your doorstep." Gavin smiled at that. "It is nothing but an honor to have you both here. I'm a little surprised, but pleased that Walter put so much faith in me."
"I think it was a case of taking me to the most unlikely location,"
Liesel said. "Ah," Gavin acknowledged. "That makes sense. But things really are that serious." Liesel didn't know what to say. What ought she tell this prince? What did she want to tell him? She knew that while she had come here looking for help, Gavin had never been an ally of her family.
"I wasn't safe at court."
A slight frown passed over Gavin's face. He seemed to consider his next words. "It's not a story that I often tell, but I was one of the last people to see your father alive." He looked at her, checking to see her reaction.
"What?"
Liesel wondered.
"He expects me to burst into tears at the mention of my father."
"I presume you know something of the story," Gavin continued. "The Isherite army was loose in the Empire. We, the Atrabians, had come west to disrupt their advance. At the same time, your father came east, leading the horde away from Essenberg. Well, away from you. he recalled. You were only young then.
I was 7.
Baldwin insisted he would face the enemy, and that my force should withdraw. My Atrebians should help his soldiers escape, which of course we did. It was a very brave thing to witness. Until then, your father had no understanding of me. Thought me a coward, I am sure. For my part, I had a healthy hatred of the Kellish, since it was your grandfather who had conquered Atrabia and forced us to join the Empire. But in those few shared words, on the day he died, we came to understand each other a little. Too late, it seemed, to change anything between our peoples. But now you are here, Liesel, and I swear I will protect you as if you were my own daughter. Part 3. Jivan. Sonk Peer. Chapter 10. Sonk. Abiost, Duchy of Morbagne, 673. The invasion of the Middersteppe turned out to be a brief, sour interruption to Sonk's life. Back in Abiost, the familiar routines returned to fill his days. Weapons training with Broncat, magical training with Rimon. Occasionally, Jesper would take him into the forest of Morbagne. He had decided that both Sonk and Rab were of an age where they could begin to familiarize themselves with the terrain. This largely consisted of extended walks that were enjoyable at first, and then became tests of endurance. Only rarely did they encounter the wildlife of the forest. Jesper explained that the animals needed to get used to his and Rab's scent before they could start approaching them. As for what happened in the steppe, the attack by Robert and his friends, Peer's exile, the attitude of King Nicholas, Sonk had few people to share his feelings with. The only person he told about it was Louise, and that had been a more palatable version of events. His sister had reassured him their father knew what he was doing regarding Peer, and that their brother would soon return. It wasn't that Sonk didn't have faith in his father as far as Peer's future was concerned. It was more the feelings of guilt, shame, and rejection that swirled through his mind whenever he stopped to think. So he tried not to think too much. When such feelings surfaced on the training field, they hardened him, something Broncat approved of. With Rimon, they made him concentrate all the more.
If I'm to be an outcast, he told himself, why not embrace the powers I've been given?
He stopped short of discussing how he felt with Rimon or Jesper. They had seen real suffering. What would they think of the mewling of a spoiled duke's son? Summer turned to autumn, and Sonk turned 14. His birthday passed largely unnoticed. Louise had Breda bake him a cake, which he shared with his sister and Sibelia. Jesper presented him with a longbow he had made himself. "You're strong enough to learn how to use one," the forester told him. "But you'll need lessons in it," he warned. Of course, more lessons. Sonk's age seemed to confirm something in his mind, a feeling that had been brewing unnoticed until now. It was a sense that Abiost, his home, wasn't really a home at all. Not in the sense of a place where he belonged, at any rate. The feeling told him it would be his last winter in Abiost, but where he would go, what place he might belong, he had no idea. Rimon took him into the forest to go through the last phase of his defense training. He had to learn to protect himself from magical attacks. "It's not that easy to kill another mage," Rimon told him. "Not one properly trained in magical defense, at any rate. Defending, once you are proficient in it, is less exacting than attacking. Thus, a weaker mage can often hold off a stronger opponent by fighting them to a standstill. Your options are the same as the defenses you have learned. Block, redirect, or return a specific attack. If you need to, you can use the same sphere of magic you deploy in melee situations. But that will sap your energy levels much faster." Rimon launched a series of magical missiles at him. Once Sonk got used to it, his teacher varied things. He threw a volley of smaller blasts, then one big one. He changed what they looked like so that Sonk got used to their appearance, controlled his fear. A ball of fire felt different to an arc of white lightning or a green pulse, even if they should all be treated the same. Once Sonk's confidence grew, he was told to walk through the forest. Somewhere out there, Ramon would be lying in wait. It could be early on, or not for hours. The prolonged concentration required was exhausting in itself. It reminded Sonk a little of the boredom he had felt during his father's campaign in the Midderstep. Hours of walking or riding, followed by hours on lookout. But at all times, they needed to be ready should an attack come. When Ramon's attacks came, they could take any form, from any angle. But after weeks of testing, the sorcerer declared Sonk's defense training to be over. They spoke together in the glade where Ramon had begun his lessons. Next, you will learn the attacks I have been using, but that shouldn't take long. Sonk was doubtful. Are you sure? You've already used magic to attack people, remember? Long before I came to Arbiost. Of course, Sonk remembered. He'd blasted 2 grown men outside Jesper's hut. He shuddered at the recollection. But if he could do that by himself 2 years ago, then maybe Ramon was right. It's the most instinctive use of magic, said Ramon, to strike out when threatened, and you've already developed control of how much power to use. Sonk nodded. Such words were meant to encourage him, but doubts still nagged. Ramon sensed his uneasiness. What is it, Sonk? I just can't stop asking myself, why me? Why do I have this power and no one else? Is it because of these? He asked, gesturing at the red eyes that had marked him out as different his entire life. Sit, said Ramon. We need to talk. They sat down together on the forest floor. Sonk trailed the nails of one hand through the dirt. Every mage asks these questions, Ramon told him. We are so very different, often feared and reviled because of it. That it's natural to want to understand why we have this power that is part gift, part curse. But as I have got older and wiser, I have learned that people without magic ask the very same questions of themselves. Why am I not healthier, stronger, prettier, more sharp-minded, kinder, more disciplined? All I can say is that life is easier when we accept ourselves for who we are. But finding that acceptance is often a difficult path. Sonk nodded politely, even though Ramon's words sounded like a lot of waffle. But what lies behind it? He pursued. Pure chance? The gods? In Arbiost, people say it is the work of demons. Who can say for sure? Gods play a role, but what that is exactly, I don't know. In your case, clearly there is a connection with Pentas. With Pentas? Your teacher? Sonk asked, intrigued. Yes, Ramon replied, as if it was obvious. You mentioned your eye color. Sonk struggled to grasp what his teacher was saying to him. Wait, do you mean Pentas had red eyes? Understanding dawned on Ramon's features. Oh, I'm sorry. I assumed all this time that Jesper would have mentioned that. This conversation is long overdue. Pentas had red eyes? The idea that someone else, even someone long dead, had the same condition as Sonk suddenly opened his mind to new possibilities. Perhaps it was silly, but the revelation somehow made him feel less alone. But why would Jesper not tell me that? He wondered. That's probably my fault, Ramon admitted. When Jesper came here to look after you, I warned him to tell you as little as possible about magic, for your protection as much as for any other reason. Jesper was always someone who stuck close to instructions, and he has probably been more careful than necessary to leave certain details out of his stories.
What do you mean? Came here to look after me? Sonk asked, bewildered by the idea. You're not telling me that Jesper is in Arbios because of me.
Let me tell you the story, Ramon said. Then you can ask any questions you might still have. I think you know Pentas was killed at the Battle of the Peneos in Calinth.
Sonk nodded, eager that Ramon reveal whatever information he had.
Pentas's red eyes were his most distinguishing feature, but there were other things about him that made him an enigmatic figure. He claimed to be a servant of Madria, despite working for Erkindrix as a member of the Lord of Isharai's Council of Seven. Anyway, after his death, the war continued. It was only after its conclusion that Jesper, myself, and a friend of ours got word of a red-eyed babe born in Morbane. Of course, it was you. When we investigated, it turned out you were born on the same day Pentas was killed. A chill ran down Sonk's spine at this. What did it mean? Something told him he wasn't going to get a straight answer. We believed this couldn't be mere coincidence. Were your eyes a sign that you were Madria's new servant? Had she passed on some sort of power to you on his death? Did you need to be protected? We wished we could have had answers, but only weeks after the death of Pentas, Belwyn Godslayer killed both Dis and Madria. The goddess of Dalria was gone. There was no one we could ask about you. It was quite possible that with her death, your powers, assuming you had any in the first place, had disappeared with her. The only option was to wait for you to get older. We all looked in on you from time to time, but as you approached the age when your powers might be revealed, we agreed that Jesper would stay in Arbiost permanently. There are some out there that might want you dead.
Those men who came to kill me?
Probably sent from the Kellish court, where Inga the witch holds sway.
Sonk considered that. He'd spent so much time at Jesper's hut over the years. It had been a refuge. Without letting Sonk know or worry about it, Jesper had been looking out for him. When it had mattered, when assassins had come for Sonk, Jesper and Tadita had saved him. So, he said, his thoughts turning to what Ramon's story had told him. My powers come from the dead servant of a dead goddess. Ramon's eyebrows rose.
I suppose so. You may think such knowledge unsatisfactory, but it is more explanation than I ever got.
What am I supposed to do with it? Sonk demanded. I lost my purpose as soon as I was born.
You do what everyone else has to do in life, Ramon said. Find your own way.
Only a few days after Sonk's conversation with Ramon, his father received serious news from Velen. King Nicholas had fallen ill and was bedridden. Messengers left Arbiost, braving frozen roads across Morbane, warning Duke Bastion's followers to be on alert. In Jesper's hut, huddled around his fire on a wintry night, they talked of what might happen. Sonk noticed he was now included in such conversations, when, a few years ago, he would have been left ignorant. Few in Arbiost worried over the king's health. They worried about what might come afterwards.
Bastion's carefully laid plans could unravel if Nicholas lingers,
Jesper suggested, rubbing his hands together and putting them back to the warmth of the fire. Why is that? Sonk asked him. Rab was laid out on his feet, like a warm blanket.
Bastion is the heir. Esterel is in Velen, winning hearts and minds. If the king died today, it would be difficult for your father to be denied the throne. But he has enemies, Sonk. Many see the death of a king as an opportunity for themselves. The king's illness will concentrate minds, encourage those who'd rather not see Bastion on the throne to find an alternative. Conspirators, plotters, they thrive on conditions like this. Sonk recalled the nobleman who had made accusations about Pierre to King Nicholas, Robert's father amongst them. They'd been keen to attack his family, forced his father to have Pierre banished, when it was their sons who'd done wrong. He knew they would be among the first to begin the plotting.
I think it would be better not to get involved, Sonk decided. Leave Javerne to those curs and stay in Morbagne, where it's safe.
Jesper and Ramon shared a look. Sonk knew before one of them spoke that he'd said something wrong. Sonk, Ramon began gently enough, if your father's enemies take the throne of Javerne, they won't leave your family, the rightful claimants, in peace. They'll come to Morbagne eventually. Having royal blood is a dangerous business. Duke Bastien knows the best way to protect his children is to become king. Sonk's lessons continued. He hurled magic at Ramon, trying to break through his teacher's defenses with brute force. He learned to use finesse, striking small targets with just the right amount of power Ramon had asked for. He progressed well enough, but Ramon had to reprimand him more than once for his lack of focus. The news from Javerne was a distraction. Like a rain cloud hovering over Arbiost, everyone underneath it was waiting, knowing that, eventually, they were going to get a soaking. A messenger came, a young man Sonk recognized as a friend of Esterel's. He left again after speaking to Sonk's father. The rumor was that the king was making a recovery. Then there was Sonk's previous conversation with Ramon. The sorcerer had revealed why Sonk had been born the way he was. Both his red eyes and his magic had been given to him by Madria, when her servant Pentas had been killed. She had chosen Sonk, it seemed, to be his replacement. But Madria was dead, and Sonk's life was now purposeless. Why bother learning to cast magic when there was no longer any point to his existence? Beneath such thoughts lay the one that wrenched at him the most.
Why me? Why couldn't you leave me alone? To live a normal, happy life, like Esterel and Pierre.
He raged at a being that no longer existed.
And I know, he told her, nonetheless, that what you did to me killed my mother.
You're ready for your final test, Ramon informed him, on a day when bright sunshine heralded the beginning of spring. Sonk had been practicing adding visual and other effects to his magical attacks. When his teacher had explained what was required, it had come naturally. The look, sound, and feel of the attack was illusion. Adding the glow, crackle, and heat of flames made it look like he was casting fire. Combining these illusions with a magical strike was, according to Ramon, combining two different types of magic. It's supposed to be difficult, the sorcerer said, as if he was complaining about how quickly Sonk had grasped it. It took me months to master, not a few weeks. Sonk nodded, unsure what to say. A part of him was pleased with his rate of progress, pleased there was something he was good at. Another part was terrified. It occurred to him, based on Ramon's comments, that there might come a time when he became more powerful than his teacher. Such thoughts only made him feel even more anxious.
What's next? He asked.
Ramon puffed out his cheeks. For many mages, that's it. You have learned to control your power, to deploy it when needed, in attack or defense. That is all you need. Some develop other powers.
What other powers?
We have discussed examples before. Teleportation, illusion, transformation, telekinesis. There are others.
Which of those ought I to learn?
I am not sure. In magic-rich societies, you would learn the skills of your peers. The Caladri, for example, learn to work together, to teleport from place to place, to use illusions to confuse those who enter their territories. For individuals such as you and I, you learn what you need, or want to.
I don't know what I need to learn,
Sonk said. Quite. This is our problem now.
You are a 14-year-old lad with the power of an advanced mage. Hence, I am not entirely sure what to do with you. But come, time for your test." They returned to Jesper's hut. Rab wagged his tail, pleased to see them. The dog was even more pleased to learn that he was to be part of their games. They took him outside. "This is where the Kelishman attacked you?" Ramon asked. "Over there," said Song, pointing. He remembered the forest floor had been full of bluebells then, whereas now it was still in winter's grip. "Come," said Ramon, and they walked over. "Stand where you stood then." Song found the spot. It was eerie to be recreating that event. Ramon led Rab away until they were about the same distance of the men when they had appeared that day. "Now, when we first met, I told you why you needed to learn magic from me. Control. You blasted those men that day. But what if one of them had someone you cared about?" The sorcerer knelt and put an arm around Rab. "Can you strike me and avoid your dog?"
"What if I hit him?"
"Exactly. There could be a time when you need to do just this. When the pressure is on and you have mere moments to execute. Do it now and you'll know you can do it when you have to."
"I might scare him."
"Maybe a little. But he is a brave dog. And he's seen you do it before, after all." Ramon sighed at Song's reluctance. "This is a test, Song. Broncat judges whether you can hold your own in combat, or function as part of a team. I have taught you to do something Broncat couldn't imagine. But can you do it with my arm around your dog? Or does it defeat you?"
"I could do it if I had to," Song told himself. But he knew that would not wash with Ramon. He studied his enemy. Ramon was crouched behind Rab, leaving few parts of his body available to target. One long leg stuck out invitingly. But if I hit that, he could survive and still hurt Rab. It has to be the face. Ramon had his head held higher than Rab. That was the obvious place to target. Song readied himself. Wait, what if there's an alternative? He focused instead on the sorcerer's arm, draped around his dog. I'd have to be quick. No more time to think, just to act. He cast his magic. He used his left hand to guide his power, pulling Ramon's arm away from Rab. Then, quickly, he shoved his right hand forwards, pushing his teacher backwards. Ramon toppled over and was then jumped on by an over-enthusiastic dog. He got to his feet, wiping dog lick from his face. He looked over at Song with a stern expression. Not what I have been teaching you to do, he said. His face relaxed. But it worked. Over the next few days, Song found himself with the unexpected luxury of leisure time. Broncat still wanted him on the training field. The prospect of war sharpened the minds of the boys, even if most were too young to join the Duke's army this year. But Broncat's advice on how not to end up with a spear through the guts seemed less theoretical and more urgent than it used to. But Ramon no longer needed to see him afterwards. He'd got sunk to where he needed to be and was content to wait while he pondered what to do with him next. Song had even overheard him talking with Jesper about leaving for a while, though he hadn't picked up where exactly his teacher wanted to go. Instead, Song and Jesper went for horse rides with Lois and Sibelia. And of course, his dog never said no to exercise. Song was playing with Rab outside Jesper's hut when Lord Russell arrived. He's a big lad now, the man commented, sizing Rab up. Is Ramon in? Yep, Song said. He's pretending to help Jesper cook dinner. Ah, always good to show willing. Listen, Song, you'd better come in too. Song followed him into Jesper's hut, where Russell greeted Jesper and Ramon. I have grave news, Russell said. Song, your uncle, the king, has died. I'm sorry for your loss. Song nodded, appreciating that Russell had addressed the news to him.
King Nicholas had, after all, been family. But his commiserations sounded hollow, and everyone knew it. What Sunk had seen of his uncle last year meant he had no genuine grief over his passing.
So, will father be king now? He asked.
I hope so. From everything we hear, it seems more than likely that the succession will be contested. The word is that the Duke of Femians has been persuaded to claim the throne.
Sonk recalled meeting the man in the king's tent in the midderstep. He'd stared at Sonk and his red eyes. He had seemed young to be a duke, but otherwise ordinary enough.
What claim does he have?
Jesper asked.
Most magnates have some family connection to the throne, but he has no real claim, not when Bastian is the king's brother. Nicholas didn't help there, however.
The brothers didn't get on? Ramon asked.
Aye, Nicholas was a bitter man. He could have named Bastian his heir. That may have been enough to prevent this from happening. But he liked to use the succession as a tool to control people, a weapon to use against Bastian. Neither was he above implying to others that he might name them his heir instead of his brother.
Femians being one such, Ramon suggested.
I have no doubt. I would say he's young and foolish, but the truth is there are many prepared to side with him.
Why? Sonk asked.
Politics. They judge they'll be better off with Aubrey as king than Bastian. It's a power grab, nothing more. What angers me is not so much the injustice of it, but what a civil war could do to the people of Jouverne. That's what we face if we don't act quickly. Even then, the next year or more are likely to be very difficult.
A civil war? Would his father have to face his enemies in battle? Sonk had always wished that Morbagne was a bit more exciting. But now that Russell was talking of war, he had a new appreciation for peace.
Duke Bastian would like to speak with you, Ramon, Lord Russell resumed. He knows you don't owe him any allegiance, but he plans to lead an army to Valenne, and he would appreciate your help. I thought I should warn you of what he will ask.
I had planned to leave Morbagne for a while and return to the south, Ramon said. The sorcerer's eyes drifted to Sonk as he considered it. If I were to help Duke Bastian, then I would insist Sonk accompany me.
Sonk?
Russell asked in surprise, glancing at him.
It will be very dangerous.
He is ready to play his part. He needs something like this to develop his abilities. That familiar look of distaste passed over Russell's face, even if he was better than most at hiding it.
I see. Then you should explain as much to the Duke. There are few things he will refuse, if they are a means to becoming king.
Chapter 11. Payere. Kolderberg, Duchy of Berisia, 673. Payere stared moodily into his drink, while everyone around him at the boot and saddle had a whale of a time. Humbert talked with, more accurately shouted at, 3 girls at their table.
"What stupid things he says," Payere observed, "and what nonsense they laugh at."
The girls excused themselves, asking them to mind their drinks for them.
"What's up?"
Humbert asked.
"You've been very quiet.
Is it the scar?" he asked, gesturing at the healed wound that Leopold had left on Payere's face.
"I've told you before. It makes you look rugged. Girls like that."
Payere had told his friend all about his exploits in Essenberg and Whitmar. Humbert had enjoyed the story immensely, without offering much in the way of sympathy.
"I know it makes me look rugged,"
Payere said with ill temper. In truth, he was far from confident about his new look, but he wasn't about to admit that.
"It's nothing to do with the scar."
"Ah, it's Lady Liesel, isn't it? You're still pining for her. Well, just think about what she may be getting up to, wherever she is."
"Is that supposed to make me feel better?"
Payere demanded, genuinely angry.
"It is Liesel,"
Humbert crowed, as if he was 8 years old and had won a guessing game.
"Will you shut up?"
Payere asked. Humbert gave him an offended look and eyed the tap room of the inn, no doubt looking for the return of the three girls. Pierre supped his drink. He was sure they'd done something to the ale here. It had much less flavour than it used to. "Isn't that Lord Farad?" Humbert asked him. Farad had spotted them and was making a beeline for their table. Midians were common enough in Kolderberg, but more than a few heads turned to watch him. Farad was well known in these parts. "I need to talk with you, Pierre," he said when he reached them. He looked around. "Outside, please." "Of course," Pierre said, not disappointed the evening was getting interrupted. "Should I come too?" Humbert asked. "It's just that I did promise to look after these drinks." Farad gave him an expressionless look. "You should always keep your word, Master Humbert." They left Humbert inside, crossing to the other side of the street, where it was quieter. The evening air was chilly, serving to wake Pierre up and lift him out of his foul mood. He had thought going out would improve his spirits. Instead, it had the opposite effect. "I'm sorry to bring bad news," Farad told him. "Walter has received word that your uncle has died. Please accept my condolences. He asked me to find you and tell you as soon as possible. Obviously, such an event is more than simply a death in the family." Pierre nodded, feeling shaken by the news. It didn't seem real. "I need to go home. Esterel and my father will need my help. Is Walter still up?" "He's in his study. He said he'll be available if you wanted to talk tonight." "Great. I guess I'm an exile no longer." "I feel like I want to contribute something," Pierre explained to Walter, "rather than just turning up with myself and Humbert." "You really think it will come to violence?" Walter asked. Pierre recalled those moments in the royal tent in the steppe, when Robert's father and his friends had complained about their bully boy sons getting their just deserts. They'd sensed a weakness, attacking Pierre to get at his father. The last year or so of Pierre's life had shaken off much of the naivety he used to have. "I'm sure of it." They were seated in the Duke's study, from where he ruled Beryssia. His desk was covered in manuscripts, and there was a musty, airless atmosphere. Walter was thinking, "I couldn't recruit on your behalf or appear to take a side, but maybe I could allow men to fight for your father if they chose to. Your family would have to pay their wages." "That would be more than fair," said Pierre, eager for Walter to agree to it. The idea of arriving in Valenne with warriors at his side had gripped him. Far better than an exile sneaking back with his tail between his legs. "You're not likely to convince many." "That's all right. "And I do owe you a favor after what you did for Liesel." Neither Walter nor Farad would tell him where Liesel had been taken. They assured him she was safe, and that would have to be enough to satisfy him. Though it didn't stop him from daydreaming about meeting her again.
"You don't owe me anything for helping Liesel,"
he told the Duke. Walter's mouth twitched. He'd come close to a smile. "All right, Pierre. I'll talk it over with Farad. See if we can get you some fellows who aren't the worst kind of criminal."
"Fantastic."
Pierre was excited about his return now.
"Thank you, Your Grace. Humbert and I will also spread the word in the inns we frequent."
Walter gave him a look.
"If that's all right with you, of course."
"I suggest you don't simply sign up any old reprobate," Walter warned him.
"But it would clean up the streets of Kolderberg,"
Pierre countered with a grin. 2 days later, Pierre and Humbert set out from Kolderberg. They travelled north for Valenne. In the meantime, a messenger had come to Kolderberg from his father, telling him about the death of the king and asking them to return home. Pierre judged that if he followed these instructions, his father would have left for Giverny by the time he reached Morbagne. No, better to head for Valenne, where he could help his brother and father secure the throne. Whenever he thought of it, his heart raced. My father, king. Me, a prince. He'd known all his life, it seemed, that this day might come. But that made it all the more momentous. With them travelled a score of men and one woman, who represented the sum of their own recruitment efforts and those of Walter and Farad. The woman was named Ciela. She grew her blonde hair long, but she wielded a wickedly sharp-looking blade, and the other Barisians seemed to know her. Knew enough to show her proper respect, anyway. Indeed, Pierre had insisted that all volunteers had to supply their own weapons, a restriction that had ruled out many of the more dubious applicants. Then there was the fact they would not be paid a single coin until they reached Javerne. Walter warned him that only the desperate would sign up for a promise of money. But Pierre preferred to see the positives. These were individuals ready to grasp an opportunity, for if they helped his father to win the throne, surely he would reward them well. Walter had refused to pay wages, but he had offered them the use of his horses while in Berisia. The Barisians under his command knew the best route to take, and Pierre found himself following their directions.
Not very leader-like,
he complained to Humbert on the first night. They had made camp outside, and it was too cold to be a pleasant experience. That will change when we reach Javerne, Humbert reassured him.
But neither you nor I have been to Javerne either,
Pierre reminded him. There is that, Humbert admitted. By the second night, they'd reached the border between the Empire and Javerne. Pierre was surprised how much the landscape had changed. No more neatly laid out villages, overflowing with crops. The border region was rocky and desolate. Occasionally they'd pass huge karst rock formations. They looked like they had been placed upright on the ground by giants. It reminded Pierre of the stories they'd been told before bed as kids. Ocean, king of the giants, had sailed over from Halvia, wielding a spear the length of 6 horses. Ocean Dragon Killer, they called him, since his spear had been the only weapon capable of slaying the Isherite dragon. It all sounded a little unlikely to Pierre, but these stones made him wonder if it could be true. The next day they left their horses behind, in the last Barisian outpost, with instructions they be returned to Duke Walter. Before they'd even put a foot on Javernay soil, Pierre faced his first mutiny.
Changed my mind,
said one man, looking at the terrain ahead of them with misgivings. He was one of the older ones and had some influence over his countrymen.
I don't feel like walking into enemy territory with these numbers. It's not enemy territory, said Pierre. My brother is already in Valenne. Javerne is loyal to my family.
So you say, the man replied, unconvinced.
You'll all be taken on as soldiers when we get to Valenne, Pierre reminded them, and paid for your service so far. But I only want to take those who are committed to seeing it through. So if anyone is having second thoughts, by all means, stay behind.
In the end, 4 others also decided they'd changed their minds. That made 18, including Pierre and Humbert, who began the march due north. It was tough going, but Pierre recognized the farther they got, the less chance of his more unreliable recruits deciding to turn around and go back home. At first, it seemed like no one lived in these parts, but that wasn't true. It didn't take long for them to spot figures watching them. They kept their distance for the time being. 18's a big enough number for 'em to be wary, said Elga, a man who Walter had recommended as a veteran of the Isherite Wars. But it's not like we're an army.
We've nothing to be afraid of,
said Pierre, trying to sound confident. The locals let them be on the first day, but early on the second they found themselves shadowed by a group of indeterminate number, walking parallel to them on the high ground. After a while they disappeared. Pierre encouraged his troop to keep going. Then they spotted the Javernay ahead, waiting for them. They'd brought twice the numbers Pierre had, making sure of their superiority.
Humbert and I will go talk with them,
Pierre decided. Humbert didn't look too keen on the idea, but he didn't argue. As they approached the warband, Pierre got a good look. They were rough-looking, wearing fur and leather. Most held spears.
All in all, more than a match for us, he decided.
Pierre and Humbert stopped and waited. What seemed like an age went past as the Javernay stared at them.
They're going to kill us, Pierre decided. I could have gone home to Morbagne, but no, I decided to get myself butchered in a meaningless encounter in the middle of nowhere.
At last, 2 men left the group and made their way over. One, a huge bearded fellow, swaggered towards them, suggesting he was the leader. A sword hung on his belt. The other, tall and lanky, carried a spear.
Who are you?
The leader asked gruffly.
I am Pierre, son of Duke Bastien of Morbagne. Your name?
Gosser,
he offered, then spat on the ground.
What are you doing here?
Greetings, Gosser.
Lord Gosser,
corrected the spearman.
Lord Gosser, King Nicholas has died. I have come to support my father in his rightful claim to the throne.
Nicholas? Dead?
Gosser said suspiciously.
Can't be. I'd have heard the news. I broke bread with him only last year.
This was said as a boast, as if to emphasize his importance.
2 years back,
the spearman corrected.
All right, Sol. 2 years back. Point is, he was strong as a boar.
I met my uncle last year,
said Pierre,
and he looked healthy then. But I got a message from my father, and Duke Walter of Brescia received a separate message from Valenne. So it sounds as if it's true.
Gosser considered these facts before spitting on the ground. He looked over to Pierre's troop behind him.
Those aren't warriors of Morbagne.
There was no point in denying it. Brisingians insisted on being clean-shaved, save for their top lip. It marked them out.
We've come from Colderberg. These warriors have agreed to serve my father and brother.
Brother?
Esterel. He's already in Valenne.
Esterel?
Gosser repeated with suspicion.
I'm supposed to believe you're Duke Bastien's boy.
You've met King Nicholas, Pierre said. People always tell me I have a likeness to my father and uncle.
Gosser studied Pierre's features.
Maybe, but that's hardly proof. I'm not about to let you march foreigners through my lands just 'cause you have the likeness of the king.
Then I would ask you to accompany us to Valenne. There you can settle that I am who I say I am, and that my news about the king is the truth.
Well, so?
Sounds reasonable. I could accompany them if you wish.
You?
Gosser boomed with disgust.
If anyone is to meet with the king, it should be me. You'll have to stay here and mind the border.
Very well, the spearman conceded.
Yes, it is very well. Why would the king want to break bread with you?
The spearman had no answer to that. Gosser appeared to consider the idea some more. Then he spat on the ground. Gosser accompanied them on their journey north. When Pierre counted them, he found the border lord had brought exactly 18 warriors, including himself. Whether this was a coincidence or not, Pierre didn't know. But the doubling of their number with locals had the effect of making everyone feel much safer. They marched for the rest of the day and the next. Gosser and his followers knew the best routes, and the farther they got, the easier the terrain became. By the 4th day, they were walking along a decent road. Giverny settlements came thick and fast as they approached the more densely populated part of the kingdom. As evening approached, Pierre heard the rushing sound of a great river.
The council?
He asked Gosser.
Aye. With a bit of luck, we'll get passage up the river to Valenne.
Tomorrow?
Now, with some luck. There's plenty of bargemen travel at night.
Gosser led them to a way station by the side of the river. A dozen wooden buildings stood near the bank, where there was a long pier for river barges to dock. A score of workers were busy seeing to their craft or loading up goods.
Come,
Gosser said to Pierre, and the two of them approached a group of men who looked like they were readying to travel upstream. One of them saw them coming and stood as they approached, giving his back a stretch.
"You're wanting passage?" he asked.
Aye, to Valenne,
Gosser answered.
We can pay for it. Will you be going through the night?
That's right, but we've not room for all of you. 10 at most.
Gossa shrugged. The rest of us can wait. We're keen to get there fast, having heard a rumor that the king be dead. Ain't no rumor, the bargeman said. He was dead when we left Valenne, so he's more than likely to still be dead when we return. Well, Gossa said, amazed. I only broke bread with him last year. Pierre decided not to remind him it was 2 years ago.
Do you know who holds the capital? Pierre asked the man.
Who holds it? He repeated, confused by the question.
I mean, who's in charge? I'm hoping it's my brother Esterel, unless my father Bastien is already there.
The bargeman looked Pierre over. I honestly don't know, my lord. When we left, all the talk was of the funeral, not the coronation. Likes of us just get told who's in charge. Too busy to pay attention to much more than that. Pierre boarded the departing barges with 4 of his warriors, along with Gossa and 4 of his. He left Humbert and Elga in charge with some coins. They'd have to follow on as soon as possible. At first, he planned to stay awake through the night. The moonlight allowed him to see both banks. He rested his back against his pack and enjoyed the view. They kept close to the right side, where a path ran parallel to the river. The bargemen had mules tied to their craft. The beasts walked the path and were asked to pull them along from time to time. Otherwise, they clopped along beside the barges, looking rather sullen. It had been a physically demanding few days, and the ripples of the river and the clop of the mules were simply too soporific. Pierre closed his eyes and drifted off. He awoke to early morning light and the sound of subdued early morning chatter. The barges pulled into a new way station, and many of the bargemen disembarked to be replaced by fresh crewmen.
How long till we reach Valenne?
He asked one of the newcomers. Should get there by late afternoon, young man, he replied. No doubt some would have corrected the man, insisted on being called Your Highness or Prince Pierre, but Pierre didn't mind it. It was good to learn how people behaved if they thought you were an ordinary person. He certainly didn't want to become detached from the real world just because his father was king. Leopold of Kelland was a cautionary lesson in the pitfalls of power. Pierre put his hand to his cheek, tracing the line of the scar Leopold had given him. The Duke of Kelland and Luderia had turned on him so suddenly, when up to that point he'd acted like they were great friends. He was unhinged, Pierre was sure of it.
At least I helped to get Liesel out of that ugly world. But my family are to become rulers of Javerne. Maybe I could do more. Not revenge exactly, though there's no doubt I owe the bastard something.
He went through the options in his mind, some more grisly than others.
A broken nose at the very least,
he concluded. Pierre rummaged in his pack, fishing out the last squashed bits of hard bread he'd carried from Kolderberg. Not much of a breakfast.
Looking forward to acquainting myself with the kitchens in the Bastion.
He'd been told the fortress in Valenne was one of the finest in all Dalria, and while he understood that people were talking about its defenses, surely it had a larder to match.
Do you have any spare?
One of his recruits asked, watching him chew on his bread.
I've run out. A good soldier rations his food out for the length of the campaign,
Pierre informed him. The man didn't look best pleased, but took the advice.
I suppose so, Lord Pierre. Then how about a trade?
He rummaged in his sack and withdrew a wooden carving of a fish leaping from water.
You made that yourself?
Pierre asked him.
Aye, Lord. I whittle when I have spare time.
He opened his sack, revealing a wading bird and a half-finished otter. Its head and front paws had emerged from a block of wood.
I consider that a fair trade,
Pierre decided, taking the fish in return for the last of his bread. Chapter 12. Pierre. Valenne, Kingdom of Javerne, 673. Pierre's first sight of Valenne came from the barge. An elegant, arched stone bridge connected the two halves of the city, but only the western part of the capital was properly fortified. The bargemen docked their craft on the east bank, where they had plenty of space to unload their goods. Père, Gosse, and their followers disembarked and gave the bargemen their thanks. Gosse led them up the bank and onto the bridge, from where Père could look at both parts of Verlaine. First, he took in the east side of the city. It seemed to stretch on forever, which perhaps explained the lack of walled defenses. He was surprised by how much green space there was in amongst the warehouses and shops. Despite its size, it lacked the grand buildings he had seen in Essenberg and Kolderberg. His attention turned to West Verlaine, as they crossed the walled bridge towards a grand-looking gate that allowed entry past its high walls. He looked down at the turquoise waters of the Cousel that flowed at quite a pace here. It seemed strange that he was crossing the very same river he had crossed in Essenberg.
Maybe Leopold is crossing Albert's bridge at this very moment. If so, I hope he falls in.
I will talk with the city guard, your highness,
Gosse told him. It seemed the closer they had got to Verlaine, the more the border lord's doubts about Père's identity had evaporated. When it was their turn to ask for entry, Gosse explained their business, gesturing towards Père. The guards at the gate looked at Père with curiosity. "Your brother, Lord Esterel, is in the bastion," one of them informed him.
My father?
"I've heard nothing from Morbagne, my lord."
Thank you for your service,
Père said to the guards. He was mindful that in these uncertain times, such men might be asked to fight for his family, or, at the very least, not turn on them. They nodded to him as he passed through the city gates.
A restrained greeting,
Père decided, as Gosse led their group of 10 into West Verlaine.
I wonder whether the rest of the city is as non-committal as its soldiers.
As Gosse led him towards the bastion, Père studied Verlaine. It was different to the Brasingian cities he had visited, even if he couldn't put his finger on what the difference was.
It feels older, he decided, like the buildings are the work of generations long gone.
The street they walked took them into the central square of the city. People from all walks of life mingled here, in a cacophony of color, noise, and smells. Père's stomach rumbled at the smell of cooking food as it recoiled from the sharp tang of human waste. From the square, they went north into a more affluent part of the city. In the northeast corner of Verlaine, the towers of the bastion emerged above the roofs of its neighbors. If the other major buildings of Verlaine seemed ancient, its fortress looked like it had been constructed by some unknown alien race. Its walls were not nearly so high as those of Kolderberg Castle, but they looked equally impregnable. Built in the shape of an irregular 5-pointed star, with 5 further star tips projecting out from between the points, it was an extravagance of sharp angles. Surrounding it was a deep, water-filled moat, making the most of the fort's proximity to the river. As they walked along the path that led to the open drawbridge, Père imagined besieging the place. He struggled to identify the best way to take it. Security was high. Despite explaining who he was, they had some wait before the guards allowed entrance. Finally, an official by the name of Girard arrived.
"Apologies, Lord Père," he said. "If we had known you were coming, there would have been someone ready to receive you."
It wasn't possible, Père explained. I've come direct from Borussia. These men, he waved a hand at the motley-looking group he had brought with him, helped me make the journey in safety.
"My staff will ensure they get good lodging," Girard said. "I can take you to see your brother immediately, if that is your wish."
Of course,
said Père, excited about seeing Esterel.
Lord Gosse will come with us.
Gosse puffed up with self-importance. Père could tell the man was pleased.
"The grand foyer,"
Girard told them as they entered a stunning room. A huge patterned rug covered the center of the flagstone floor. A wooden staircase led up to the next floor, where a balcony overlooked the space. The balustrades were beautifully worked, while a great carving of the Owl of Javerne was mounted on the center of the balcony. The bird stared down with its round eyes, observing anyone who entered the room. Girard led them up the stairs and then to one of the angular towers in the fort. "These are your brother's rooms," Girard said as he knocked. Before long, Pierre heard sliding bolts. Esterel opened the door himself. Pierre had expected his brother's face to open in a broad grin at his own sudden appearance. Instead, he looked confused, looking from one man to the next. His eyes widened in alarm when he took in Gossa. Then Esterel seemed to recover. "Pierre!" he exclaimed, and they gave one another a rough hug. "What are you doing here?" "I came straight from Colderberg when I heard the news. This is Lord Gossa, who helped me get here." "Ah, I see," said Esterel, sounding relieved. "Thank you, Lord Girard." "You're welcome, Lord Esterel. Your brother has 8 other companions with him, and I will see to their lodging in the bastion for now, if you wish." "I will be most grateful. Pierre and Lord Gossa can stay in my rooms." "Very well. Is there anything else I can do for you?" "None of us have eaten well the last few days," Pierre told him. "I will ask the kitchens to make you all something as soon as they can," Girard said. "Thank you. Much obliged." "If there is anything else I can do, just ask," said Girard. With a nod to Pierre and Esterel, he departed. Esterel ushered Pierre and Gossa into his rooms. He shut and bolted the door. "Is everything all right?" Pierre asked him. "Not really. Come through." They entered a living area with a table and half a dozen chairs spread about it. 2 men stood as they entered, and Esterel made all the introductions. The first man he named Lord Chancellor Cation. He was average height with straight, iron-grey hair that went to his shoulders. The second, named Sasha, was one of Esterel's friends who had visited Arbiost 2 years back. He gave Esterel a run for his money in the looks department, Pierre had to admit. Dark where Esterel was blonde, he was tall and athletic-looking. Pierre and Gossa were given bread and wine. Pierre drank thirstily. "Eat up," said Esterel. "I'm not sure you should touch the food that Girard brings." "Not touch the food? What is going on?" Pierre demanded. Sasha looked Gossa up and down. "Is your man trustworthy?" "Oh, of course I am," Gossa growled. "I've ever been a loyal servant to the crown, defending our border against the shit-eating Brasingians." "Meaning you now owe your allegiance to Duke Bastien?" Casin asked sharply. "Course. Who else would I owe allegiance to?" "Gossa didn't even know Uncle was dead when I met him," Pierre said. "He's an honest man." Esterel nodded, then sighed. 2 days ago, in the city streets, some bastard threw a knife at me. We never saw who, but clearly someone wants me dead. I haven't left the bastion since. But now we have worse news. There's an army heading for Valenne, led by Duke Aubrey." "Aubrey?" Pierre repeated. "The one from the tent?" He recalled a man about the same age as himself, with short-cropped dark hair, who'd attended on their uncle. He hadn't seemed to take either side when the king had been forced to settle the dispute over Pierre's punch-up. "Duke Aubrey of Famiens," Esterel said with some exasperation. "You must know who he is, Pierre." "Of course I do," Pierre said defensively. "Gods, I don't recall Esterel so short-tempered as this." "He has plenty of support for his claim to the throne. It's said his numbers approach 5,000. He'll reach the city well before Father's force gets here." "I see," said Pierre, trying to get his head around this news. It was not what he had been expecting. He wanted to express his outrage at this man's gall in claiming their father's throne. But he sensed his brother was past all that. "Can we hold the city until Father's army gets here?" "That's our other problem. Most allies we have, I've sent out of Valenne to raise their forces, and we simply can't trust those left to fight for us. Lord Girard most of all." Esterel gestured at Casin to elaborate for him. "Girard was steward of the royal household under your uncle.
a position that gave him a lot of influence in the Bastion and beyond. It's no secret to those in the city that Gerard and I were rivals in the King's court, said the Lord Chancellor. I've long had a spy close to him. This spy has confirmed that Gerard is in contact with Aubrey and other rebellious lords. He controls the royal treasury, pays the wages of every soldier in Valenne. I'm afraid if he's thrown in with Aubrey, he could act against Esterel even before the army gets here. It would give Aubrey substantial bargaining power to have Bastion's son in captivity. And now you are here as well.
Oh, said Pierre, the seriousness of the situation now clear. With all due respect to your person, Gossa said to Cassian, what if your spy lies? Or you do?
Of course, you must all consider that possibility, Cassian replied matter-of-factly. All I can say is, I am loyal to Duke Bastion, and have formed a close friendship with Esterel. It would do my career no good to have Aubrey and his allies take the throne. I would soon find myself replaced. Nor would I get any benefit from misleading you and encouraging you to leave Valenne. But I fear you must consider that precise move, for the option of escape may soon be gone. The other thing I would say is this. If I've gone to the trouble of placing a spy close to Gerard, don't be surprised if he is tracking our movements similarly.
There was a silence for a while as everyone seemed to think about the situation. Gossa glugged down the last of his drink, looked about for a place to spit, then thought better of it.
You said you brought men with you? Esterel asked at last. 4 each, Pierre said with a nod to Gossa. Esterel looked at Sasha, who raised an eyebrow. You think you'll need them? Pierre asked him. Maybe. If our enemies really don't want us to leave, it might come down to busting our way out. Perhaps, said Sasha, we should give these brothers some time to talk alone. Lord Gossa, maybe I could show you something of Valenne, unless you're too tired.
Too tired? You think a 4-day march takes anything out of this constitution? He asked with a slap to his chest.
Excellent, said Sasha. Let's be on our way. I, alas, have never had a warrior's constitution, said Cassian. Keep in touch.
With the 3 men gone, Esterel and Pierre were alone.
Thank you for coming, said Esterel. I should have said that first. Honestly, when I saw that big brute, I fancied he'd come to kill me. Ha! You get used to his size after a few days. I'll take your word for that. Would you rather talk here or elsewhere? I must admit, said Pierre, I have an interest in this fort. Of course you do, said Esterel. Come, you shall have the tour.
Esterel led Pierre around the flat area that surrounded the fort, an area that his brother called the kill zone. With the walls of the fort on their right, the wet moat lay on their left. Pierre got a whiff of an abysmal smell from the water when the wind blew the wrong way.
The legend is that the Krikers built it, Esterel told him. Or at least a Kriker designed it. It's quite unlike anything else in Javerne. Or in Brasingia. Of course, forgive me, said Esterel. You've been having your own adventures abroad. I'm guessing there's a story behind that, he asked, gesturing at Pierre's fresh scar. Oh, I've some stories all right, Pierre agreed. But I'd rather tell them when we are at leisure. True, that would be better. Anyway, the Bastion. The core principle is that there is no blind spot around the entire building, such as you can find with other forts and castles. Archers can target every single square inch of the kill zone. The moat makes it very difficult to tunnel under. In short, it's very easy to defend. I just wish I had some men I could trust to man it for me. Don't worry about it, Pierre reassured him. Father will be here soon. He may not be racing, but the man is so methodical there is simply no chance he won't make it eventually.
Esterel laughed at that, but his smile didn't linger.
I just feel like such a failure. Father sent me here to prepare the way for his succession. Keep the Givernet loyal enough to the family to stop a challenge. I've been here more than 2 years and achieved precisely nothing.
Pierre felt sorry for his brother. It seemed he'd been given such a serious task,
whereas their father had never asked very much of him.
Come on, that's not true. There's that Cassian fellow, and you said you had sent people off to raise forces to help. That wouldn't have happened without your efforts. Is that what your friends are doing?
Many of them.
Miles has inherited his father's estate and has invited everyone to bring their levies there. I sent Florent west to the Duke of Matras, asking him to support father's claim. That's right, Pierre thought. Those rather dull childhood geography lessons are coming back to me now. Apart from Morbagne, there are 2 other duchies. Matras defends the Kryka border and Famians the Caladri one. With Morbagne facing off against Famians, the allegiance of the Duke of Matras might decide the outcome.
There are many others I considered friends, Esterel continued, who have slunk away, however.
Perhaps some to join with the Duke of Famine, others to hide in their country estates until it's all over. Duke of Famine?
Pierre asked.
Oh, sorry. It's just the nickname Aubrey has been given. After the Drobaks invaded his duchy, there was a lot of devastation and hunger.
He looked at Pierre's expression.
Stupid name, really. No one says it to his face,
he added, as if that made it better. Pierre thought it a cruel joke, but it didn't justify the man's treachery.
Maybe it's not such a bad thing, Pierre considered, that you've learned who you can really trust.
I suppose so, said Esterel.
Man, it's good to see you again,
he said, slapping Pierre on the shoulder.
I've missed you.
Same, said Pierre, suddenly feeling like he might choke up. Esterel had that effortless gift of making people feel special. He wondered how some of the Givernet had failed to come under his brother's spell.
Look, I didn't want to mention it in there, in case the walls have ears, or we can't fully trust everyone. But there are more of us coming, another 26, hopefully. Humbert is going to follow our route to the city up the castle.
Humbert? Esterel cried. When did my brother and his daft friend start leading bands of warriors across Dalria?
Pierre laughed. Yeah, I'm not sure how that happened. Anyway, 13 with Humbert from Berisia, and 13 more of Gossa's men, in case we really need to do some fighting.
Esterel nodded. And you think we can trust this Gossa?
I think, said Pierre, that some men aren't cut out for double dealing and all that business. And I think Gossa is one of those.
I think you may be right.
Then let's ask him to stay on the lookout for these reinforcements in case they get here in time.
Esterel looked across the water of the moat.
Even if I've done little to help father, I'd rather he didn't reach Valene to find both his sons at the bottom of this stinking ditch.
Yes, Pierre agreed.
Let's try to avoid that.
Pierre slept in Esterel's rooms, along with Gossa and Sasha. After breakfast, Gossa agreed to return to the riverbank and look out for the arrival of the rest of their warriors. Cassian, the Lord Chancellor, returned. With him were 2 rough-looking swords.
Ernst and Gernot,
he said. Both, Pierre noted, had fists the size of a small child.
I use them when the king needs to deliver justice outside the jurisdiction of the courts.
Pierre took that to mean they battered people who needed a battering.
I think it might be wise for you to have some permanent protection, Lord Esterel,
Cassian explained.
At least until we leave the city. At the risk of causing offense, I would urge you once more to consider that course of action. Aubrey's armies could arrive at any time.
I have allies out in the country, Esterel assured the man. They would get word to me. Pierre eyed the 2 men. He didn't trust anyone to protect his brother except himself. He did, however, have a task that needed doing.
I need to find out where our men have been lodged.
I'll help you, Sasha offered. I know my way around the bastion. With that plan agreed, Pierre and Sasha left Esterel's rooms and wandered about the fortress. Sasha seemed to think the various towers were the most likely places for the men to have been accommodated.
It might be overdoing it, but safest to keep our mission to ourselves,
Sasha suggested. Thus, Esterel's friend made a pretense of showing Pierre about the bastion, especially when they passed a servant or guardsman.
Virtually everyone here owes their position to, or receives their income from Girard,
he explained.
Royal Steward sounds like a powerful position, said Pierre. Your father doesn't have such an office in Morbagne.
Pierre thought about it.
Lord Russell is his marshal. He does everything in Morbagne. Huh. Then maybe Lord Russell should take the office when your father becomes king. Maybe.
It was a matter he had given no thought to until now. The business of appointing people to positions in government. In truth, he had only a vague understanding of which title was responsible for what. In Morbagne, things just seemed to get done of their own accord. It made him wonder about Sasha. Perhaps it was unfair in his case, but doubtless there would be some people who befriended Esterel for the sake of advancement.
Did my brother not ask you to raise forces for him? He asked.
My father is Lord of Curion. He will bring men to Esterel's banner, and I will fight and die for him if I have to.
Why?
Pierre asked.
Because I believe he will make a great king, don't you?
Of course I do. They entered the ground floor room of a tower.
Stinks like my lot,
Pierre noted. But the cots were empty, with no sign of occupation, except for one item.
What's this?
Sasha asked, retrieving it from a dark corner.
An otter, Pierre told him. One of my Barisian recruits liked to whittle in his spare time.
This doesn't look good, Sasha said, worried.
I'm inclined to heed Caitian's warnings and get Esterel out of here before it's too late. What of these men? Pierre asked him. It's no good you and I looking around asking questions. That's a sure way to rouse Gerard's suspicions. Maybe Caitian's Fix is a better place to do that.
Pierre was desperate to find these men, but he had to concede Esterel's security was the most important thing.
All right,
he agreed. They crept out of Esterel's rooms, Sasha leading the way, Caitian by his side. Pierre walked beside his brother. Behind them, the hulking figures of Ernst and Gernot brought up the rear. When the two men had reported back with their grim findings, 8 corpses bound in sacks, no one could argue against the Lord Chancellor's urgings to escape. Even if, as Pierre feared, there was a chance Caitian was involved, his hand hovered close to his sword hilt, ready for a betrayal from Esterel's friends as much as his enemies intercepting them. The darkness of the bastion's corridors added to Pierre's sense of being watched, as he felt the hairs prickle the back of his neck. All he could do was follow, not yet able to navigate his own way around the fort. He worried Sasha was leading them into a trap, that the 2 men behind them might knife them in the back. But there was no other option but to have faith that Esterel had chosen his friends wisely. The impressive defenses of the bastion had the unwelcome effect of making it difficult to escape the fort. Not trusting the guards who manned the drawbridge on the west side, the only way to walk out of the place, Sasha instead led them to the southernmost tower. They hadn't met a single soul. Most residents of the fort were surely fast asleep at this time, but it was really no surprise that they were unable to sneak their way in.
"Lord Caitian? Lord Esterel?"
came a bewildered voice. It was a young man, spear clutched in one hand, no doubt given the short straw of night watch. He'd caught them as soon as Sasha opened the door to the ground floor room of the tower.
"Yes, it's us. Don't worry,"
Esterel said in a friendly manner, stepping in before Caitian's thugs got the idea of solving the problem in a different way.
"What's your name, sir?"
"Jihan, my lord."
"Jihan, I've been warned to escape before Duke Aubrey gets here,"
Esterel told him, clearly having decided to give the guard a simple version of the truth.
"My life is in danger, you see. We're leaving via this tower without being seen. I understand it's your job to defend the fort, but you haven't been asked to stop people from leaving, I presume?"
"Well, no, not exactly."
He eyed their group, taking in the weapons they carried.
"But I have been told to report anything odd,"
he admitted.
"I won't ask you to lie for me or put yourself at risk," Esterel said. "But bear in mind," added Sasha, "that Lord Esterel's father is Duke Bastian, who will soon become King Bastian.
How would you expect him to deal with anyone who put his heir in danger?
Yi Han looked distinctly uncomfortable.
I wouldn't do that, my lords.
Perhaps, said Esterel.
At the very least, you'd be able to delay your report.
Yi Han seemed to think about that option.
I would get the blame if they knew you'd come through here. It might be better if I simply came with you, my lord,
he suggested, a little sheepishly.
You'd do that?
Esterel asked him.
Well, you are the rightful heirs to Javan,
said the young man.
So I owe my allegiance to you, not anyone else. That's how I see it, at least.
I'm in your debt, Esterel said. I will tell my father about your courage. Yi Han gave a bashful smile. Pierre shook his head.
How does he do it?
He wondered. Yi Han led them out through the tower into the kill zone. Pierre couldn't stop himself from looking up to the battlements above them. If they were spotted, they'd be sitting ducks. It was imperative they were silent now. Sasha went first, lowering himself into the wet moat. Here the angular tower jutted out from the rest of the fort. It was, Esterel's friend had assured them, the narrowest crossing point. Pierre followed him into the water. It was cold, but the stench was worse.
Hold your nerve, he told himself, and don't make a sound.
He swam, keeping his arms and legs to gentle movements so as not to make a splash.
It's just as well it's night, he told himself, so I can't see what I'm swimming through.
He reached the far side of the moat at the same time as Sasha. It wasn't easy pulling themselves out of the moat and over the bank that surrounded it. Pierre slipped back in twice. Just as he thought he had a safe grip, the earth bank crumbled away. The third time he slithered his way over. He and Sasha then began helping the others out, first grabbing Kaysin by an arm each and hauling him out. Pierre was relieved to see they could all swim well enough to get across. No doubt a benefit of living so close to the council. Esterel and Yi Han came out safely. Ernst and Gernot were not as easy to lift out as Kaysin, requiring everyone's help, but they made it. Cold, wet, and reeking, they knew it wasn't over yet. Sasha led them off, crouch-walking away until they were a good distance from the bastion. Once they reached the first street, they tried walking naturally, aware there was a good chance they'd meet, or at least be seen by, the city's night walkers.
It's not so easy, Pierre found, when you're shivering with cold and want to retch at your own smell.
Sasha took them through the city, heading for the south gate. If they could get out that way and keep going south, they would have a good chance of meeting up with their father and the army of Morbagne. It wasn't until the central square that Pierre saw people. It seemed some of the homeless of the city chose it as a place to sleep, perhaps finding safety in numbers. In one corner, a fire had been lit, surrounded by half a dozen figures, lying prone on the floor or hunched over, woolen cloaks pulled about them. Other shapes moved about in the shadows, barely visible.
How many more? Pierre wondered, completely hidden from sight.
He wasn't the only one in their party who sensed something didn't feel quite right. They looked at one another. Then there was the unmistakable clink of metal armor, the thud of feet moving in unison. Armed soldiers appeared out of the streets around the square. Pierre's party was their target, and they knew exactly where they were. They must have watched them enter the square, been waiting for them. Ernst and Gernot pulled out weapons, wicked-looking hatchets perfect for close-quarter fighting. The others followed. Pierre, Esterel, Sasha, and Kaysin drew swords. Yi Han had his short spear.
"Let's not be stupid," said one of the soldiers.
He approached carefully, one hand gripping his own sword, the other held forward, palm up. With him were at least a score of armed men.
"Lewin," said Kaysin, "what's the meaning of this?"
"Captain of the city guard,"
Sasha murmured to Pierre.
"I have orders to arrest you," said the captain. "I'm to take your life, you hear me? There's no need for bloodshed."
"Whose orders?" Esterel demanded. "Who told you to arrest the heir of the new king?"
"Come now, Lord Esterel," said Lewin. "There's no king right now, is there? But there is a man who claims to be king with an army at his back a day's march from here. It's not my place to get involved in high politics. But me and my men have an order, and it's been made quite clear what'll happen if we don't carry it out. So don't make us resort to force. Drop those weapons."
A cloaked, hooded figure shuffled towards the standoff. Pierre could just make out long blonde hair.
"So many armed men in the square all of a sudden," she said in a raspy voice. "I've got a place you can stick those swords."
"Get lost, whore," Captain Lewin shouted. One of his men moved towards her, and the woman departed, far quicker than she had arrived. The captain looked about the square, betraying some nerves of his own. The darkness, combined with the figures moving about in the shadows, seemed to put everyone on edge.
"You're making a mistake, Captain," Cassian warned him. "Let us leave Verlaine. Say we gave you and your men the slip. It would be far better than choosing sides like this. What if you've backed the wrong one? I'm not choosing sides. I'm keeping myself and my men alive when the army of Famians occupies the city, probably tomorrow. So, you have my sympathies and all that, but this is the last time I ask. Drop your damned weapons, or I give the order to cut you down."
Lewin's guards edged forwards, reinforcing the point.
"We can take them," Pierre said to Esterel. 20-7 wasn't great odds, at all. But how good were these men compared to him and his brother?
Esterel didn't answer, but looked in no mood to drop his weapon. Lewin's eyes widened in disbelief. Just as his lips opened to give his order, the cloaked woman returned, moving faster than ever. Before he got his words out, he found a knife at his throat.
"Drop it!"
she shouted. It was Ciela. Then more figures emerged from the shadows, surrounding the captain's guards.
"No one wants bloodshed tonight," a voice rang out.
Pierre felt himself grinning like a fool. It was Humbert.
"Drop your weapons," Humbert continued, "and on my honor, no harm shall befall you."
"You're overdoing it a little,"
Pierre murmured to himself.
"No!"
came a shout that sounded like the roar of a bear. Gossa. It did the trick. First one, then another. Then all the soldiers were laying down their weapons, Lewin included. Ciela's blade still alarmingly close to his neck.
"You should be grateful, Captain Lewin, that our allies arrived in time to save the lives of you and your men," said Esterel. "Still, you can tell Duke Aubrey the truth, that you were outnumbered and surrendered. I doubt the punishment will be severe. He'll be keen to win over Verlaine to his new regime. Mark my words, though, it will be short-lived. We will soon return to place my father on the throne. Bear that in mind over the next few days."
"Take their weapons,"
Pierre called out to his men.
"We don't want them following us."
His Barisians and Gossa's warriors picked up the discarded weapons. Ciela withdrew her knife and quickly backed away from the captain. Within moments, they were leaving the guards behind and rushing south through the city, to the gates. Sasha was soon organizing everyone, unbarring the wooden gates and getting them open, before the gatehouse guards knew what was happening. Pierre gave Humbert a hug as they waited, his stupid grin returning. Then they were all streaming out of Verlaine, over 30 men and 1 woman. It no longer felt like an escape or a retreat. It felt exhilarating. For, just as his brother had said, Pierre felt sure they would soon return. Chapter 13. Sonk. Kingdom of Javerne, 673. The army of Duke Bastien was on the march. It was larger than the army Sonk's father had taken to the Middersteppe last year. He had stripped Morbagne of its fighters. Everything seemed to depend on the success of this force. Either they put Bastien on the throne, or they would fail, and Bastien and his family would be finished.
For a careful planner like my father, Song considered, it must be hard to risk everything on this one campaign.
But that was the situation the Duke found himself in, and he didn't shirk from it. Song felt most sorry for Louise, who had to stay behind in Arbiost yet again. With her father and 2, maybe 3 of her brothers at war in Giverny, it would not be an easy time for her, waiting desperately on any news. As for Payre, he had yet to arrive from Beryssia. Their father had left instructions that should Payre return to Morbagne, he must rule it in his father's absence. Song had his doubts that Payre would keep himself away from the fighting, whatever instructions he was given. Song missed the company of his brother on this expedition. Payre's overconfidence could be quite reassuring. He rode beside Jesper and Ramon instead. He couldn't ask for 2 more capable individuals to travel with, but adults tended to be more serious all the time, and sometimes one needed a Payre or an Humbert to lighten the mood. Tadita and Rab had also been left behind, and Song knew he would miss them.
"There's more than a little irony," Ramon commented as their winding column of riders crossed into the steppelands, "that the late king's final act, the conquest of these lands, has made a route for his brother's army."
"I wonder what he would make of it,"
Jesper said. "The impression I get," said Ramon, "is Nicholas didn't really know his own mind." It looked like he was about to say more, but the sorcerer glanced at Song and stopped talking. Song had a fair idea what his teacher was thinking. His uncle had loved their mother, Alienor, and they were Alienor's children, but they were also bastions. Nicholas had been torn by love and jealousy. And how sad, Song thought, that he'd never been able to move on and find his own happiness. The route they were taking was the same as they had taken the year before. Forts erected by Bastion at regular spaced intervals to defend the newly acquired territory now protected his army's passage. They stopped at each one, Song's father reallocating men to or from the garrisons as he saw fit. A couple of forts already had quite a few ancillary buildings that had appeared since last summer, the beginnings of new towns. This gave Lord Russell options to manage the food supplies that were being transported by cart. Feeding everyone and not running out of food seemed to be the major preoccupation of Humbert's father. Whenever the man had a faraway look in his eyes, Song fancied he was counting cabbages in his head. The tribes of the steppe tracked their progress. Song caught glimpses of their mounted warriors, but once their destination was clear, they were content to let them be on their way. A week after they left Arbiost, the army crossed into Giverny proper. It was strange to think of Giverny, his father's rightful inheritance, as enemy territory, but that's what it felt like. Broncat took extra care to supervise the scouts, who rode out in all directions, returning to tell the weapons master what they had seen. The land here was generally rough and undeveloped. They passed only a few scattered settlements, linked by well-worn paths rather than solid roads. Their march was halted early on the first evening, giving everyone more time to set up camp. The carts were driven up onto a hillock and guards posted around its boundary. The army had got used to Duke Bastion's painstaking style of leadership, and there was little grumbling. It was wasted energy, after all. Next morning, they were quick to resume their journey north. Back on his mount, Song felt like he had barely woken up when a group of scouts came charging towards the front of the line. The pace of their return was hard to miss. A muttering began up and down the line. "Looks like they've found something," said Ramon.
"Some people, most likely,"
said Jesper. Only a few moments passed before trumpeters blew their buccines in warning. Riders went down the line, galloping past Song's position towards the infantry, who trailed behind those lucky enough to be on horseback.
"Is it the enemy?"
Song asked.
"Yes,"
said Jesper. Song was fully awake now. He watched as his father, flanked by Lord Russell and Broncat, called on his horsemen to follow him west.
in the direction the scouts had come from. Sonk had never been close to his father, but he had a moment of pride as he watched him, in full armor, ordering the men of Morbaine to follow him. He exuded a confidence that Sonk couldn't imagine ever having. "Come," said Jesper, encouraging Sonk to keep up. They left the path, guiding their horses across the grass and vegetation that grew beside it. They came upon a sharp dip that led into woodland. It held their progress up as each rider had to guide their horse down into the trees. The stomp of feet and clink of armor signaled the arrival of the infantry behind them. The earth churned until Jesper had seen enough. He called on everyone to dismount and lead their horses down. Others agreed, and so Sonk slid from his mount and led him down when it was his turn. Those ahead had decided to stay on their feet through the woodland, and so Sonk did likewise. They had to climb up a muddy trail, exposed roots threatening to trip the unwary. The trail leveled off, and suddenly Sonk was out of the trees and stepping onto a farmer's field. "Mount up, Sonk," Jesper called out. He did as he was told, and then nudged his horse towards Jesper's place in the cavalry line that was forming. His father had stopped at a point that gave them a good view of the land ahead. A few farm buildings lay in the center of the plain ahead of them. Beyond, on the far side, was the enemy army. Sonk could clearly see lines of infantry facing them, interspersed with cavalry units. He made out crimson banners with 4 azure diamonds. "Whose standard is that?" he asked Jesper, unable to take his eyes off the scene in front of him. It seemed unreal that in a matter of moments he had found himself on a battlefield. Jesper shrugged. "I don't know." "The Lord of Saliers," said Ramon, joining them on Sonk's other side. Jesper gave the sorcerer a questioning look. "Russell told me," Ramon admitted. "Sonk, our powers may be needed here," he said, keeping his voice quiet. "Our priority must be to keep your father safe. If he is killed, or even injured, it puts the entire campaign in jeopardy. Others are not so important. It's harsh," he said, giving Sonk a look, "but this is war. Please stay with me at all times." "I will be with you both as well," Jesper said, "to give you protection when you are concentrating on other things." The infantry emerged from the woodland, and soon there was a lot of shouting as the army of Morbaine was organized in the way Duke Bastien wanted it. Broncat's voice was the loudest, but neither Lord Russell nor Bastien himself refrained from yelling out their demands. Nobles yelled at their own retinues, while infantry and cavalry units had to move this way and that until the leaders of the army were happy. Whenever he could, Sonk would glance across at the enemy, wondering if they were marching towards their position, perhaps to strike before they were ready. But each time, he could see they hadn't moved at all. Looking back and forth, he gradually took in the numbers on each side. Salier's force was only a third the size of his father's. "We should win," he told himself, taking some confidence. Positioned in the same cavalry unit as his father, Sonk saw him nod at his trumpeteers. They blared out his order, and the Morbaine infantry lines moved towards the enemy. They went slowly, their captains looking across to ensure they didn't move ahead or fall behind the other units. They presented a wall of steel to the enemy, and Sonk allowed himself to imagine how the outnumbered enemy might be feeling right now. More buccines sounded. He saw his father handed a spear by his squire. Then the other men in the front line were armed in the same manner. Only the elite were trained to fight from horseback. Months of extra training in the saddle were required to master the skills. Looking at the row of bristling spears ahead of him, Sonk appreciated why they went to all the extra trouble. His father raised his weapon into the air, and the cavalry walked forward. With a nod from Jesper and Ramon on either side of him, Sonk nudged his mount to follow. He thought through what he might do when the two sides met. Of course, he would defend his father. Would he and Ramon be expected to go on the attack? And what would everyone do when they discovered he was a sorcerer? Sonk had been more than content for that to remain a secret. More shouting. Then the buccines were blown again. They came to a halt. Song peered through the gaps in the rank ahead until he could see what was happening. The enemy were retreating, marching away from their positions in an organized maneuver. He heard his father's voice, giving vent to his anger.
"Wasting our time,"
And
"playing with us,"
were two phrases he kept returning to, amid more foul language than Song had ever heard from him. Song turned to Jesper, who shrugged.
"Sally Ayres probably had no intention of engaging with us," said the forester. "Just slowing us down."
"He doesn't want us to reach Verlaine?"
Song asked him. Jesper frowned, as if surprised by the question.
"Maybe. Or he just intends to make our lives difficult. If his forces can't beat us, they'll make a nuisance of themselves instead."
Duke Bastion's voice was getting louder. He was steering his mount towards them, his advisors on either side. Song picked up that he was giving Lord Russell command of a section of the army.
"Ramon,"
his father bellowed. "Hear your grace," said Song's teacher.
"You and Sonk will go with Russell. Offer whatever assistance you can."
"It might be better for at least one of us to stay with you," Ramon offered. Bastion pinned him with an ill-tempered look.
"Must I repeat my order?"
he demanded. "No, your grace." Then the Duke was breezing past, leading his army back to the path they had left. Song caught Jesper giving Ramon a smirk.
"No, your grace,"
Jesper mimicked. "Shut up," said Ramon sourly. Russell's unit comprised a good majority of the Morbinet cavalry. Able to move more freely without the encumbrance of the infantry units, they tracked well ahead of the main army, looking for further threats. Once Lord Russell was content that the path ahead was safe, he would take them off it, ranging out west, where they knew Salier's force was operating.
"Two can play at his game,"
he told Sunk, riding next to him for a while.
"If the enemy spot us, they'll be forced to come and drive us off."
"Leaving father's force free to march north,"
Sunk said.
"Exactly,"
said Russell, pleased that Sunk understood so quickly.
"And if they don't spot us,"
he added, allowing himself a savage grin,
"we catch them in a pincer."
He took both hands off his reins and slammed his palms together, indicating what would happen to Salier's army. Song could tell that Lord Russell was looking forward to such an attack. It seemed, however, that the Lord of Salier's knew his soldiering. More than once the enemy appeared, cutting them off. Russell would retreat his horsemen towards Duke Bastion and the rest of the army, hoping to draw Salier's into the main force. But before the enemy got too close, they would retreat out of harm's way. This elaborate game of cat and mouse unfolded over the next 2 days. Song had never done so much riding in his life, but perhaps it was worth it, for his father's army plodded its way ever closer to Verlaine. The next day, Salier's was nowhere to be seen. The path they travelled became a road, and the army of Morbagne made better time. Early next morning, they came upon a village that straddled the road. It had been burned out, not just the buildings, but the fields surrounding it. Russell posted a mounted watch and led a troop into the settlement on foot. Song followed Russell into the remains, Jesper and Ramon with him. He had never seen anything like it. People's homes, their church, everything they had known, destroyed. Some shells of buildings still stood, threatening to topple over. The smell of charcoal remained, even though the fires had burnt out. "No bodies," said Ramon, sounding relieved.
"No signs of a killing,"
Jesper confirmed, scanning the detritus.
"Looks like the villagers were either allowed to leave or taken away."
"Salier's did this?"
Song asked.
"Almost certainly,"
the forester confirmed.
"Denying our army sustenance. Doesn't seem to know Duke Bastion or Lord Russell very well. We've enough supplies to get us to Verlaine without the need to take extra."
It seemed insane to Song that Javerne had descended to this in so short a space of time. A struggle for the throne had caused the destruction of this community, innocent families with no allegiance to either side. From Ramon's reaction, he gathered things might get much worse too. They needed to get his father on the throne, needed to stop this madness. Warning calls came, and Song suddenly found they were running. Was it a trap prepared by Saliers? He asked himself as they pounded out of the village for their horses. The tethered horses turned, wide-eyed at their approach. Men barked at one another, desperate to find their mounts. Song found his, but he was skittish at the arrival of so many men and their frantic voices. He danced away, refusing to let Song get a foot into a stirrup. Then Jesper was there, already mounted. He reached over, calm-voiced, and patted the beast. Song clambered up, and they rode with Lord Russell to the north of the village. Song soon spotted what appeared to be a standoff between a dozen of their own mounted troops and a force of armed men, maybe 30 strong, on foot. This force had their weapons in their belts. They didn't, Song noted, as Russell's force pulled up, look like they had come to fight. He studied these men. They were a strange-looking mix of fur-clad warriors, mustachioed fighters like the men who had come to Arbiost from the Empire, a woman as dangerous-looking as the rest, and well-dressed Jevennet. He fixed on 3 familiar faces from the latter group.
"Song!"
Pierre burst out as their eyes met.
"By the gods! What are you doing here?"
Song sat on the ground with his brothers, Lord Russell, and their various advisers. They discussed what their plans should be, while they waited for his father to arrive with the main force. Song knew if his father were here, he wouldn't have been invited to such a meeting. It made it all the more exciting. He had been introduced to 3 men who had accompanied his brothers and Humbert in their escape from Valais. Lord Gosse was a huge bear of a man with a great beard. Cassian was older, with the grand title of Lord Chancellor. Song recognized Sasha of Curion. He had accompanied Esterel on his visit to Arbiost 2 years ago. He looked the part. He imagined them both strolling along the streets of Valais, being handsome, good-humored, gracious, and charming. Esterel and Pierre told them all about their escape, how it seemed almost certain that Duke Aubry of Famiens had now occupied Valais. "On our journey here," Esterel told them, "we spotted a sizable army heading northwest. We thought it was you at first. Good job we were careful."
"Must have been Arnold of Salier's army," said Lord Russell. "He's been harassing us somewhat. But northwest, you say? Not north, straight to Valais."
Esterel shook his head.
"Our allies in Giverny are raising their forces. They've agreed to rendezvous at Corbenay."
"My father and others are heading to Corbenay," Sasha confirmed. "I fear the enemy might head there next." Lord Russell seemed to think about it.
"It's what I'd do,"
he said at last.
"Garrison Valais, then take out our allies in Corbenay. Prevent them from joining up with us. That would leave them with most of Giverny under their control. They'd fancy their chances of seeing Bastien's army off from that position."
Somber nods of agreement greeted this assessment. There was little else worth saying before the rest of the army caught up. The first thing Lord Bastien did when he reached them was hug his 2 sons. Song stood aside, ignored, trying not to acknowledge the awkwardness that other people around them felt. His father then listened to the news from Valais.
"You did well to get out,"
he murmured to Esterel, then thanked Lord Casin for his advice. He frowned at Pierre.
"Foolish of you to bring a force from Berisia," he said. "We don't want the people of Giverny thinking ours is an army of foreigners. We need to be seen as Giverny. That's what your brother has been trying to achieve here."
"But, father," Pierre said, going red, "I promised them pay and a place in our forces."
"Of course, I'll honor whatever promises you've made, boy. Just think next time, will you?"
Song felt sorry for Pierre as he silently nodded his agreement. The amount of affection the Duke had for his sons was painfully apparent when all 3 were together. Bastien then listened to Lord Russell's summary of their predicament. He didn't take long to agree with his conclusions.
"There's both a strategic and moral imperative to join up with Corbenay's forces," he declared. "If Aubry is also taking his forces there, we may bring him to battle. A decisive outcome is just what we need."
"Assuming," Song said to himself,
we're the ones who win.
Chapter 14. Sunk. Corbenay, Kingdom of Javerne, 673. They were a united force once more. It didn't take the scouts long to find the trail left by the Lord of Salier's army. The direction he had taken confirmed what they had already suspected. The destination was Corbenay. Sonk rode in the vanguard, not far behind his father and brothers.
"Chances are," Jesper said next to him, "Saliers won't realize his force was spotted by Esterel. They'll assume we're still heading for Valenne, which will have been left ready for a siege. They think they can deal with Corbenay and come back for us."
"Then they've got a surprise coming," noted Ramon. The bullish attitude of Sonk's friends was shared by the entire army. Perhaps it had something to do with the Duke and his sons being reunited. Ordered to force march, even the hard-worked infantry seemed keen to catch up to the enemy. When the light faded, they made a basic camp. Duke Bastien banned fires. Sonk had lookout duty with Père and Humbert. It was eerie, looking across an unknown territory, knowing the enemy was out there.
"At least we've done this before,"
he muttered, recalling the duties they had been given in the mid-step. Père grinned at him. Sonk couldn't help staring at his brother's scar as he did. Père noticed and put his fingers to it. The grin disappeared.
"I'm sorry you got banished," Sonk blurted out. "It was my fault, but I couldn't fight back against Robert. I had reasons that I couldn't tell you." "Don't be stupid, Sonk," Père said. "There were 4 of them, all bigger and older than you. Anyway," he said, sharing a look with Humbert, "it wasn't all bad in Brisingia."
Sonk raised an eyebrow.
"He fell in love," said Humbert. "Princess Liesel herself."
"Liesel?" Sonk repeated. The princess who had been offered in marriage to Esterel by the Brisingian embassy. Some of whom had tried to kill him. Some of whom Sonk had killed.
"Is she really as beautiful as that ambassador claimed?"
he asked doubtfully.
"Oh, yes," said Père, his grin returning. "But she is just as beautiful inside as out."
"See," said Humbert. "Love."
"And did she fall in love with you?" Sonk asked. "Well, I was working on that," Père admitted. "But things got complicated."
He proceeded to tell Sonk a strange and dark story of a family beguiled by a witch and a mercenary leader. He was shocked when Père revealed it was Liesel's brother Leopold who had given him the scar.
"So you see," his brother finished, "I have no idea where she is now, except that Farad promised me he left her somewhere safe."
It was some story. Once their guard duty was over, the 3 of them wasted no time in finding somewhere to sleep. Sonk looked up at the stars in the night sky. As he drifted away, he imagined Princess Liesel staring up at the same sky, thinking about his brother Père. He smiled to himself. No, not possible. They were roused early, the sun casting a strip of yellow on the horizon. Otherwise, the sky was slate grey. Soon they were moving. The mounted contingents led the way but stayed close to the mass of infantry behind them. Sonk's stomach ached. Something was telling him today was the day. Everyone else seemed to sense it too. There was a tension, broken by occasional laughter, loud barks in response to jokes that were average at best. Sonk wavered from anticipation to trepidation. He didn't really know how he felt. Then there was a sudden rush of activity. The scouts had found Salier's army ahead. The news rippled down the line. Sonk's father gathered his mounted force about him, giving out orders. The greater portion of the cavalry would ride ahead and engage. Esterel was the nominal leader, with Lord Russell and Broncat for support. Duke Bastien, a visibly disappointed Père, and everyone not named would stay with the infantry, including Sonk and Ramon.
"Shouldn't we go with them?"
Sonk whispered to his teacher. They had come to use their powers after all. What was the point in staying put? "Now's the time to follow orders," Ramon replied. his voice equally hushed. I reckon we'll get our chances to help. Sonk watched the cavalry force, 100 strong, ride ahead. His father kept the rest of the army going in the same direction, at what seemed like a crawl. Esterel's horsemen soon disappeared. It was horrible, not knowing what was happening ahead of them. Sonk chafed at their pace.
Can't we go faster than this?
He mumbled, wary of his father hearing his complaints. He could see Peyer and Dumbert riding at the front, looking as dissatisfied as he felt. No point in tiring out the foot soldiers, Jesper said. I suggest you keep your thoughts to yourself, Sonk. Reluctantly, he did as he was told. A path took them downhill through woodland. Through the trees, Sonk caught occasional glimpses of a stone structure in the distance. Once out in the open, he could see it was a tall castle with a settlement around it. Corbinay, he supposed. Esterel's cavalry and the forces of Lord Saliers were still nowhere to be seen, but faint shouts occasionally carried to them on the wind. Let's see what the story is, he heard his father say. The Duke ordered them towards the settlement. Get the banners up, he ordered. The red pall on a white background, representing Morbagne, was held aloft. So too was the Owl of Javerne, though no doubt the other side also carried that flag. The town had a simple wooden wall around it, from which armed warriors looked their way. But the castle was the only truly defendable structure. Assuming it was already occupied by their allies, it didn't look large enough to hold their numbers as well. Duke Bastien called a halt. The town gates were opening. A moment of tension came. No one knew for sure who would emerge. It was a few riders. Half a dozen banners came with them, no doubt representing the various lords who had gathered at Corbinay. Sonk didn't know them, but others did, and the tension eased as his father and others recognized allies. 6 men pulled up in front of them. Sonk only recognized one face, and he was the one to speak. Welcome to Corbinay, Your Grace. He was one of Esterel's friends. He was broad with close-cropped chestnut hair and a big smile. It is a relief to see you. Lord Corbinay, Bastien nodded, and reeled off the names of the other 5. I'm grateful for your support. A relief, you said? Aye, it seems you've chased off Salier's army, but perhaps only into the arms of the Duke of Famine. Duke Aubrey is here. Only a couple miles to the northeast, Corbinay confirmed. When we saw Saliers approach last evening, we feared the worst. Had a rough night debating our options. What are Famine's numbers? Sonk's father demanded. At least 6,000, unfortunately. Aurillac is with him, along with several other lords. Aurillac? That was the title of Robert's father. Robert is surely there as well. And yours? We have 500 horse and 2,000 foot, Your Grace. Duke Bastien did a quick calculation in his head. Making our forces about even. Ah, said Corbinay. That's when battles are fought. Maybe so, Sonk's father agreed. All heads turned to see a lone rider approach from the northeast. It was Sasha, Esterel's friend. Both rider and mount were slick with sweat. He pulled up and spoke in a loud voice, as if he had just been shouting and hadn't yet adjusted his volume. Your Grace, he said to Duke Bastien. Father, he said with a grin to one of the lords with Corbinay. Miles, he nodded to Corbinay himself. He turned his attention back to Sonk's father. We went after them, trying to engage, he explained. Saliers saw us coming and was quick to order his forces to move. He had his horsemen come at us, but they retreated and drew us away from his main force. They nearly led us into the army of Famians. Esterel told me to report back here. And where is Esterel? Duke Bastien demanded, a note of worry in his voice. They are leading the enemy horse on a little chase. He and Lord Russell wanted to give you some time to make a decision. Sasha looked at the faces of Duke Bastien, his father, Miles of Corbinay. To advance, or retreat, or whatever. This is our chance to end this. Stop a civil war, said Sonk's father. We advance. A shiver ran down Sonk's spine. Surely it was also a chance for Aubrey to seize the crown, to kill Bastien and his heirs. He remembered the burned-out village they had passed. Maybe it was better to have a decisive outcome. one way or the other. Moving thousands of warriors where you wanted them to go was more difficult than Sonk had imagined. Finally, his father had his forces lined up to his satisfaction. Lord Corbenet led the men from his fief in a division on the left. Sasha and his father, Lord Curian, commanded the remainder on the right. The army of Morbagne, the largest contingent by far, held the center. Duke Bastien had dismounted and put himself in the front line. It was as large a statement as one could make that he would put his own life on the line to win this battle. Sonk knew his warriors would fight and die with him. Sonk, Ramon, and Jesper took up position 2 rows behind his father. The priority, Ramon had told him before, was to keep Sonk's father safe. That hadn't changed. By the time they were organized, Esterel and the rest of the Morbagne cavalry had rejoined them. They had come to no harm, though they had been chased by a huge contingent of enemy horses. The enemy pulled up when they spotted the army of Morbagne. They had a clear view of the numbers and disposition of his father's force. They studied for a while, in no hurry to leave, before returning to their camp. Duke Aubrey could retreat back to Valenne, Sonk supposed, but what message would running from a smaller force send out? Sonk was convinced he'd fight. Once Aubrey had made the decision to stand against his father, a battle such as this had been almost inevitable. Bastien gave Esterel charge of the cavalry, positioned behind the infantry. Pierre, Lord Russell, and Broncat joined him. Sonk felt better knowing his brothers had experienced heads with them. Perhaps that was his father's thinking. At last, they marched away from Corbenet. They followed a road, though their force was spread so wide that most of them marched through the terrain on either side. It was mostly grass, but every so often Sonk found himself having to detour around a tree or hedge, and then relocate himself to his correct position in his line. They heard the enemy before they saw them, shouting, horns blowing, the squeal of horses. When the 2 sides saw each other, challenges soon rang out. Men from both sides crashed their weapons against shields, creating an almighty racket that disturbed many a mount. Sonk put a hand on the hilt of his sword, still scabbarded at his belt. He had no shield to bang it against. He would need at least 1 free hand to direct his magic. Ramon, he observed, had no weapon at all. He felt there was a strange bravery in that. He studied Aubrey's forces, positioned in a wide formation like their own, with standard bearers signifying which noble house was where. In their center were the 2 largest banners, the Owl of Javerne and what must be the device of the Dukes of Famiens, a silver lattice on a field of azure. Sonk reckoned Aubrey had slightly more men with him. Certainly they seemed to have more horsemen. They hadn't planned to fight his father here, merely crush his allies. Now it would be as even a contest as war allowed. The banging of steel on wood died down, and then stopped. For a few moments it went deathly quiet. The 2 armies faced one another, close enough to pick out the detail on each individual's shields, to identify whether they held spear or sword or axe. Then Sonk's father raised an arm. The first Bursine, carried by a soldier behind him, blew out. Then others, carried by men embedded throughout the army, joined in. The order to march. Sonk heard answering calls from Aubrey's force, as if making it clear they were equally keen to fight. Duke Bastien's front line took a step forward, then the next line. Then it was Sonk's turn to shuffle forwards, careful to stay in position. "I thought they might talk first," Sonk said, eager to break the silence. "That's what they did in your stories about the Isharite Wars." "Sometimes," Jesper admitted. "It seems your father has nothing to say." "A tactic, you might say," Ramon suggested, "to project confidence to the enemy. I've known soldiers wait for hours facing each other, building up the confidence to fight." "Ah, what's this?" The sorcerer pointed ahead. Instead of sending their infantry to match them, Duke Aubrey's cavalry were moving forwards, passing through gaps in the infantry line. They gathered in a line, a solid wall of horseflesh, many of the beasts as well armored as the knights who rode them. Most of the riders held lances, giving them both a height and reach advantage over the men in his father's front line.
They intend to charge us,
Jesper said in surprise.
They're using their strength, said Ramon. This Duke Aubrey seems determined to win.
Sonk detected a new note of concern in his teacher's voice. He felt the ground rumble as the enemy cavalry picked up speed, the gap between the two armies rapidly closing. He looked behind them. Esterel and their own cavalry force waited in reserve, what now seemed like a long distance behind. An uneasiness grew within him. For the first time he contemplated what might happen should they lose. Ramon was looking at him.
They don't have mages in their army, he said.
Jesper had his bow in hand, pulling back the string and firing in a high arc. Other arrows buzzed their way towards the enemy as they came within range. A fast-moving force was a challenge to hit, many missiles missing their target. Few that struck seemed able to penetrate armor. Song saw one rider pull up as his horse bucked in pain, but the missiles had made little impact. The horses were close now. Song could see their wild eyes, flared nostrils, and open mouths. He had never realized horses could be so frightening. Song heard his father's voice, shouting to be heard above the growing noise of the battlefield.
"Hold!"
he demanded, as his front line readied themselves. A wall of overlapping shields was made ready. Spears and other weapons poked out from the wall. Surely, Sonk told himself, a horse won't charge into that. A few did. Some horses reared up, kicking out at the warriors on the front line. Some refused. Others pulled up while their riders struck out with lances. Horses were stabbed. Panicking, they ran in all directions, or fell writhing to the ground. The awful sounds and smells of battle assailed Sonk as he and Ramon tried to focus on the position occupied by Sonk's father. Duke Aubrey's forces bunched here, calling out to one another. Like hounds with a fox, they'd found Duke Bastian and instinctively knew his death would end the battle. Sonk and Ramon built a magical defense around his father and the warriors by his side. Try as they might, the enemy found themselves unable to break through. Sonk's father, probably the only one in the melee who understood what was happening, encouraged his men to strike out at the enemy. Riders were knocked from horses, then axes hacked at limbs and sword blades found any weak points in their armor. Still, more of the enemy came. The warriors of Morbagne were drawn to defend their duke, but outside the area of magical protection, many were slain. The Famian's cavalry cut through them, threatening to encircle Bastian and the half-dozen soldiers who now stood with him. Trusting that Ramon would protect his father, Sonk used his other option, attack. He sent bolts of magic at the horsemen. He made no attempt to shape how they looked, instead giving all his attention to ensuring accuracy. One rider after another was thrown from their mounts as Sonk cleared the threat around his father. He exulted in the power he had, the ability to change the course of battle. Wielding such power had its costs, however. He felt the drain on his energy. Even more, he felt the hostility in the looks he was given, from both sides. Fear and hatred of what he could do. "We're in trouble," Jesper shouted. Sonk, so focused on his father's position on the battlefield, was suddenly drawn to what was going on elsewhere. Jesper stood, sword drawn, as a group of enemy horsemen came for them. Drawn by me, Sonk realized. Elsewhere, the battlefield looked chaotic. The disposition of their army, over which his father had taken so much care and time, had been compromised. The shield wall had been broken in more than one place, allowing groups of cavalry to get through and attack from the rear, disrupting defenses, isolating and surrounding groups of warriors. Jesper took a few paces forward, in a brave attempt to hold off the half-dozen riders bearing down on them. "Ramon!" Sonk warned. He threw one bolt, then another. Not enough. Then Ramon was helping, his magic blasting into the enemy, while somehow avoiding Jesper in front of them. The remaining riders were thrown from their horses. Sonk looked about. They were in the clear for the moment, but they were dangerously exposed. "No!" he heard Ramon shout. Cold fear grabbed at Sonk. He looked for his father. He couldn't see him. Sonk, Ramon, and Jesper all ran at the same time. They made for the spot where the last men standing were being pulverized by the Famian's cavalry. Ramon blasted the enemy. One of the horses lifted into the air and smashed into another with the force of it. Sonk put a protective barrier around the space where two warriors stood side by side amongst a pile of bodies.
That must be where Father is.
He held the barrier as best he could while moving across the treacherous battlefield. Jesper reached them first, slashing at a cavalryman until he was through his defenses. A high blow connected and knocked him from his horse. The beast turned and ran, while Jesper finished off its rider. Then he dropped his weapon and began searching through the bodies. Sonk and Ramon arrived and did the same. The two warriors swayed on their feet, exhausted and unable to help. Sonk moved bodies aside with care, unsure who was alive or dead. Blood, innards, and excreta covered everything, and he gagged, only just stopping himself from adding to the filth.
"Here,"
said Jesper, clearing a space around a body. Sonk's father had gone a grey color. One leg was twisted at an unnatural angle. Sonk thought he could see the white of bone. Jesper put a hand to his neck.
"There is a pulse," he said.
"Can you do something?" Sonk asked Ramon. The sorcerer pursed his lips.
"Not really. He needs to be carefully carried from the battlefield and treated, but we can't do that now. The best we can do is stand guard over him."
Sonk looked about. He tried to fend off the sensation of being overwhelmed. With his father unconscious, the army was leaderless. Then movement caught his eye.
"Over there,"
he said, pointing.
"That's a sight for sore eyes,"
said Jesper. Their cavalry, led by Estrel, they had decided to act, maneuvering around Corbinet's left division, now sweeping in front of the infantry. The Duke of Famian's cavalry might still have the numbers, but they were dispersed all about the battlefield now, busy targeting the vulnerable infantry. None had the numbers to stop Estrel's united force, who went from one group to the next, striking them down, forcing a retreat. Before long, the enemy cavalry saw what was happening, and a disorganized retreat was called, individual horsemen and small groups departing the scene and making their way back to their camp. The cavalry pulled up where Sonk stood. Estrel was dashing, long blonde hair streaming behind him, lance still in hand. There was Pierre, a ferocious grin on his face. Lord Russell and Broncat looked altogether more serious.
"Bastian,"
Russell called out.
"Here,"
said Jesper.
"We need to evacuate him as soon as possible."
"Damn it," said Russell. Sonk tried not to take offense, feeling responsible for his father's injuries. But it had been desperate amongst the infantry, and these new arrivals had enjoyed a much easier time of it. One of Pierre's new friends arrived on foot with his men. Dressed in furs, they were a barbaric-looking group to begin with. Their gore-splattered armor and weapons only added to the impression. But, quick to understand the situation, the big man in charge sent 4 of them off to fetch a stretcher. Sonk saw Estrel and Pierre surveying the scene. As the battered infantry gathered towards them, they were only now realizing just how bad it was. Many men carried injuries, some crying out in pain, and while the Duke would be escorted off the field, anyone else who couldn't walk would simply have to wait. The blare of buccines from the enemy camp hurried the need for decisions.
"That'll be the infantry coming,"
said Broncat, looking towards the enemy. He scanned their own men.
"And they'll be fresh."
"I'll dismount and stand in the front line,"
said Pierre. It was said as a statement rather than a question, and Sonk admired his brother's guts.
"Not a bad idea,"
said Broncat, looking at Estrel and Lord Russell.
"I'll go with him. Give the men a bit of extra steel."
Lord Russell said nothing, deferring to Estrel. "Very well," Estrel said at last. "But we can't afford to lose any more cavalry."
"At least give us Humbert,"
said Pierre, gesturing at his friend. Estrel's face twisted into a smile. "By all means, take him. No offense, Lord Russell."
"Of course not," Lord Russell agreed. "I'm sure Humbert will be as much help on his feet as on horseback."
Grumbling to himself, Humbert dismounted, along with Pierre and Broncat, and the 3 of them handed over their reins. "Good luck," Estrel said. Then he was calling out orders, and his cavalry left the field. returning to a position behind the infantry. "I think you should leave with your father, Song," Ramon said quietly.
"No," Song said. "I am tired, but I have enough left to help."
"We cannot risk you," Ramon told him, studying Song for signs that he was hiding the truth.
"Honestly,"
Song insisted,
"I'm fine."
With Ramon giving his reluctant assent, the sorcerer, Song, and Jesper positioned themselves just behind Pierre. Song's older brother frowned.
"I don't think Song should be placed so close to the action."
"Your father's orders," Jesper said softly, and Pierre didn't argue. He looked instead at their father, sprawled out on the ground. Song was sure it was strange for everyone, seeing the man with such stern authority, looking so vulnerable. "My man will stay with him until the stretcher comes," the fur-clad bear man reassured them. "I'll stay myself if you really want, but I think I'll be more help with this," he said, waving a huge sword in the air.
"Please, come join us,"
Pierre said, and the warrior took up a position between Pierre and Humbert. "I think we'd be best setting our line forward a bit," Broncat said to Pierre. "It would give a bit more protection to your father and the other injured."
"Of course."
Broncat shouted out the orders and the buccines blew, just as the enemies had done. The infantry of Morbagne reformed its shield wall and marched towards the enemy. Peering to either side, Song could see that the left and right divisions were still with them, even if he couldn't tell what condition they were in. Broncat called a halt and then shouted, "Form up!" the order passing along the line. Broncat was so used to giving orders every day, he had a natural authority amongst the men. Song was glad of it, for it was sorely needed. There was nothing more to do except wait and watch as the enemy infantry marched closer. Song could tell the enemy had a slight advantage in numbers. Their line of men was longer. It would allow them to overlap at the flanks, where Lords Corbenet and Curien would have to manage the problem. Otherwise, they were evenly matched. Some of the men-at-arms might have mail shirts, capable of withstanding a hack or thrust. Others would be wearing hide or padded cloth. Some, not even that.
"Evenly matched," Song told himself. "Except for myself and Ramon."
Jesper was one of the first to shoot arrows. Soon missiles were being sent back and forth as the two lines of infantry came within range of each other. All a warrior could do was hold their shield up and pray that an arrow didn't find its way through. "I've got this," Ramon told Song. Song understood the sorcerer had placed an invisible shield around those close to them, including, of course, Pierre and the others in the front line. No one seemed to notice, except Jesper, who took advantage of the protection to fire his arrows until he had none left. Just as before, some missiles struck the unlucky, but neither side had the numbers to inflict appreciable damage. The infantry of Duke Aubrey and his allies were now coming at them at pace, though disciplined enough to maintain their shield wall. The men of Morbagne raised their own shields and moved to meet them. A great crack sounded across the battlefield as shield met shield. Warriors heaved and pushed. Warriors screamed as sharp steel was rammed forward, face height, ankle height, into guts, over the top, crashing down onto helmets. Luck had equal importance to skill in surviving those first deadly moments. Except for the front line of the Morbagne infantry, immediately in front of Ramon and Song. No blade struck a single one of them, while plenty of their own strikes found a target. Up and down the line as the two walls met, men fell on both sides, in equal numbers. Here, the opposing shield walls shifted back and forth as new warriors filled the holes left by injured and dead comrades. But in the center, the Morbagne found their forward momentum unimpeded. Pierre, Broncat, and Gosse struck out with brutal ferocity, battering away any attempt to hold them off. Within moments they were through. Just as Aubrey's cavalry had broken their own lines, they carved a hole in the enemy's defenses. Song found himself following his brother through the gap, pushed from behind as much as deciding for himself. Broncat's lessons meant he knew it was crucial they rammed home their advantage before the enemy could react. He moved to the right, while Ramon followed Broncat left. He could see Jesper struggling amongst the press of bodies, trying to follow him, ever the protector. To his side, Gossa put a meaty arm around a warrior's neck, dragging him to the ground. Ahead, Peer and Umber moved around and attacked the enemy's rear lines. Song followed them. As the enemy tried to defend themselves, he joined his brother, using his sword in real combat for the first time. Drilled since childhood, he allowed his training to take over. Holding his sword two-handed, he struck out at a tall warrior, his blade crashing against the opponent's shield. In fractions of time, he saw his opponent sizing him up. Then the man's shield was coming for him, aiming to crack him in the face and deliver a follow-up strike with his weapon. But Song knew that move. He lunged forward, falling to one knee. As the shield passed overhead, he drove his sword up towards the enemy's midriff. He felt the shock go into his hands and up his arms as the blade found resistance, and he withdrew to the side, regaining his feet. His opponent was doubled over in pain. Song saw he was wearing leather armor and doubted that his blow had pierced it, but he knew he had to act fast, while his opponent was defenseless. He hacked his blade down onto the man's helmet, focusing on speed rather than strength. He was rewarded when the man slumped to the ground. Gossa appeared, taking in the scene. He stamped down onto the man's head, then took up position next to Song. Then Jesper was there, taking his place next to Gossa. The enemy shield wall was breaking up now, its warriors forced to leave the formation to defend themselves against the new front that had been opened. This allowed their own shield wall to gain the upper hand over a weaker foe. The inevitable happened, and it happened quickly. Those warriors closest to Song's position, in a hopeless predicament, turned and fled. The enemy shield wall disintegrated before them, a wave of men turning around and running back the way they had come. It didn't stop until every soldier, right the way through to the end of the line where the men of Kurian fought, had retreated. With no interest in savoring the sight, Peer demanded they turn around and head for the left wing of the shield wall. Here, Broncat was attempting to achieve the same as they had done and finding more resistance. Peer was shouting, and Song ran to keep up with his brother. "Steady," Jesper demanded next to him. Song had to force himself to slow down. His fears had gone, and all he could feel now was the thrill of the fight. They fell on the nearest enemy, screaming like wild men. Umber's grin was as savage as Gossa's. Song fought alongside Jesper. They slashed and hit, knowing they were winning, knowing they were turning the tide of the battle. The outcome was the same. The enemy infantry turned and fled as before, running for their lives. A mighty cheer rose up. Song couldn't shake off his stupid grin as he watched Peer waft his sword in triumph at the sky. Someone was singing. Then Broncat was shouting, "We haven't won yet, you fools!" He gestured towards the enemy camp. Song could see the enemy cavalry gathering as their infantry streamed towards them. Oh, he realized, them again. It seemed his father's rivals had their strength in their cavalry. Rested, they would be just as dangerous as before. Broncat was manhandling warriors back into position. Jesper did the same. Understanding the danger, Peer shouted at his men to be ready. Enemy horses trotted forwards. The sight sobered their army a little, but not completely. Bolder with success, warriors were shouting at the enemy, asking them to come and fight, calling them every name under the sun, cracking weapons on shields. They readied themselves, but the feeling that victory was at hand had not disappeared. The enemy picked up their pace, a trot becoming a canter. Those in the middle moved ahead until they had formed a wedge shape. Long lances were couched under armpits. Song assumed that somewhere among them was Duke Aubrey himself, the Lord Saliers and Aurillac, maybe Robert and his friends. About halfway towards Peer's shield wall, they turned. Swinging away from the center, they headed towards the far right of the line. The warriors around Song quietened, unsure what to make of it. Peer looked at Broncat, confused. "They're isolating their attack on one section at a time, trying to break us," Song heard Broncat say. "What do we do?" Peer asked. "Go and help?" "Breaking up formation is the worst thing we could do," Broncat answered. "It would give all the initiative to them." "What then?" "We hope the Lord of Kurian can withstand it." They had to watch as the enemy cavalry, packed tightly in their wedge, slammed into the right division. Screams echoed across the battlefield, the crash of lance on shield. Sonk could see the impact was so powerful that men went flying into the air. Somehow, the warriors of Curian held. Aubrey's cavalry disengaged and returned to their camp. Like everyone else, Sonk waited, suddenly feeling exposed. It seemed like the enemy cavalry had command of the field, able to strike anywhere at will. Their infantry had regathered, but made no move to re-enter the fray. They could wait and mop up after the cavalry were done. Aubrey and his allies didn't rush themselves, but after a while the cavalry returned, fresh lances ready.
"We can't let this continue," Ramon said to Jesper. "I'm no use stood here."
The cavalry began the same maneuver. They gained pace and moved into their wedge shape. Sonk spun at a sound behind them. He saw what he thought he had heard. Esterel had decided to act. His cavalry force was on the move, carrying lances of their own. Aubrey's cavalry swayed, targeting Curian on the right flank again. Sonk doubted they could withstand a second hit.
"Look,"
he said to Jesper, pointing to Esterel's maneuver. That was enough for Jesper.
"Master Payer, Weapons Master Broncat, Esterel is going to meet the enemy. We need to support him." "If we move to the right," said Broncat, "the enemy infantry will come, hitting us on our flank. If we allow their cavalry to defeat Esterel, we'll be stranded here and cut down to a man,"
Jesper responded. Broncat and Jesper both looked at Payer. He hesitated.
"I can help,"
Ramon said into the silence. Payer frowned at the sorcerer. Sonk did not know whether his brother suspected what Ramon was. Payer turned to him. Sonk nodded in encouragement.
"We're going to go for it," Payer decided. "If we can stop their cavalry, we've won."
Broncat acknowledged the decision.
"Then speed is of the essence," said the weapons master. "We run. Get there before they know what's happening. Run until our lungs are bursting."
"Charge!"
Payer shouted, gesturing to the right flank with his sword. They ran, a disorganized, howling mess. Any sense of formation soon disappeared as the fastest got to the front and the slowest labored behind. Sonk focused on their destination. He watched as the enemy wedge slammed into their right division. The shield wall faltered, then collapsed. The enemy knights, many now wielding swords after discarding their lances, swung about them, striking down the isolated warriors of Curian. Then his brother's cavalry was there. Lances struck enemy knights, horses crashed into one another. The great stallions sent kicking and screaming to the ground. Riders got up, staggered, and were struck down with sword or hammer. It was bloody mayhem, and Sonk was running straight for it. A group of enemy horsemen saw them coming and rode their way. The runners at the front would be picked off before Sonk got there. He focused on one of the knights and shot out his left hand, sending an arc of magic. The rider was blasted from his seat, his horse bolted away. Then Ramon did the same. Then again. Those around them gave Sonk and Ramon fearful looks. Gossa made the sign of the devil. If they hadn't already worked out what they were, they knew now. Sonk was past caring about that. If they had any sense, they would appreciate what his magic could do. Payer was one of the first to reach the enemy cavalry. He had discarded his shield in the run, and now grabbed a rider around the ankle, pulling him from his mount. The heavily armored warrior crashed to the ground in a cloud of dust. Before it had settled, Humbert was striking down on his head. His sword clanged down again and again, not stopping, until the man's helmet came loose. Then his weapon struck skull. The strike seemed to slide off. His next blow came down on neck. Only then did he stop swinging. Sonk was unable to tear his eyes away from the brutality, the mess that was left. And that nearly cost Humbert his life. Only at the last moment did Sonk see the knight coming, lance aimed directly for his brother's friend. He acted on instinct, putting up a shield in front of Humbert. Humbert and Payer turned, too late, to see the horseman bearing down on them, faces frozen in horror. Then the lance struck the invisible barrier. An instant later the horse and rider struck it too, rebounding yards away. When they stopped rolling from the impact, neither got up. Pierre and Humbert both looked about and found Sonk, his hand outstretched at the same time. Their mouths fell open, and Sonk knew, for sure now, that his secret had been revealed. Not that they had time to deal with it now. The brutal melee was still in full flow. Sonk fought with sword now, resorting to magic only when necessary. He could feel a bone tiredness creeping up on him. It was a tiredness that spoke of damage and danger. Ramon had warned him of it so many times that he couldn't ignore it, even in the middle of a battle. But for all his exhaustion, Sonk could still read the flow of battle. They were winning. Esterel's attack had broken Aubrey's cavalry into smaller groups, and Pierre's charge had them mired in amongst his infantry, unable to use the mobility that had threatened to win them the battle. Of course, if Sonk could see what was happening, the leaders of the enemy force could too. Their only option was to retreat, and soon the knights were responding to the blare of horns and breaking their way free. Esterel's cavalry gave chase. Sonk saw his brother ride past as he led the harrying, but the rebel lords didn't stop when they reached their infantry or the outskirts of their camp. They kept going, and their infantry, seeing this, ran after them. Sonk staggered towards the enemy camp. Others were doing the same, while some had simply collapsed where they stood. Jesper was nearby. Sonk supposed the forester had never been very far away the entire time. "We won," Sonk said, his mouth suddenly so dry he could barely get the words out. At times it had felt like they had lost. At other times the victory was assured. In the end, it had been a bloody, abrasive tussle. He had no idea how long it had gone on for. He thought of the people who had lost their lives, of the maimed and injured he had seen all around him, and a lump came to his throat and tears to his eyes. "I hope father lives," he said at last. So tired now he didn't really know what he was saying. "I hope so too," said Jesper. "Else I fear the sacrifices made today could count for nothing." Chapter 15. Pierre. Valenne, Kingdom of Giverny, 673. Pierre's father lived, for now. At least that's something, he told himself. But Duke Bastien had not left his convalescing room in the royal tower of the Bastion since he'd been carried there, and that was 2 weeks ago. Pierre hadn't been allowed in to see him either. "Count yourself lucky," Esterel had told him. "Maybe I am," Pierre considered. No one wants to see their loved ones at death's door, but he couldn't help remembering the last words his father had said to him. Foolish, he'd called him, in front of everyone as well. It wasn't the ideal final communication between father and son, he thought wryly. He strolled through the corridors of his family's new home, looking for Humbert. He'd been so sure he'd find his friend in the kitchens that he was, for the moment, bereft of ideas. Calling the Bastion home took a little getting used to. It was so different to life in Arbiost, different even to Colderberg Castle, which had become a home to him for the year he'd spent in Berisia. Everything was so serious here, he decided. Maybe it was just that these were serious times. But power, ceremony, and politics were all anyone seemed to care about. How about a little fun and amusement from time to time? He rapped on Humbert's door for the second time, shouted for him. Nothing. Gave it a good kick just in case, then continued his search. At least, he reflected, they had taken the Bastion without a fight. Though it was a mixed blessing. They had arrived at Valenne, fully expecting a siege. Instead, Duke Aubrey and his supporters had pulled all their troops out of the city and retreated south. They'd taken the royal treasury and anything of value with them, too. Aubrey must have decided he couldn't hold Valenne or the Bastion. He may have calculated differently had he known how badly wounded Pierre's father was. As it was, a speedy entry into the comforts of the city and access to its doctors probably saved the Duke's life. However, it meant Aubrey was still free, roaming about Giverny somewhere with his forces. What was left of them? There were plenty of dead left on the battlefield, plenty more seriously injured. Arnoul, Lord of Saliers, languished in the Bastion's dungeon. Personally apprehended by Esterel during the enemy's retreat, it was a story his brother seemed unable to stop repeating to everyone, or indeed embellishing. There was no doubt the victory in battle had given them the upper hand, but his father's illness meant the campaign was stalled. Pierre passed a room, then stopped, taking a couple of paces backwards. He'd heard giggling. It was female giggling, the sort of brainless noise he associated with girls who went for Humbert. He opened the door and strode in. Sure enough, he'd found Humbert with a girl in a state of undress, one of the maids of the bastion. She gave a little cry, covering her chest and going a deep shade of red. "I've been looking for you all over," Pierre said, quite cross. "I'm sorry," said Humbert. In truth, he did look miserable, though Pierre suspected that was more because his knavery had been disrupted. "Well, I'm in need of companionship, and shouldn't have to spend half the day wandering about trying to find you, for every habitant of the fortress to witness." "Of course," Humbert agreed. Pierre did his friend the courtesy of stepping outside the room so he could say his farewells. Not that Humbert deserved it, but Pierre strove to set an example when it came to manners, rather than descend to the level others set. Humbert appeared shortly, closing the door behind him. At least he had the good grace to look sheepish about it. They walked together along the corridor. "What a mess," Pierre grumbled, unwilling to forgive him yet. "I shall be embarrassed every time I see the girl now, and no doubt she will too." "I didn't mean it to happen," Humbert said. "We just got talking, and one thing led to another." "I hope you're not trying to blame the girl," Pierre said. "That would be ignoble, even for you." "No, Pierre, of course not. I take full responsibility." Pierre nodded, mollified. "She did seem sweet, though. Fabulous pair of duckies." "Yes," Humbert agreed wistfully. "You are in need of companionship?" "I don't know what to do with myself today." "Perhaps you could talk with Sonk? You keep saying you've been meaning to." Sonk. He wouldn't have believed it if he hadn't seen it for himself. His little brother casting magic in the middle of the battle, stopping a mounted knight's charge and saving Humbert's life in the process. He'd always had a soft spot for Sonk, felt sorry for him a lot of the time. Now he wondered if he'd ever known him at all. It felt like he had become a stranger. "I suppose now is as good a time as any," he said, knowing full well he had been putting it off for too long. "Where do you think we might find him?" "He and the sorcerer often go to the east side of the city." The sorcerer. In hindsight, Pierre felt pretty stupid that he hadn't caught on to what was going on under his nose. The foreigner, Ramon, had arrived unannounced in Arbiost and spent so much time with Sonk. It seemed so obvious now. "If it wasn't for my exile, I would have worked it out," Pierre assured himself. The other aspect that now seemed clear as day was that his father must have known all along. It wasn't just that Ramon had come to live in Arbiost. The sorcerer and Sonk had been placed in the central division under his father's command for the battle. That had struck Pierre as more than strange. The more he went over the events of the battle, the more he came to the unwelcome conclusion that the two of them probably swung the outcome in their favor. "Why the east side of Valenne?" he asked Humbert. "More privacy, I expect." That made sense. The west side of the capital was busy, populous, walled in, claustrophobic even. Pierre had not yet explored the east side, but it seemed much more spacious. They made their way to the front gate of the bastion. In the grand foyer, Pierre spotted a familiar face on guard duty. Jehan, the young man who had escaped with Pierre and Esterel out of the bastion. Their fortunes had changed since then, but it seemed that Jehan's life had returned to normal. He stood straight and to attention as Pierre approached him. "How are things?" Pierre asked. "Very good, Your Highness." Pierre nodded, ignoring the inaccurate title. No one knew how to address him these days. Only if his father recovered and was crowned king would he become a prince. "How is Brancat treating you?" he asked. Pierre's old weapons master was now castellan of the bastion. Their people had taken over most of the important jobs in Valenne. Miles, Esterel's friend, was now captain of the city guard. The previous holder of the title, Lewin, Pierre recalled, picturing the night-time standoff with the captain during their escape from Valenne, had left the city with Aubrey's forces.
Very well, Your Highness. There is more discipline now than there has ever been.
That sounded about right.
Well, nice to see you again, Yihan. Humbert and I are headed to the east side of the city. First time I'll have visited properly.
Yihan frowned, looking Peer up and down.
With the greatest respect, Your Highness, I have to advise against it.
For what reason?
The city guard doesn't operate on the east side. It is a lawless place, and you and Lord Humbert look—
What? What do we look? Yihan seemed to consider his words with care.
You look like you might be targeted by the gangs who operate there. Maybe if you could wait until I am off duty, I could escort you.
We're going now, Yihan. Come with us.
I couldn't leave my post, Broncat.
Never mind, Broncat. I am giving you permission, and Broncat serves my family.
Yes, but—
Humbert put an arm around Yihan's shoulder. Lord Peer is being very polite about it, he said, but he has given you an order.
Right,
Yihan said. Reluctantly, he left the grand foyer and accompanied them to the front gate of the bastion. It was manned by soldiers of Morbagne, who gave them a friendly greeting as they left the fortress and turned south down the main road of the city. At the busy central square, the place where Humbert and Gossa had saved them from Captain Lewin's ambush, they turned left for the east gate of the walled old city. As they approached, Peer could hear the rush of the council as it sped south. Givernet soldiers manned the gate. Some of the city guard had stayed and kept their posts after Aubrey's forces left. The rest had been filled by warriors who served Miles de Corbinay or other local lords. Whoever they served, they gave Peer due respect as he passed through. He was the son of the future king, for one, but Peer knew it was more to do with the battle and his leadership of the infantry in its final stages. Peer acknowledged he was guilty of being a little full of himself on occasion. As far as the battle was concerned, however, he felt he had little to boast about. Broncat and Ramon, even Sonk, had done more than he had and got none of the credit. More than once, he'd overheard men whispering complaints to one another about the red-eyed sorcerer. Nothing would stop Peer from confronting anyone who criticized his brother. Since his exile, however, he'd learned a bit more self-control. He'd stopped short of actually punching anyone. They crossed the bridge that took them over the river to the other side of the city. Peer and Humbert shared a look as they took in the foamy water beneath them, remembering their journey from Coldeberg to Valenne. So much had happened in the last few weeks, it felt like a lifetime ago.
So, he said to Yihan, what makes you such a valuable escort in the east side? Aside from these, he said, giving the man's biceps an approving squeeze. Well, although I live at the bastion now, my family still lives this side of the city. I visit them when I can, bring them money. Maybe we'll have time to visit your family home after I talk with my brother.
Yihan shook his head.
I wouldn't take you there, Your Highness. It's not like the houses in the west side.
Peer took in the eastern half of the city as they descended the steps, leading them off the bridge. The west half of Valenne, the old city, was the desirable half to live in. The east side seemed to have sprung up by itself, with no planning. A jumble of different buildings put up wherever their owners desired.
Remember, I didn't grow up in the bastion, Yihan. Arbiost is a very simple place. Humbert and I aren't as soft and pampered as you might think.
Yihan gave a little smile but shook his head, quite firm.
I couldn't take you.
He's ashamed, Peer realized. He remembered his time in Essenberg. Leopold had taken him to the rookery. It had been full of filthy-looking hovels, and plenty of unfortunates who couldn't even claim one of those. It was so dangerous they'd had to walk in with bodyguards trailing behind the Duke, who theoretically ran the city. Perhaps every great city has such a place, he considered. He understood now Yihan's reluctance to let them wander around without a guide. Peer raised a hand as he saw Humbert readying himself to argue with the guard. He'd told his friend about his experiences in Essenberg, but some things one has to see for oneself.
We'll just see Sonk, then return, he said.
Peer and Humbert found they were indeed reliant on Yihan to do the looking for them. He led them to the open green spaces where his brother was likely to have gone, avoiding the rougher locales. Pierre had to admit he would have got lost by himself. It was the forester, Jesper, they saw first. He was leaning against a beautiful old beech tree, a sword at his belt and a bow within easy reach. He had the look of someone encouraging passers-by to keep on walking. Once he recognized Pierre, he stood up and called out into a grassy area that stood beside a brook, dotted with other trees. Sonk and Ramon soon emerged and strolled over. More than likely, they'd been practicing their spells together. Pierre pushed away his feelings of distaste and fear.
"Pierre," Sonk asked, "is everything all right?" "Yes, just came to see you. I feel like we haven't had time to talk."
Pierre gestured in the direction Sonk had just come from, and they walked off together. Humbert and the two men took the hint and left them to it.
"It's about the magic,"
Sonk said. He sounded nervous.
"How long have you known?"
Pierre asked him.
"Not so long. It first happened 2 years ago. You remember the Kellish embassy that came to Arbiost?"
That wasn't likely to slip Pierre's mind. Walter had tried to get to the bottom of that visit. The Duke had interrogated Lord Cass about it. 3 of Salvinus's men had not returned to Kelland. Surely they hadn't been sent after Sonk.
3 of the warriors from the embassy came back. To kill me.
Pierre looked at his brother, shocked. How had all this been kept secret from him?
My powers,
Sonk seemed to struggle for the right words.
I suppose you might say, emerged then. I killed 2 of them. Jesper got the 3rd.
Sonk gave Pierre an inquisitive look.
Do you believe me? I have to admit, I might not have done at the time,
Pierre conceded.
But having been to Essenberg, I know all about Duke Leopold and his advisors.
He gestured to the scar that ran across his cheek.
But if that's when your powers emerged, why did they send people to kill you?
These, Sonk replied, gesturing to his red eyes.
Oh.
It was strange. How many times had Pierre defended his brother against people who had called Sonk a devil? And now, it seemed it was kind of true.
Then this Ramon fellow came the next year, to help you?
Sonk nodded.
He and Jesper told me to keep it all a secret. But father, for one, must have known. He knew what Ramon was, and what you are.
I don't see how he couldn't, said Sonk.
But no one ever told me so. Huh. How like father. Well, now everyone knows. Yes, I'm more unpopular than ever. If that were possible,
said Sonk. It was said with a bitterness that made Pierre hurt for him. Not that he could really understand what it was like to have magic, to have those eyes.
I wanted to come and say thank you for what you did, for saving Humbert and everything.
Humbert has already thanked me,
but I appreciate it, Pierre.
Oh, he has he?
And just to make sure you understand that things haven't changed between us. Thank you, Pierre,
Sonk said, sounding like the little brother he remembered.
You and Humbert are the only ones who've said that.
They embraced.
Of course,
said Pierre. It meant what he said. It was just that when he said it, it had felt like a lie. The days passed and the feelings of paralysis continued. Pierre's father was too ill to take charge, and it seemed no one was able to make decisions in his absence. Pierre was sure that if father were well, they would have left the capital and chased after their enemies by now. Instead, the soldiers of Morbagne and of their allies stayed in Valenne. Lord Russell and Casin seemed to spend all their time sourcing enough food to keep everyone fed. Duke Aubrey, meanwhile, had been given the time and space to recover from his defeat. Esterel invited Pierre to his rooms in the Bastion. The first time Pierre had visited his brother here, Esterel had been fearful for his life. Now his usual confidence had been restored. His friends Sasha and Miles were also there, and the 4 of them discussed the situation. Esterel waved a piece of parchment about.
Florent has sent word from Martras at last, he told Pierre.
He tells me Duke Domar is being perfectly civil, but insists he won't commit his troops to what he considers a fight over the succession. When Florent tries to pin him down, it seems a coronation might be enough to push him into loyalty to our cause.
But father is too ill for such a ceremony,
Peer said. Exactly, said Miles. And as long as the throne is empty, there will be trouble in Javerne.
Esterel knows what I think, said Sasha. I say it with no disrespect to your father. But we would be in a much safer position if Esterel were to be made king. I know the nobility of Javerne would rally around him.
Pierre was shocked by the idea. Bypass their father while he still lived? But he kept his expression neutral. He realized Esterel had invited him here to sound him out about the idea. Did he want to get Pierre on side? And was he working on persuading others already? Pierre and Esterel looked at one another for a moment.
What do you think?
Esterel asked him. It was said as if all he wanted was Pierre's honest opinion. And perhaps that was the case. But something about the atmosphere in the room gave Pierre pause. He didn't completely trust Sasha, who, like Miles, had now inherited his father's title and lands. Both men had made themselves close allies of his brother and stood to be well rewarded when Esterel became king. Was their advice for the benefit of Javerne or of themselves?
That's such a big step, he said to Esterel. What if father made you his regent or some such title, so that you were acting on his authority?
Esterel nodded. I thought of that.
The problem, said Sasha, is that Duke Bastien is not king, and Esterel would not, therefore, be a formal regent of the throne. He spread his hands. I hope you understand, Pierre. I am speaking openly like this for the good of the kingdom. I pray to the gods that your father recovers. But it seems we're looking at weeks, if not months. The campaigning season will be over. That would prolong this conflict by a year. Enmities would become entrenched. This is how civil wars begin. He paused, rubbing at his stubble as he looked about the room. I've already lost my father and many men of Corian over this dispute. I'm speaking for those who want to see it ended.
We understand your position, said Esterel. I'm just unsure what to do for the best.
I think you need to speak to father then,
Pierre said. Esterel nodded.
Yes, I think I do.
Will you come with me? Pierre's father sat up in his convalescing bed. Blankets covered his legs. That was where his worst injuries were, a broken leg and a shattered knee that kept him confined here. There had been complications with the surrounding tissue. Pierre didn't know the details, but he knew it had been touch and go in those first few days. Now it seemed Duke Bastien's recovery was more stable, but he looked thin, pale and tired. Not the man who had always been so strong and proud throughout Pierre's childhood.
You needed to see me?
He asked, his voice weak and breathy.
Esterel looked nervous. It's about the situation, father. Aubrey is at large, and we've made no progress sat here in Valence since the battle. We must secure the throne. I'm not blaming you, of course. But Pierre and I were thinking we need to do something. Oh, great, Pierre thought. Why am I involved in this?
I'm aware of the situation, Esterel,
Bastien said. He'd lost none of his brusque manner then.
You think I want to be laid out here half dead? What is this something you've come to suggest?
Esterel looked at Pierre. When Pierre said nothing, he opened his eyes wide.
So, this is why I've been dragged here? There has been talk about our options, Pierre said reluctantly. Of making Esterel king, or at least declaring him regent or some such. Then the country may unite behind him against Aubrey.
I've worked hard to win the love of the people here, father, Esterel added.
That was why you sent me. Why not use it?
Bastien's face crumpled in pain. Pierre hoped it might be from his injuries rather than the stupidity of his sons.
Look, boys, I may not be around much longer, so you two need to learn to think. And by that, I mean long-term. Plan towards your goals. Consider the consequences of your actions. In other words, think a little further than the end of your nose. Esterel will be king, maybe soon. But what do we gain from making him king now? What would we gain from going after Aubrey? Fighting and killing our own people in Esterel's name? Losing all that goodwill he's built up? resented by so many for the rest of his reign. An early victory over Aubrey would be a poor trade. No, think about it. I am disliked in Giverny. Far better that King Bastian is blamed for the death and destruction. Far better that I am the one accused of seizing the throne, and whatever other accusations will be thrown our way. Then, when the time comes, everyone will cheer that Bastian is gone, and that sweet, fair Esterel is on the throne.
He looked at Esterel.
The undisputed, rightful heir. No crimes attached to your name. Isn't that better?
Pierre's mouth had dropped open. His father had a plan. He had goals that extended beyond his own life, that involved securing the throne for his son.
Shame on me, Pierre told himself, for not giving a single thought to such things, for allowing my sick father to carry all that weight and responsibility, while I swanned about the bastion, complaining to myself how serious everyone is. Am I a man or a child?
Esterel, too, looked contrite.
I'm sorry, Father. You're right, of course. I just wish I could do something.
Bastian bared his teeth.
Soon.
He gestured to the corner of his room where a walking stick was propped against the wall.
I'm learning to walk with it. I'll not be carried to my coronation. I'll walk in.